Chapter 650. 30,000 low-grade treasures with special functions floated in the temple. Jun Tian Supreme checked the functions of these low-grade treasures one by one. His eyes were like torches as he quickly selected 14 of the most valuable treasures with the most unique functions. For Jianghu to spend so much effort to obtain them, they were definitely not ordinary treasures. "Tell me the functions and information of these treasures," Jun Tian Supreme said in a deep voice. Wan Luo was already prepared as he introduced them one by one. "Supreme, this is a third-grade treasure, Netherworld Soul Armor. It has the special function of impacting one's essence soul. It was obtained by a Tao Lord of the Sacred Land 130 years ago. This is a second-grade treasure, Open Straw Flying Boat. It has the special function of breaking space shackles. This is a second-grade treasure, Gray Mist. It has the special function of armor transformation and space-time domain. This is a first-grade treasure, Sparkling Rain Blade. It has the special function of armor penetration." Heavenly Lord Wan Luo quickly introduced the functions and origins of the 14 low-tier cardinal treasures. "That gray fog, demonstrate it to me once." Jun Tian Supreme's gaze landed on the supreme treasure that was formed by 2 mountain peaks. "Yes." Wan Luo immediately refined the gray mist. Refining a second-grade treasure was naturally not difficult for a third-step heavenly venerable like him. He refined it almost instantly. Armor transformation. Then, with a thought, the 2 mountain-shaped gray mist instantly transformed into a set of gray battle armor that covered his body. Space-time domain. He tested the second function. An invisible space-time fluctuation instantly filled the temple. With Jun Tian Supreme, Heavenly Venerable Qin Yen, and the other 5 Heavenly Venerables' vision and knowledge, they immediately recognized the uniqueness of this treasure. The effects and power of these 2 functions were, of course, child's play to them. They were of little value. However, considering that this was a second-grade treasure, it was different. The defensive power of a second-grade treasure armor was close to that of a third-grade treasure. And the accompanying space-time domain was also close to that of a Tao Lord. This was a very abnormal situation. One had to know that only Tao Lords could use space-time domain. "Supreme, it's strange. This treasure originally belonged to a 5th-grade true lord in the Sacred Land. However, not long ago, this supreme treasure had started to tremble, as if it was reacting to the other supreme treasures. However, that rank 5 true monarch had stayed in the Holy Land for many epochs, and such a situation had never occurred. Thus, he speculated that the source of the connection should be outside the sacred grounds. That's why he asked a Tao Lord to help him search for it in the Chaos Sea." Empyrean Myriad Net then revealed some other information regarding this supreme treasure. After hearing these, Jun Tian Supreme immediately concluded that this was the low-grade supreme treasure that Jianghu racked his brains to obtain. For the sake of this supreme treasure, this 8 Clouds inheritor even specially went to capture Empyrean Dark Ink and others to trade with the Great Sky Holy Land. Furthermore, he had asked for a large number of supreme treasures of various grades in one go to conceal his true goal. "The defense treasure on his body is definitely not at the 7th or 8th level." Jun Tian Supreme creased his eyebrows. He knew very well that with the foundation and knowledge of the 8 Clouds inheritors, there was no need to spend so much effort and scheming for a supreme treasure of this grade. Could it be? Jun Tian Supreme thought of something, and a ray of divine light appeared in his eyes. Boom! A thunderous sound appeared in the entire Great Sky Holy Land, shocking everyone. The few heavenly venerables in the temple also looked at Jun Tian Supreme in shock. Too powerful. Just a glance was enough to shake the entire Holy Land universe. Shenhuang Mountain, it must be Shenhuang Mountain. Through Jiangxi's recent movements in the past few thousand years, as well as the time when Shenhuang Mountain disappeared, and the current transaction, Jun Tian Supreme deduced this possibility. Even if there was only a 1% possibility, it was the same as a 100% chance to Jun Tian Supreme. This was an almost certain answer. Since the gray mist of the 2 mountains could transform into armor, Shenhuang Mountain might be able to too. Only a legendary supreme treasure like Shenhuang Mountain could make Jianghu act like this. Although he didn't know how Jianghu refined Shenhuang Mountain, he could confirm that this legendary supreme treasure was incomplete, and the gray mist was an incomplete part of Shenhuang Mountain. Thinking of this, a strong sense of greed emerged in Jun Tian Supreme's heart. That was a treasure that he had once wanted to obtain. Even now, he still felt that Shenhuang Mountain's preciousness was far beyond his imagination. However, Jun Tian Supreme was also very clear that with the current situation, it was already impossible for him to obtain this supreme treasure. Qin Yan. Jun Tian Supreme looked at Heavenly Venerate Qin Yan's avatar. Supreme. Heavenly Venerate Qin Yen bowed. Whether you can live or not depends on yourself. Use this gray mist to make a deal with Mountain Sea Tao Lord. As long as he is willing to take out 10 core inheritance stones of the 8 clouds inheritance, my great sky holy land will give this treasure to him, Jun Tian Supreme said. This was a private deal without Thousand Illusions Immortal General's knowledge, so it wouldn't affect the 3 missions. If the deal was successful, he would naturally make a huge profit. 10 core inheritance stones of the 8 clouds inheritance were enough for him to cultivate to a Chaos Origin Immortal General. If the deal failed, he wouldn't lose out either. Yes. Heavenly Venerate Qin Yen felt helpless and hopeless. What the Supreme meant was for him to fight for a chance to live. Obviously, he would only have a chance to live if Jianghu agreed to this condition. The heaven-piercing tower that was 9 light-years tall still stood outside the great sky holy land motionlessly. Jianghu waited quietly in the supreme treasure space. In a distant corner were Heavenly Venerate Qin Yen and 54 Universe Tao Lords. Now both sides hoped that this deal would succeed. Jianghu wanted to obtain the final 2 mountains, while Heavenly Venerate Qin Yen and the others wanted to live. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Heavenly Venerate Qin Yen opened his eyes. You've gathered all the supreme treasures? Jianghu smiled. You don't have to hide it anymore. The Supreme of my great sky holy land has already seen through your true motive. What you want is this supreme treasure, right? Heavenly Venerate Qin Yen said in a deep voice. At the same time, he waved his hand and conjured an illusion of 2 mountains. Ridiculous. Jianghu shook his head. Looks like you guys really don't want to live anymore. Stop pretending. The Supreme already knows that you appeared outside our holy land not long ago. At that time, something happened to your armor. At that time, a rank 5 true lord in our holy land happened to discover that his supreme treasure was also trembling. Heavenly Venerate Qin Yen was very calm. Jianghu stopped smiling and frowned slightly. Since he had already said so much, he naturally wouldn't continue pretending. As expected of an eternal supreme. His observation skills are really monstrous. He sighed in his heart. He could even discover this. Tell me, what do you want? Jianghu asked Heavenly Venerate Qin Yen. The Supreme said that as long as you are willing to take out 10 core inheritance stones of the 8 clouds inheritance and let us go, our great sky holy land will give this supreme treasure to you, Heavenly Venerate Qin Yen said. That's just a low-grade supreme treasure. Your Supreme doesn't care about your lives at all? Jianghu sneered. Our eternal Supreme was given to us by the Supreme. If he wants to take it away, we have nothing to say. Heavenly Venerate Qin Yen shook his head. Since there's nothing to talk about, then all of you can die. Jianghu waved his hand. Heavenly Venerate Qin Yan's expression froze, while the other 54 Universe Tao Lords cried out in despair. No. Don't kill, spare us. Unfortunately, they couldn't change anything. In the supreme treasure space of Sky Tower, surging origin energy surged out and drowned Heavenly Venerate Qin Yen and the 54 Universe Tao Lords. Jianghu was the owner of Sky Tower. Now that he was in the supreme treasure space, he could naturally kill these experts of the great sky holy land easily. You killed a 3rd step Heavenly Venerate, Eternal EXP plus 900. You killed a Universe Tao Lord, Eternal EXP plus 9. You killed a Universe Tao Lord, Eternal EXP plus 9. A series of system notifications sounded, bringing him 1,386 Eternal EXP. In the Temple of the Great Hammer Divine World in the Great Sky Holy Land. How was it? Did he agree? Great Sky Supreme asked. Yeah. Heavenly Venerate Qin Yan's incarnation laughed bitterly. Oh. Then the incarnation dissipated into thin air. This meant that Heavenly Venerate Qin Yan had died. In front of the round table, Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo and the other 6 Heavenly Venerates' expressions changed. This Jianghu was too decisive. He didn't even talk and directly attacked. Supreme? Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Great Sky Supreme snorted coldly and then disappeared. The remaining Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo and the other experts looked at each other, and then felt a sense of sympathy. Wan Luo, what should we do now? Should we go out and deal with Tao Lord Mountain Sea together? An Heavenly Venerate asked. Deal with him? Oh. Even I don't have the strength to suppress Qin Yen, let alone kill him. That Tao Lord Mountain Sea did it easily. Although he did it with the power of a supreme treasure, this is already equivalent to an invincible Heavenly Venerate. Even if the 6 of us join forces, we can't do anything to him. Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo had a belly full of anger, but there was nowhere to vent it. Then let him leave? What else can we do? Who can stop him? After this battle, I'm afraid our great sky holy land will become the laughingstock of the various major forces in the Chaos Sea in the future. Laughingstock? It's still early. Heavenly Venerate Wanluo regained his composure and shook his head with a bitter smile. In the supreme treasure space of the sky-reaching tower, Jianghu shook his head. Not to mention that he couldn't give the core inheritance stone to others. Even if he couldn't use the core inheritance stone to exchange for the final 2 mountains. Therefore there was no room for negotiation. He could only stop his losses. Otherwise, Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan and the other universe realm Dao Lords would self-destruct in despair. That would be a huge loss. These eternal experience points would at least make this trip worthwhile. In addition, there was a pile of supreme treasures in front of him. These were the full set of Grade 7 supreme treasures on Heavenly Venerate Qing Yan, 5 Grade 7 supreme treasures on 54 universe realm Dao Lords, and 86 Grade 6 supreme treasures. Adding it all up, it could be considered a considerable gain. Although the value of these supreme treasures was far inferior to the final 2 mountains. As expected, it's impossible for everything to go as I wish, and it's impossible for every plan to succeed. Jianghu sighed softly. However, with his current state of mind, he naturally wouldn't be affected too much. He just felt that it was a pity. In that case, I'll put this matter aside for the time being and see if there's a chance in the future. Now, it's time to go to the Myriad World Ruins and retrieve the inheritance and treasures left behind by the Qingyuan clan. I've said that I'll go several times, but I haven't been able to. Jianghu quickly changed his target and left in the heaven-reaching tower. His departure naturally made the experts of the Juntian sacred ground heave a sigh of relief. With Jianghu's current strength, if he really stayed outside the Juntian sacred ground, it would be a headache for them. The Juntian sacred ground wasn't too far away from the Myriad World Ruins. Jianghu drove the heaven-reaching tower and shuttled through the endless chaotic gray fog at an extremely fast speed. He arrived in just half a year and rushed directly into the Myriad World Ruins. He only slowed down when he arrived here. The spacetime inside the Myriad World Ruins was completely still, and there were those strange green winds and white flames. Therefore, any expert who wandered here didn't dare to be careless and had to pass through those safe paths. Otherwise, it would be easy to be contaminated by the wind and fire. In that case, even a heavenly venerate would die instantly. Jianghu had the map of the Qingyuan clan that Qing Shuang had left behind. It recorded a large number of safe paths in the Myriad World Ruins, so his speed was naturally much faster. Moreover, he had been carefully concealing his tracks because he wanted to see if he could encounter the experts of the Juntian sacred ground. In that case, he would naturally kill them mercilessly once he found one. However, after spending more than 100 years and finally reaching a depth of more than 60,000 light-years in the Myriad World Ruins, he still hadn't found a single expert of the Juntian sacred ground. The Juntian sacred ground is too cautious and vigilant. It's such a long journey and I actually didn't find a single one. It seems that all the Dao Lords in the Myriad World Ruins are carefully hiding. Jianghu shook his head. The Myriad World Ruins was in the form of a huge abyss. So far, everyone could only detect a depth of 90,000 light-years at most. However, if the diameter of 300 million light-years was included, this abyss would be an extremely vast spatial region. He was focused on going to the treasure space of the Qingyuan clan and didn't deliberately search for the experts of the Juntian sacred ground. If the other party swaggered around, he might be able to discover them. However, if the other party carefully concealed themselves, it would be impossible to discover them. Inside the Myriad World Ruins, huge stone celestial bodies floated quietly. Soon Jianghu's gaze locked onto a huge stone celestial body with a diameter of more than 10 light-years. The Myriad World Ruins inside this huge stone celestial body was the treasure space of the Qingyuan clan. Then he put away the heaven-reaching building and stepped into the void, landing on this huge stone celestial body. Open. Jianghu held the black talisman that Qing Shuang had left behind. This was the token of the Myriad World Ruins and the key to opening this treasure space. The black talisman shot out rays of light and turned into a special symbol that was branded in the void above the huge stone celestial body. Buzz. Time and space trembled slightly, and a glowing door slowly condensed and appeared in front of Jianghu. When the celestial emperor of the primordial realm led the army on the final path and left the Qingyuan clan and the Heavenly Feather clan behind, the Heavenly Feather divine general betrayed them. However, the Qingyuan clan swore to die and the ancestors of this clan fought against the astral realm. Unfortunately, they lost miserably in the end and the clan's strength plummeted. In the end, they disappeared in the vast river of time. Jiang Xi lamented and was full of respect for the Qingyuan clan. I wonder what kind of inheritance and treasures this once glorious clan left behind will be like? Jiang Xi passed through the door and entered the myriad world ruins before him. Chapter 651. This was a purgatory-like space. Jiang Xi's figure appeared out of thin air. At a glance, there were 9 huge black fireballs in the void. Each fireball was thousands of times bigger than an ordinary star. The 9 black fireballs hung high in the void and circled according to a pattern. In the middle of the circle was a floating land. Jiang Xi stood in the void. With a thought, his spiritual consciousness covered the entire space and saw everything. He was a little surprised by what he saw. He took a step forward and came to the center of the floating land. Then he looked up at the sky. The light produced by the 9 black fireballs in the sky intertwined in the sky above the land and formed a picture scroll. The entire scroll was covered with densely packed words made of fire snakes. It's similar to the primordial realm's words. Although it has been simplified, the meaning hasn't changed much. Jiang Xi easily read and understood the words. I am Qing Shuang. I am the last ancestor of the Qingyuan clan. My Qingyuan clan was once a super clan that stood in the river of time. Although it has fallen, I can't let the traces of the Qingyuan clan completely disappear in the river of time. Successor, the 9 black fireballs in the void are from the primordial realm. They were left behind by my clan's ancestors. There are 9 inheritance stones inside, which contain all the inheritance of my Qingyuan clan. If you have the chance to cultivate to eternity and break free from the primordial realm's chaos sea, you can see all the inheritance contents. With this, you can cultivate to the chaos essence divine general realm. It's just hateful that the person from the astral realm cut off the path to eternity in the primordial realm's chaos sea. It's difficult for future generations to achieve eternity. Even when I reach the peak of rank 9, I can only try to reach eternity by breaking through the chaos boundary wall. But, the last treasures of my Qingyuan clan. They are hidden under this land. Successor, I hope you can treat everything left behind by my clan well. The information recorded in the fire snake words on the picture scroll in the sky surprised Jiang Xi. This was the complete inheritance of the Qingyuan clan. The highest level one could cultivate to was the chaos essence divine general realm. Compared to the 8 clouds inheritance, which allowed one to cultivate to the primordial divine king realm, it was only 1 realm away. How did the Qingyuan clan perish with such an inheritance? Jiang Xi was puzzled. On second thought he understood. Back then the ancestors of the Qingyuan clan had died in the war with the star realm, and the 7 eternal universes had all been destroyed. Although the inheritance had been preserved, due to the absence of an eternal paragon, they could not see the inheritance of a heavenly venerable and above under the restrictions of the Chaos Sea's heaven-earth laws. By Qing Shuang's generation, her clan had declined to the extreme. However, Qing Shuang didn't manage to achieve eternal. In the end, her entire clan fell during the crisis of the Cataclysm era. Because the 8 Clouds legacy was left behind by the 8 Clouds divine generals before they embarked on the final path, there is a complete selection test inside. However, due to the decline of the Cyan origin clan back then, they couldn't set up many tests for their legacies. Therefore they could only stay in this void world and wait for later generations to discover them. Having said that, Jiang Xi did not think that the inheritance was easy to obtain. He was able to come here because he had entered the surveillance space left behind by the Qingyuan clan under the protection of the sky-reaching tower. Even a third-step heavenly venerable could not force his way into the space vortex channel there. The highest combat power in the Chaos Sea was only a third-step heavenly venerable. And the token to open this void world was hidden in the monitoring space, which was even more dangerous. Therefore, except for those with heaven-defying opportunities, only people from the upper world could forcibly take away the inheritance of the Qingyuan clan. From the words in the scroll, I can feel Qing Shuang's helplessness and unwillingness before the crisis of the cataclysm. Such a powerful clan, even with the inheritance of the Hunyuan divine general, couldn't achieve eternal paragon. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. He also felt the pressure. It did not mean that with the inheritance, one would definitely become an eternal paragon. Rise. He looked at his feet again. Rumble, the earth separated and a palace emerged from the ground. The treasure of the Qingyuan clan was hidden here. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense wrapped around it and easily refined this treasure. Then, with a thought, he saw a large number of treasures stored inside. Even with the strength of his primordial spirit, it still took him some time to sort out the types and numbers of all the treasures. In the end, even though Jiang Xi was mentally prepared, he was still very surprised by the results. There were 91 7th-stage treasures, 865 6th-stage treasures, 3,987 5th-stage treasures, and 17,563 4th-stage treasures. As for the remaining level 1 to level 3 low-grade true treasures, they could be said to be a sea of them. How ruthless. Can the human clan collect so many treasures in one cataclysm era? Jianghu was very doubtful. After the ancestors of the Qingyuan clan died and lost the eternal universe, this clan declined to become a peak clan. It was indeed surprising that they had accumulated so many treasures in just one cataclysm era. So many treasures. Leave half of them for the human clan to accumulate, and use the rest to improve the grade of the killer shadow sword. Such a big harvest made Jianghu very happy. Previously, he had captured so many experts of the Juntian sacred ground to trade because he had the idea of extorting them. He wanted to get a batch of treasures to improve the killer shadow sword. But he didn't expect that Juntian Supreme wouldn't take the bait. Let's see what the inheritance of the Qingyuan clan is like. Then Jianghu stretched out his hand and used the heaven-connecting tower to collect the 9 black fireballs in the void. First, he used a wisp of his spiritual consciousness to probe into one of the black fireballs, and he saw a black inheritance stone floating within. Those not of the primordial realm will die if they touch it. Those not of the primordial realm will die if they touch it. Those not of the primordial realm will die if they touch it. Angry roars reverberated within the black fireball as if they were a warning. Those of the primordial realm? Jianghu understood that this was the last test left behind by the Qingyuan clan to preserve their inheritance. I can even pass the test of the 8 clouds inheritance of the primordial realm. Naturally, I'm from the primordial realm. Jianghu wasn't worried. His spiritual sense directly touched the inheritance stone. Suddenly, a large amount of inheritance information poured into his mind. This was a complete set of Saber Dao inheritance. The information he could see was only up to the limit of a heavenly venerable. He couldn't see anything after that. Inheritances were from low to high. Saber Dao cultivators could start cultivating from the Tribulation Transcender realm. If they were talented enough, they could cultivate to the limit of a heavenly venerable. Then Jianghu checked the inheritance stones in the other 8 black fireballs. There were 8 other different inheritances inside. There were 7 types of fist, sword, refining, vegetation, machinery, and so on. There was also a miscellaneous type. If we don't consider the highest chaos essence divine king realm, the value of this Qingyuan inheritance is almost 10% of the 8 clouds inheritance. Jianghu exclaimed in his heart. Moreover, there are no restrictions on the Qingyuan inheritance being passed on to outsiders. In other words, I can completely give these inheritances to the human race. In this way, our human race will develop even faster in the future. Because the 8 clouds inheritance had inheritance imprints, he couldn't take out the core inheritance. He could only use the hundreds of millions of peripheral inheritances to build a cultivation system for the human race. In terms of effect, although it was far better than the inheritances of the various factions in the Chaos Sea, it was definitely not as good as the Qingyuan inheritance. I'll go into seclusion on the spot and study the Qingyuan inheritance while using the killing shadow sword to devour those supreme treasures. Jianghu quickly made a decision. His current realm had reached the limit of a universe Dao Lord. The next step was to consider breaking through to become a heavenly venerable. The Qingyuan inheritance that he had just obtained could provide him with assistance in the next step of his cultivation. At the same time, Jianghu handed the Qingyuan inheritance to the upper echelons of the human race. Celestial Venerable Ming, Dao Lord 9 Clouds, Dao Lord Yanqing, and the others were all overjoyed when they heard about this. Time passed. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the depths of the myriad world's ruins, about 80,000 light-years deep, there were also huge stone celestial bodies floating in the void. They were motionless as if they had been like this for countless years. Between those huge stone celestial bodies, wisps of green wind or white flames would appear from time to time. It looked extremely strange. Although it didn't give off any dangerous aura, the experts of the various factions in the Chaos Sea knew that it was a strange existence that could even kill a third-step heavenly venerable. At that moment, a 6th-grade flying boat supreme treasure was flying carefully between these huge stone celestial bodies. It took a safe path and perfectly avoided the wind and fire inside the supreme treasure space. A handsome man with a pair of pointy ears was carefully controlling the flying boat. Those who dared to explore the depths of the myriad world's ruins were naturally heavenly venerable experts. This was Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing from the Red Lotus Sacred Ground. He was a famous third-step heavenly venerable in the Chaos Sea and loved to explore. He often appeared in the various dangerous places in the Chaos Sea. It shouldn't be. I clearly sensed an abnormal fluctuation nearby. Heavenly Venerable Zhuqing frowned and carefully sensed. He didn't use his spiritual consciousness to search wantonly. In the myriad world's ruins, the biggest taboo was to use one's spiritual consciousness to explore wantonly. That would attract the strange green wind and white flames. The spacetime here is completely still. Normally, there won't be any fluctuations unless other experts pass by or a new void world space is born. I'm not slow. The moment I sensed the abnormal fluctuation, I rushed over quickly. If there really are other heavenly venerable experts, I'll definitely be able to discover them. However, there are no signs of a void world space being born here. Strange. Heavenly Venerable Zhuqing shook his head repeatedly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. In the next moment, the abnormal spatial fluctuation appeared again and became stronger. Heavenly Venerable Zhuqing followed the direction he sensed and controlled the flying boat Supreme Treasure to approach it. Soon he saw a scene that terrified him. Run. Without thinking, he quickly changed direction and fled toward the top of the myriad world's ruins. He was in a panic. He did not even have time to take the safe path. Even deeper in the myriad world's ruins, endless green wind and white flames filled the bottom of the entire myriad world's ruins. It was like a huge fountain that was gushing up crazily. The huge volume gushed up. Although it looked slow, it was actually very fast. 1 second was 100 light years. The depth of the myriad world's ruins was only 90,000 light years. With the speed of the green wind and white flames, it would only take 15 minutes to completely fill the entire myriad world's ruins. In addition, the spacetime inside the myriad world's ruins was completely still. It was impossible to use teleportation techniques. As long as one's flying speed was slower than the speed of the wind and fire, they would definitely be trapped. No. Heavenly Venerable Zhuqing was terrified. In just 2 seconds he was caught up. Boom. Like a roaring wave, the terrifying energy formed by the wind and fire drowned his flying boat Supreme Treasure. Not only Heavenly Venerable Zhuqing, but all the experts in the myriad world's ruins, be it Heavenly Venerables or Tao Lords, were already too late when they saw the terrifying energy fountain formed by the wind and fire. Run. Terrifying. It's over. Is the crisis of this calamity coming in advance? The wind and fire of the myriad world's ruins is one of the most dangerous and strange things in the Chaos Sea. With such a huge amount gushing out, are they going to destroy the entire Chaos Sea? Those experts all fled in fear, but none of them could escape the engulfment of the wind and fire. The strange wind and fire would kill anyone who came into contact with it. In just 2 to 3 minutes, the news spread rapidly in the Chaos Sea. For a time, all the major forces were in a state of panic. At the same time, the humans of the Fourth Universe also learned of the news. The experts of the human race in their camp were basically wandering in the Gold Flow River. Riverward was the only one who had ventured into the Wuxia ruins. Therefore, Tao Lord Nine Clouds immediately sent a message to Jiangxi's clone, asking Jiangxi to leave quickly. The Qingyuan clan's void world space was more than 60,000 light years deep in the myriad world's ruins. At the moment, Jiangxi was still in seclusion in the space. In the past 10,000 years he had not gone anywhere. He had been studying the inheritance of the Qingyuan clan and improving the grade of the Killer Shadow Sword. When his clone received the message from Tao Lord Nine Clouds, he was also shocked. Those bizarre azure winds and white flames, just a wisp could take the life of an Empyrean powerhouse. Now, they were gushing out from the depths of the myriad world's ruins like a fountain? Let's go. Jiangxi did not hesitate and quickly left the void world space. As soon as he flew out of the heaven-span pavilion, he saw 4 outsider celestial monarchs fleeing for their lives on their air transportation precious treasures in the distance. The myriad world's ruins was so huge that it was rare to see a foreign race heavenly master in normal times. Now he saw 4 of them at a glance. It was conceivable that the heavenly masters in the depths of the myriad world's ruins were frantically fleeing. Rumble. Soon Jiangxi sensed a strong abnormal fluctuation and saw a terrifying scene. Wind and fire fused together. Like green and white magma, they filled up the entire space and surged upwards. The huge rocks floating in the void were quickly submerged. A foreign race heavenly master was submerged by the wind and fire along with his flying treasure. The remaining 3 were also trapped and could not escape. Jiangxi was horrified. He drove the Tongtian Tower to fly with all his might. He did not care about finding a safe route. If he could not escape, it would be useless to take a safe route. However, what made him despair was that he could not teleport in this still space. Those huge rocks and celestial bodies also limited their flying speed. Without enough space, It was difficult for the Tongtian Tower to increase its speed. It's over. Jiang Xi had just thought of this. Boom. The terrifying energy formed by the wind and fire instantly flooded the Tongtian Tower. Chapter 652. In just 15 minutes, the green wind and white flames from the depths of Wanjie ruins merged with each other and drowned the entire Wanjie ruins. The immeasurably deep abyss with a diameter of 300 million light-years seemed to have turned into an ocean of green and white. After the green wind and white flames filled the Wanjie ruins, they stopped spreading outwards. The major forces in Chaos Sea heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that this was the crisis of the calamity. Wanjie ruins was the most dangerous place in Chaos Sea. The most dangerous things were the green wind and white flames. No expert dared to get involved with such strange things. If the energy of the fusion of wind and fire drowned the entire Chaos Sea, no living thing would survive. Soon, the major forces rushed to the edge of Wanjie ruins to take a closer look after confirming that the energy of the fusion of wind and fire would not spread out. No force has ever explored a place below 90,000 light-years, not even the two sacred grounds. I didn't expect such things to be hidden below. Rumor has it that there's a great terror buried under Wanjie ruins. It will bury Wanjie ruins sooner or later. Is this the great terror mentioned in the rumor? It's too terrifying. I remember that at least 4 third-step celestial venerables wandered here and did not escape. Everyone observed from afar. No force dared to get close. The distant Juntian sacred ground and Red Lotus sacred ground were also paying attention to this situation. As the two primes could not enter Chaos Sea, they could only find out what had happened through their subordinates. More than 10,000 years ago, Illusion Divine General said that he was exploring Wanjie ruins and that we should not disturb him if there was nothing. Could it be that this was caused by him? Great Sky Supreme was extremely surprised and bewildered. Back then, even he did not dare to enter the area below 90,000 light-years in Wanjie ruins. Perhaps only mixed origin divine generals had the guts to go in. Strange. Jun Tian Supreme suddenly frowned as if he had discovered something. There are so many green winds and white flames hidden under the ruins of myriad worlds. In the Star Realm and the Star Origin Realm, these two things are so weird that even the super experts in the Chaotic Origin Realm would turn pale upon hearing them. Supreme Red Lotus was also very surprised. The next moment, her face changed slightly and was filled with confusion. Strange. Exalted Celestial Clearwater and the other 18 Downlords of my race who were caught up in the chaos are still alive? Logically speaking, this should be impossible. The strangeness that even super experts were afraid of flooded the entire Wanjie ruins like an ocean. How could the celestial exalts and Downlords who had been drawn into the chaos possibly survive? After tens of thousands of years of conquest, the human race had become the overlord of the fourth universe. Now, several higher-ups were in a state of worry and panic. This was because the pillar of their race, Jiang Xi, had also been sucked into the wind and fire energies. Before this, Jiang Xi's clone had been cultivating in seclusion. Now, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments, Celestial Venerable Ming, and other human experts immediately sought him out to ask about the latest situation. This was because Jiang Xi's true body was the strongest. If it died, it would be a great loss to Jiang Xi and the entire human race. It's strange. My original body didn't die. Jiang Xi was also puzzled. Not dead. How is that possible? Even a third-step exalted celestial would die if he was caught up in the two strangeness of the Wanjie ruins. Is it your heavenly tower that blocked the green wind and white flames? Dao Lord Nine Firmaments, Celestial Venerable Ming, and the others were shocked. Although they hoped that Jiang Xi was fine, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments, Celestial Venerable Ming, and the others were still in disbelief when they heard this. Of course, the next moment they heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how he survived, it was fine as long as he was fine. It's not Heavenly Tower. My original body is in a special space-time domain. It's chaotic, but it also seems like I'm passing through some space-time boundary wall. Jiang Xi could not confirm the situation. The other major factions in the Chaos Sea quickly discovered this because basically all the experts from the various factions had fallen into it. Some could confirm the situation through the doppelgangers of their own experts. Although some did not have clones, they could determine whether they were alive or dead through their life slips. Since they were not dead, there was hope for survival. Therefore, the major factions began to waiting for the experts who were drowned in the wind and fire energy to escape from the chaotic state. Many factions sent experts to be stationed near the Wanjie ruins. Whoosh! Ripples appeared in the space. A figure appeared out of thin air. He wore an ancient animal skin robe and looked like a savage primitive. It was the most mysterious heavenly venerable Qingshi of the fourth universe. Although this mysterious existence had arrived long ago, no matter how the various factions searched, they could not find Heavenly Venerable Qingshi in this void. Heavenly Venerable Qingshi stood in the void and silently looked at the wind and fire energy that was slowly rolling. Just like that, he silently looked through the transmission of space-time as if he could see the scene in the depths of the Wuxia ruins. After a long time. Finally, it's here. Heavenly Venerable Qingshi murmured softly. He stepped on the void and quickly came to the edge of the Wuxia ruins. He was only one step away from the wind and fire energy that the various factions were trying to avoid. He squatted down and gently grabbed a handful of the magma-like wind and fire energy. That strange energy that would cause anyone's expression to change upon hearing it actually did not cause any harm to him. Ha 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 ha. Heavenly Venerable Qingshi suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed until his whole body was trembling. Gradually, the crazy laughter became more and more mournful, containing a hysterical and endless hatred. Finally, the laughter gradually disappeared. He sat at the edge of the Wuxia ruins and gently grabbed the wind and fire energy with one hand. Sparkling tears that glowed with golden light silently fell from the corners of his eyes. Wind and fire converged, dream origin world? This is what you said back then? You're here, you're finally back. Heavenly Venerable Qingshi's fingers were trembling. Dream origin world, dream back to the origin world, I wonder how many old friends are there? Heavenly Venerable Qingshi raised his head and looked at the endless void above, as if he could see the upper world. Sooner or later we'll return it 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Then he stepped into the void, took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Jianghu realized that even heaven-reaching tower could not block the wind and fire energy. This energy was like magma, filling up the space of the heavenly tower's treasure and drowning him strangely. Although the energy looked strange, it did not cause any harm to him. It only limited his spiritual senses and prevented him from seeing the situation outside. It's not that it's harmless, but that the energy can't harm me because my body and primordial spirit are stronger than most heavenly venerables. If it was an ordinary desolate level Tao Lord, I'm afraid he would have died by now. Moreover, the strength of the wind and fire energy is gradually increasing. If I continue to stay here, I'm afraid I'll be killed by the energy in the end. Jianghu looked serious and did not relax at all. Fortunately, his sharp intuition told him that he was traveling at extreme speed, as if he was passing through a barrier. After an unknown period of time. Boom. Heaven-reaching tower seemed to have broken out of the water and rushed into a new world. Blue sky and white clouds above, wild continent below. The entire world was vast and boundless, giving off an extremely primitive feeling. After Jianghu entered, he immediately sensed that the outside world was filled with an incomparable aura. It was an aura that made one unable to help but feel happy. His body and primordial spirit were cheering, like a fish that had finally entered a lake from a small puddle in the desert. That wonderful feeling made his heart tremble. It's too comfortable. There's no restriction or suppression at all. There's actually no heaven-earth law restriction of chaos. See here. Could it be that I've entered the primordial realm? If that's the case, Jianghu's eyes widened and his face flushed red with excitement. He thought of something unbelievable. What a wonderful place. There's actually no restriction at all. Without the heaven-earth law of chaos, my body, my primordial spirit, and my secret techniques can be used to my heart's content. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear, who was the first to be swept in, was also incomparably excited and carefree. He was a third-step Heavenly Venerable of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground. Before the Red Lotus Sacred Ground was established, his body had already reached the limit of a Heavenly Venerable and was even close to the Eternal Supreme Realm. Unfortunately, the calamity had already descended at that time and he had no chance to make another breakthrough. He could only stay in Red Lotus Supreme's Sacred Ground universe. However, his body remained at the half-step Supreme Realm, which also made him a transcendent existence. In this calamity era, only Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament back then could suppress him. After Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament was suppressed by the Fourth Universe, Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear was fully deserving of the title of the #1 powerhouse in Chaos. As for Juntian Supreme and Red Lotus Supreme, they were only in name and could not leave the Sacred Ground universe at all. Ever since I became a half-step Supreme, under the suppression of Chaos' Heaven-Earth Law, I've never truly unleashed all my strength. Now, in this world there's actually no such overbearing Heaven-Earth Law. I can use all my strength to my heart's content. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear laughed. Let's take a look at this world and see what secrets it has. Could this be the legendary Upper Realm? Swoosh. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear controlled his flying true treasure and rapidly flew downwards. Soon he landed on the barren land. This was an ancient and boundless land, surrounded by boundless mountain ranges that rose and fell continuously. The energy that filled the land was more comfortable than the heaven and earth spirit energy in Chaos Sea. This is the place where powerhouses should live. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear was full of smiles as he explored this land. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated. Boom! A beam of light flickered in the distance. Its speed far exceeded 100 times or 1,000 times the speed of light and directly appeared in front of Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear. It was a huge, sinister beast with 6 heads and a mouth full of fangs. This evil beast looked down at Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear and let out a furious roar. Scram! This is my territory. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear was a little confused. The moment he saw this evil beast, he recognized its strength. It was also at the Heavenly Venerable level. Second step Heavenly Venerable? Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear was in disbelief. Although he had a premonition that this world was not simple, this complexity had already exceeded his imagination. One had to know, in the vast Chaos Sea, the number of Empyrean powerhouses from various factions added up was just over 100. Normally, being able to see one was a very difficult thing. He did not expect that in this world, the first living being he encountered was actually an Empyrean powerhouse. Furthermore, it was a second-step Empyrean. Scram! The evil beast roared angrily again, issuing a warning. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear was even more confused, because he understood but did not know how to say it. Very clearly, the language that this evil beast spoke was a very special language. Even if one did not understand, one could easily understand the meaning in the words. It was just that he did not know how to say it. Ah. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear opened his mouth but did not know what to say. The evil beast was enraged. It saw that the other party was a little stronger than it, so it did not attack immediately and only warned. But this guy with 2 pointy ears in front of it actually dared to ignore it. This was provoking it. Boom! The evil beast instantly turned into a stream of light, only to see 6 dazzling arcs of light appear in the world. It was shot out from its 6 heads, directly sweeping towards Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear jumped in fright and hurriedly teleported to dodge. Boom! 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 Immediately, 6 huge canyons appeared in the surrounding millions of kilometers of land. This is a second-step Empyrean? Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear was alarmed. That power just now was already not much different from a third-step Empyrean in the Chaos Sea. Seeing that the evil beast still wanted to attack, he immediately panicked and wanted to send a spiritual sense voice transmission over. Through spiritual sense voice transmission, there was no need for that special language to completely express the meaning. However, just as his spiritual sense was transmitted over, it was directly shattered by the evil beast. You want to use an essence spirit attack? The evil beast was even more furious. Flames of anger soared to the sky as violent energy condensed once more. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear was even more helpless. He only wanted to send a voice transmission and communicate. I'm not fighting with you. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear hurriedly said. Roar! The evil beast ignored him and charged over with a roar. Before the wind and fire energy gushed out, there were about 200 experts wandering in the myriad world ruins. They also entered this world one after another. However, they were all very lucky. They were not as unlucky as Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear, who encountered a native Heavenly Venerable expert the moment he entered. When everyone discovered that this world was actually completely different from the Chaos Sea, they were all pleasantly surprised. They thought that they had arrived at a wonderful world that had great opportunities. Whoosh! The heaven-connecting tower descended onto a vast plain. Immediately after, heaven-reaching tower disappeared. Jianghu, who was wearing black battle armor and carrying the killing shadow sword, appeared out of thin air. What a wonderful world! Jianghu took a deep breath. The energy that was clearly of a higher level than the heaven and earth spirit chi rapidly surged into his body. A world without the restrictions of the Chaos Sea's heaven and earth law, an incomparably stable world. Even I find it difficult to destroy the space of this world. Jianghu slashed out with his sword. The killing shadow sword that had already reached the peak of rank 8 did not cut through space. If this was the Chaos Sea, he could shatter the void with a single slash. However, in this world he did not even leave behind a trace of space. The stability of this world was far beyond his imagination. Beautiful, stable, magical. Jianghu found it difficult to suppress the excitement in his heart. To me, without the restrictions of the chaos sees heaven and earth law is the greatest opportunity. This is because I can see all the 8 clouds' inheritance and am no longer limited by the heavenly venerable limit. Eternal. Primordial chaos. I can see it all. In this world, I can even cultivate to the eternal realm directly. Jianghu thought excitedly. Chapter 653. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. While Jianghu was excited, a figure suddenly leaped forward in the distance. It stepped on the ground like lightning and soon landed in front of Jianghu. It was a child with black braids. He was holding a large piece of barbecued meat in his hand and eating it deliciously. The child looked at Jianghu. Outsider, this is the territory of my Timing tribe. Why did you barge in without permission? Could it be that you are the kind of traveler that the elders of the tribe talked about, the one who travels the world? Riverward, on the other hand, was shocked. Language. The strength of the child in front of him was average, at the level of a 9th tribulation transcender. However, the language the child spoke was actually the common language of the primordial realm recorded in the 8 clouds legacy. Is this really the primordial realm? Jianghu was very surprised. Then he nodded and said, "Yes, I am a traveler." He used the very standard common language of the primordial realm. When he was in the 8 clouds pavilion, he studied the entire basic legacy of the primordial realm civilization. Naturally, he knew the primordial realm's common language, and it was the most authentic one. Wow, I also want to be a traveler. However, I have to become a perfected monarch before I can go out and travel. The child's eyes were filled with desire. Jianghu smiled, but the surprise in his heart did not fade. The creatures of this world seemed very powerful. Just a random child he met had the strength of a 9th tribulation transcender. Then what about the powerhouses above that? Then he went to the Timing tribe under the child's invitation. During the conversation with the child, Jianghu learned a lot about this world. This world was called the Dream Origin Realm. In the eyes of the child, this was a boundless world. Only by becoming a perfected monarch could one leave the tribe and travel around. It's not the primordial realm, but the strength of the creatures here is somewhat similar to that of the primordial realm. Jianghu was amazed. Because the people of the Timing tribe could become perfected monarchs with a little effort. Our tribe is right in front of us. The child laughed in high spirits. Ha! Go back. From afar he saw 2 majestic figures that were 100,000 kilometers tall fighting. One wielded a saber while the other wielded a spear. They fought like gods. One of them was sent flying, rolling and crashing into the foot of a mountain in the distance. Tao Lords. Jianghu was secretly shocked. Judging from the strength of their auras, they are all universe Tao Lords. Boom. Kill. One more round. Jianghu looked elsewhere, only to discover that there were many pairs of experts fighting in the distance. Every single one of them was at the Tao Lord level. The warriors of our tribe are all training here. The child chortled. Our Timing tribe has 1 billion tribesmen. All of them are mighty warriors who have experienced countless life and death battles in order to become Tao Lords. 1 billion clansmen? Jianghu sighed inwardly. The Dream Origin realm was truly terrifying to be able to give birth to so many Tao Lords with just 1 billion clansmen. The human race now occupied more than 70% of the territory of the 4th universe. They had countless clansmen, but the number of Tao Lords they had didn't even exceed 30. Whoosh whoosh. Jianghu and the child flew forward, getting closer and closer to the core of the Timing tribe. Jianghu saw 3 towering figures standing high in the sky. The 3 figures exuded powerful auras. They were all wearing black battle armor, carrying war hammers, axes, and other strength-type weapons. Heavenly Venerables. Jianghu was shocked once again. How long had he been in this world? He had already seen 3 Heavenly Venerables. How powerful was the overall strength of the Dream Origin realm? Jianghu was originally very ambitious, but he immediately restrained such thoughts. He had to be cautious first. The Timing tribe had 1 billion clansmen and was an extremely powerful tribe. Jianghu's true cultivation was still at the Tao Lord level. It was too common for young fellows like him to travel the world to train themselves. He couldn't even get an audience with the upper echelons of the tribe. However, he was warmly received by the hundreds of families around the child. There were also surrounding experts who came to spar with Jianghu. What a battle-crazed tribe. Jianghu sighed inwardly. 4th universe, human territory. Jianghu's avatar and Tao Lord 9 clouds were together. They had been waiting for the latest news from Jianghu's original body. Master, I can confirm that it is a powerful world called the Dream Origin Realm. It is similar to the primordial realm from the information that I have just come into contact with. I can tell that the strength of this world is beyond our imagination. The language they use is also the common language of the primordial realm. I have learned it from 8 Clouds' legacy. Now I will pass this language to you. You can also let the upper echelons of the human race learn it. Jianghu said solemnly. Since his original body could enter the dream origin realm after being sucked into the wind and fire energy of the myriad world ruins, it meant that other experts could enter as well. Perhaps the various factions in the Chaos Sea had already started preparing to enter. The human race naturally couldn't fall behind. Now, the more the human race knew about the dream origin realm, the greater the advantage they would have when they entered. Dream origin realm. Primordial realm. It seems like the dream origin realm hides a huge secret. The language you mentioned is very important. It is the most important part of the assimilation process for outsiders. Tao Lord 9 Clouds also knew the key. Since you said that there is a chance to cultivate eternity in there, you should seize it. If the upper echelons of the human race want to enter, you don't have to take care of them. Just take care of yourself. Tao Lord 9 Clouds exhorted again. Jianghu nodded. The truth was just as Jianghu and Tao Lord 9 Clouds thought. Through the experts that were trapped in the dream origin realm, the various factions in the Chaos Sea had confirmed one point. Through the wind and fire energy of the myriad world ruins, they could enter a powerful world. Some factions already knew that it was the dream origin realm. Some were still clueless and were exploring. However, this information was enough. All the factions knew that there was an opportunity there. Therefore, they were all waiting for the right moment. Once the powerhouses in Dream Origin Realm provided more information about Dream Origin Realm, they would immediately send more powerhouses into Dream Origin Realm. In another boundless mountain range in the Dream Origin Realm. Boom, boom, boom. The demonic beast and heavenly venerable Zhuoqing were fighting in a frenzy. Idiot, is that all you have? Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing sneered. Come, come, come. Continue. Puny worm, you've angered me. You've angered me. The demonic beast was furious. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing was even more arrogant. He no longer had the attitude of negotiating with the demonic beast. I've learned how to pronounce the word fire. An expert's memory was strong to begin with. As none of the factions in the Chaos Sea had ever spoken such a language, they did not even know how to pronounce it. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing naturally did not know how to pronounce it. Now, after hearing the demonic beast's pronunciations, coupled with the fact that he could understand the demonic beast's meaning, he immediately matched the pronunciation with the words. As such, it was not too difficult to master this language. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing kept provoking the demonic beast while trying hard to learn how to pronounce every word. In just half an hour of fighting, he had learned more than 500 words. Moreover, during the fight, he heard the demonic beast say the words Dream Origin Realm. Thus, he deduced that this world called Dream Origin Realm was not the legendary Upper Realm. You're too weak. You're not strong enough. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing continued to mock loudly. The demonic beast was really angry. This outsider in front of it was at a disadvantage because he had an armor treasure. A wild beast like it that was free and unfettered and occupied a territory in the wilderness naturally did not have any armor treasures. I've angered you. You're too weak. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing laughed and returned the pronunciation that he had learned previously. You are too shameless. The demonic beast roared and finally stopped. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing was secretly delighted. He had learned how to pronounce the word shameless again. He was not stupid. He had just entered the Dream Origin Realm and he had already met a heavenly venerable level expert. Clearly, the strength of the Dream Origin Realm was beyond his imagination. Thus, it was very important to learn the language here. I'll just pester this beast and learn how to pronounce words from it. No matter how much I offend it, I'll only offend you. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing thought to himself. Damn it. The strange vicious beast's fury soared to the heavens. It was forced into a corner. It roared at the sky, all of you come over. This worm is too difficult to deal with. He has an armor treasure. Kill him and we'll split the spoils. Its voice spread out like thunder. In just a few seconds, powerful figures rushed over from different directions in this vast mountain range. They were all other demonic beasts. Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing looked around and immediately confirmed that there were a total of 12 Heavenly Venerable level beasts. You're too shameless. You call for help when you can't win. Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing shouted and turned into a stream of light, quickly escaping. Catch him. Don't let him escape. He has an armor treasure. It's extremely precious. The demonic beasts from before and the 12 that had just appeared immediately surrounded Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing. Taiming tribe stretched as far as the eye could see. A large number of tribesmen lived in various places. In one of the places, two figures were constantly changing their positions at lightning speed as they fought crazily. Bam! Jiangxi's leg carried a dazzling golden light. Like a burning meteor, it struck the other party's chest. The burly man was sent flying by the kick. He slammed into a small mountain in the distance, causing the mountain to shake and a lot of rocks to fall off. Mountain C. The burly man who had been sent tumbling away leaped into the air and returned to the front with his long staff. He shouted, "Your kick is really powerful. I didn't even have time to block it. Previously, I also sparred with those travelers who came to our tribe. They weren't as powerful as you." Uncle Shanhai must have traveled to many tribes. The hundreds of children who were watching the battle from afar cheered and ran over when they saw that the battle had stopped. Especially the child who had brought Jiangxi to Taiming tribe, Tai Luo, who was cheering excitedly. Ah! Jiangxi smiled and patted Tai Luo's head. He had been a guest in Taiming tribe for 3 days. In these 3 days, Jiangxi created the most common image of a traveler. He was obsessed with fighting and often sparred with the warriors in the tribe. In the process, he learned more about the Dream Origin Realm through these warriors. First of all, the Dream Origin Realm was a very large world. Jiangxi didn't know the exact number, but he was sure that the diameter of the Dream Origin Realm was definitely more than 10 trillion light-years. It was beyond the limit of the eternal sacred land. In the entire Chaos Sea, only the 4 primal universes could surpass the Dream Origin Realm. The Dream Origin Realm is really extraordinary. Although it can't be compared to the Primal Origin Realm recorded in the 8 Clouds Inheritance, the overall strength of this world is definitely greater than many of the super forces in the Primal Origin Realm. Jiangxi looked at the child Tai Luo and sighed in his heart. There were countless tribes in the Dream Origin Realm. The tribes fought and killed each other crazily for survival space. Their warriors were also exceptionally powerful. Once a living being was born in the Dream Origin Realm, as long as they reached adulthood, they would become Tribulation Transcenders. They breathed in the powerful energy of the Dream Origin Realm since they were young. After a long time, they would naturally master a great Tao law. Everyone could become a Tribulation Transcender expert. After some more training, they could become a true Monarch expert. However, there was still a certain degree of difficulty to become a Tao Monarch expert. Usually, only one Tao Monarch expert would appear in hundreds of true Monarch-level tribe warriors. Comparatively speaking, there were much fewer Heavenly Venerables. Of course, this was the internal comparison of the Dream Origin Realm. If it was compared to the Chaos Sea would be completely defeated. As for those who surpassed the Heavenly Venerables and reached the Eternal Supreme level, in the Chaos Sea there were only 2 Supreme-level experts. But here, when Jiangxi was communicating with the warriors of Taiming tribe, he heard that there was definitely an Eternal Supreme in this world. Moreover, Taiming tribe had one. He was the greatest existence in the entire Taiming tribe, tribe leader Taiming. Because of the strength of this tribe leader, Taiming tribe's position in the Dream Origin Realm was extremely stable. They were ranked among the strongest tribes. Eternal Supreme. Jiangxi was excited when he confirmed this news. This world really allowed the existence of an Eternal Supreme. If Taiming tribe alone had an Eternal Supreme, then there must be many Eternal Realm experts in the entire Dream Origin Realm. There might even be powerful existences in the Primordial Chaos Realm. At the same time, Jiangxi also reorganized the 8 Clouds legacy in his memory. He went through all the information that he could not see in the Chaos Sea, including all the information about the Eternal Realm and the Primordial Chaos Realm. This gave him great confidence. Jiangxi stayed in Taiming tribe for a few more days before he was ready to leave. He found his new friend Tai Yen, who he often sparred with these days. "Tai Yen, I'm leaving." "Leaving?" Tai Yen was stunned. He was a very talented Tao Monarch warrior in Taiming tribe. According to the entire tribe, Tai Yen could definitely be called a Heavenly Venerate expert. Jiangxi had sparred with many warriors in Taiming tribe. This Tai Yen was the most difficult one to deal with. Of course, Jiangxi deliberately hid his strength. He only showed the battle strength of a half-step Heavenly Venerate. This was enough to prove the strength of Tai Yan's talent. According to Jiangxi's judgment, Tai Yan's talent should be similar to his master, Tao Monarch 9 Clouds. "Are you going to continue your travels?" Tai Yan asked again. "No, I'm going to join the army this time." Jiangxi smiled. "Army?" Tai Yan's eyes lit up. "Yes, I've been traveling for a long time. It's time to challenge myself. I want to become stronger by joining the army. Joining the army of my king is the best way." Countless experts in the entire Dream Origin realm are gathered there. There will be more and more powerful battles. Jianghu's voice was filled with anticipation. He was really looking forward to it because according to the warriors and Timing tribe, the entire Dream Origin realm had a common master, the great Godly King. Godly King. Since he dared to use these two words, Jianghu immediately concluded that he was a super expert in the primordial chaos Godly King realm. Chapter 654. Jianghu even learned from the conversation that the Dream Origin realm was only one of the forces under the Deity King. It was mainly used to train the army and train the strong ones. Only the real elite warriors would be summoned by the Deity King to leave the Dream Origin realm and fight for the Deity King. Fighting for the Deity King was the ultimate goal of every living being in the Dream Origin realm. However, the Deity King had not brought the elite warriors from the Dream Origin realm for a long time. This information reminded Jianghu of the primordial realm army that fought in the final path. The Dream Origin realm might have been the military base of one of the Deity King in the primordial realm. It was used to train elite warriors. However, the primordial realm army had been defeated and the Deity King had fallen. Naturally, they would not summon warriors from this world. As for the Dream Origin realm, it was still cultivating warriors in accordance with the rules set by the Deity King over the endless years. Therefore, countless tribes would call their people warriors. Every once in a while, a portion of the Tao Monarch level warriors would be taken away to join the army according to the ratio. Only after staying in the army for a long time could they retire and regain their freedom. If they did not escape from the army, they would be hunted down by the entire Dream Origin realm. The army was the strongest force in the Dream Origin realm. There were a lot of treasures there. For example, the extremely precious 7th level treasures in the Chaos Sea were only standard equipment for heavenly venerable level warriors in the army. At the same time, the army had a lot of inheritance guidance that could help them cultivate to a higher level. However, the elimination rate in the army was very high. Elimination meant death. It would be good if 5 out of 100 warriors who joined the Dream Origin realm army could retire alive. It was very cruel. The Dream Origin realm army had many benefits, but it was also the scariest part of this world. Because 99% of the Tao monarchs, heavenly venerables and eternal supremes in this world were gathered in the army. It could be said that the true core secret of this world was only in the army. Therefore Jianghu had to join the army. Over there, he could cultivate to heavenly venerable level faster or even eternal supremes. Only by fighting with stronger people in the army can I become stronger, Riverward said to Tai Yen with a smile, portraying himself as a traveler who liked to fight. You want to join the army? Tai Yen also excitedly roared, just you wait, my tribe will soon have a group of warriors to join the army. I'll go as well and we'll go together. Jianghu's heart skipped a beat. He nodded and said, all right, let's go together then. Following that, he continued to wait in the Timing tribe. However, Tai Yan's so-called very soon was actually half a year's time. Universe 4, Heavenly Mountain and Diagram. The human leaders were gathering here to discuss how to deal with the new Dream Origin realm. As more and more Tao Lords arrived, the atmosphere grew quite lively. I heard that there are eternal supremes in the Dream Origin realm. Also, it said that there are many supreme treasures there. 7th grade supreme treasures are just standard equipment for the army. Jianghu, are there a lot of Empyreans there? Everyone asked excitedly and expectantly. Because only Jianghu was involved in the Dream Origin realm, the others didn't know the situation there. When Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments appeared, the Tao Lords who were still discussing quietened down. In front of the long table, Celestial Venerable Ming sat on a black throne at one end. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments sat on the left while Jianghu sat on the right. Everyone. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, who was usually in charge of the human affairs, spoke first. The Dream Origin realm has appeared for more than half a year. Although Jianghu is the only one involved in the Dream Origin realm. However, many of the human experts in the Universe 4 have also been involved in the Dream Origin realm. Therefore we have gathered a lot of information. Together with the information exchange with the other forces in the Chaos Sea, we have a basic understanding of the Dream Origin realm. Today I will explain to all of you how to deal with the Dream Origin realm in the future. The Dream Origin realm is extremely powerful. But in reality, it should only be considered a corner of the upper realm civilization, which is the primordial realm civilization or something else. What we can be sure of is that although the Dream Origin realm is powerful, the native living beings can only live in the Dream Origin realm forever. They can't walk out alive. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments looked at everyone and then smiled. That's why we're the main characters now. Jianghu's eyes lit up. Actually, when he first entered the dream origin realm, he did feel the invisible pressure in his heart. But now he felt relieved after hearing it. Cage. These two words were very suitable for the state of the dream origin realm. That world was indeed a huge cage. No matter how powerful the experts were, they could not walk out and enter the Chaos Sea. No matter how powerful the dream origin realm was, the outsiders who entered from the Chaos Sea were the main characters. Although the dream origin realm is not comparable to the real primordial realm civilization, it is definitely much more powerful than the Chaos Sea. To living beings like us who live in the Chaos Sea, there are great opportunities and also great challenges there. The rules of heaven and earth there allow the existence of eternal supremes. There are even super experts who are stronger than eternal supremes. As long as we can cultivate eternity there, we will not be afraid of the calamity in the Chaos Sea. From another point of view, the dream origin realm is a base for cultivating elite warriors. The entire world is filled with battles. The core of their power is the army, an army that belongs to a certain deity king. Those armies are carrying out cruel screening and elimination. Once you enter, you will temporarily lose your freedom and have to obey military orders. You will have to go through all kinds of cruel screening. The death rate is extremely high. More than 200 heavenly venerables and Tao lords were involved in the first batch of Chaos Sea. However, according to the news I received not long ago, more than 120 of them have already perished. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said with a solemn expression. So many? That world is actually so dangerous. Previously, those who dared to explore the ruins of myriad worlds were all top experts. Most of them were universe realm Tao lords. Many of the upper echelons of the human race were shocked. Even Jianghu was surprised. Before the upper echelon meeting, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments did not reveal this information when he talked to him. Yes. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded and continued, there are many tribes in the dream origin realm. Other than the countless ancient tribes, there are many special ferocious beasts in the wilderness. Walking in the wilderness is very easy to be attacked. Those indigenous living beings know the safe route, but outsiders like us do not. So in just half a year, more than half of them have died. Moreover, so many of them have died before entering the army. If they enter the army, it is said that more than 95% of them will be eliminated. Only the army in the dream origin realm has detailed cultivation guidance above the eternal level. But based on the death rate, it can be determined that even if all the experts in the Chaos Sea enter, it will be difficult for even one of us to surpass the limit of celestial venerables and reach the eternal level. After Tao Lord 9 Firmaments finished speaking, the upper echelons of the human race fell silent. Originally they were very eager to enter the dream origin realm immediately. Now it was like a basin of cold water was poured over their heads. So many had died before entering the army. Once they entered the army and became celestial venerables, another batch would be eliminated. And the cultivation guidance from celestial venerables to the eternal level would not be easily imparted by the army. One could imagine the high elimination rate. It was very cruel. Jianghu was also silent. It was very difficult for others, but he was very confident. Because he had the experience points panel and the 8 clouds inheritance. However, the cultivation information behind the 8 clouds inheritance could only be seen by the original body in the dream origin realm. His avatar was still limited by the laws of heaven and earth in the Chaos Sea and could not see the information. Therefore, he could not impart the higher cultivation inheritance to the upper echelons of the human race. While everyone was silent, Ming Ming suddenly smiled and said, reaching the eternal level is an extremely difficult thing. Perhaps among us, only Jianghu has the chance to do it. So, in my opinion, we might as well lower our goal and become celestial venerables first. As soon as he said that, the upper echelons of the human race nodded in realization. Yes, reaching the eternal level was not that easy. In the entire Chaos Sea, there were only 2 eternal supremes since the Calamity era. Those who could become celestial venerables were already the top existences in the Chaos Sea. Ming Ming smiled again and said, our human race already has 2 super inheritances, 8 clouds inheritance and Qingyuan inheritance. One can reach Chaos Origin Immortal King and the other can reach Chaos Origin Immortal General. These 2 inheritances are probably the highest inheritances in the Dream Origin realm. The guidance to reach the Celestial Venerables is enough for us. Therefore, we don't have to take risks for the time being. We can wait and see. As time goes by, the secrets of the Dream Origin realm will gradually be revealed. Of course, if you really want to go, you can. But only when you have an avatar, you are allowed to take risks. Ming Ming finally warned with a serious look. That makes sense. Indeed, we need to be cautious. The upper echelons of the human race also calmed down and were not as fanatical as before. Although a real expert had to be fearless, he could not be too reckless and disregard his own life. Jiang Xi also nodded and agreed with Ming's words. After all, according to his experience in the past 6 months, there were no inheritances in the tribes of the Dream Origin realm. If one wanted to become an expert, he had to join the army. This was the iron law of the entire Dream Origin realm. Only the army would have profound inheritances above celestial venerables. Even if the tribal warriors obtained inheritances in the army, they would not dare to impart them in the tribe. As for joining the army, it was too dangerous. The deaths of the first batch of experts who were sucked into the Dream Origin realm was the best proof. The upper echelons of the human race were now awake. Inheritances? There were profound inheritances in the army and detailed guidance to reach the eternal realm. But could they survive the heavy screening of the army and survive to the end? Treasures? There were indeed many treasures in the army. Even level 7 treasures were only standard equipment for celestial venerables. But how many celestial venerables were there in the Chaos Sea? Only a little over 100. Even if all of them joined the army, according to the 90% elimination rate, only a little over a dozen could join the army. And then only for standard equipment? Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. It was too cruel. No hurry. We can enter at any time. So what if the indigenous creatures in the Dream Origin realm are powerful? They will never come out. Those indigenous creatures don't know that their godly king is probably long gone. Now, the common view in the Chaos Sea was that the Dream Origin realm was a corner of the primordial realm civilization, or a universe created by the godly king. It was just like the miniature universe of celestial venerables, only bigger. All the superpowers in the Chaos Sea felt their own weakness. They could only tell themselves that they were the protagonists and the creatures inside were prisoners. They comforted themselves with this way of thinking so that they would not lose their mental balance. After all, they were all the top beings in the Chaos Sea. In the Dream Origin realm, they became the most ordinary experts. This kind of huge psychological gap was hard for every powerhouse to accept for a while. Dream Origin realm Tai Ming tribe. Mountain Sea, hurry up. We are leaving. Tai Yin shouted at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi was saying goodbye to some friends he had made in the past 6 months. Then he followed Tai Yin to the gathering place. You must come back. Alian, trust me. I will come back alive. I will come back. Don't come back until you become a celestial venerable. There were already many people at the gathering place. There were tens of thousands of people from the Tai Ming tribe. Some of them were family members, some were friends, and some were children with expectant eyes. Even the children in the Dream Origin realm were no exception. They all wanted to join the army. However, the minimum requirement to join the army was to become a Tao Lord. Come up quickly. A celestial venerable in red armor roared. His armor was full of scars as if it had gone through countless fierce battles. Above him, a crimson battleship was floating. The ancient battleship was emitting a powerful aura. Jiang Xi looked up. He had already recognized that it was a 7th-level flying true treasure. Uncle Tai Di made great contributions in the army, so he got a precious flying true treasure. With this battleship, we will be much safer on our way to the army. When I join the army, I want a powerful flying true treasure too. Tai Yin looked very excited. Our goal is too small. We should get something better than this. Jiang Xi said with a smile. Yes, something better? Tai Yin nodded excitedly. The Empyrean powerhouse who was gathering the tribe's warriors turned his head and slapped Tai Yan's shoulder, causing Tai Yan's body to tremble. Well said, Tai Yan. When you join the army, you must do better than me. You are one of the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Tai Ming tribe. Don't embarrass the Tai Ming tribe in the army. Celestial Venerable Tai Di said with a smile. Yes, Uncle D. Tai Yin hurriedly responded. Riverward, who was watching from the side, was shocked. Very strong. The Celestial Venerable Tai Di's slap had reached the limit of a Celestial Venerable. It was not much different from Celestial Venerable Ming. To be able to survive the cruel selection of the army and be rewarded, it was indeed not easy. Let's go. Get on the battleship. Tai Yin called out to Jiang Xi and the two of them entered the battleship together. The powerful warriors of the Tai Ming tribe also followed in. They were all filled with excitement and endless fighting spirit. Chapter 655. The warship's treasure space was simple and crude. Nearly 1,000 warriors of the Tai Ming tribe stood neatly in the space, each of them maintaining a height of 10,000 kilometers. Although some of them could reach a height of 100,000 kilometers, no one dared to act recklessly. This time, Nearly 1,000 Daolord warriors of the Taiming tribe will join the White Flame Army. Tai Di stood at the front and said loudly. Of course, apart from the warriors of my tribe, we'll also be going with an adventurous warrior, Shanhai. Shanhai is very powerful. I'm afraid none of you can match up to him. If any of you can match up to Shanhai after joining the army, I'll give him this warship. Instantly, the warriors of the Taiming tribe looked at Jiang Xi, not concealing their desire to fight. Jiang Xi smiled. They were treating him as a benchmark. Although he had sparred with many Daolord warriors of the Taiming tribe in the past half a year, these thousands of warriors of the Taiming tribe had gathered here. However, there were close to 1,000 people in front of him. They came from various regions of the Taiming tribe. Many of them were people he had never seen before. Why are you staring at me? Tai Yin, who was standing beside Jiang Xi, shouted, even I'm no match for Shanhai, let alone you. What? Tai Yin, even you are no match for Shanhai? The warriors of the tribe who were eager to fight Jiang Xi looked at Jiang Xi in surprise and admiration. The people of the Dream Origin realm were simple and honest. They respected powerful beings. You want to challenge powerful beings? Tai Di looked at them and shouted, little guys, I'm not afraid to tell you. When I was still a Daolord warrior, nearly 1,000 of my tribe brothers joined the army. In the end, less than 30 of them came back alive. Only 3 of them became celestial venerables. I hope your batch is stronger than ours. Instantly, everyone quieted down. Although everyone knew that the military was cruel, they felt even more pressured after hearing Celestial Venerable Tai Di's words. Celestial Venerables? Not only do we want to become Celestial Venerables, but we also want to become eternal paragons and powerful beings like our tribe leader. Tai Yin shouted with fighting spirit. Eternal paragons. Eternal paragons. The other tribal warriors also began to roar. This was their dream, the cultivation goal of every tribal warrior. In the entire Taiming tribe, only the patriarch was an eternal paragon. That was the goal of countless tribal warriors. Jiang Xi listened silently from the side. His heart was also filled with fighting spirit. Eternal supremacy? That was also his cultivation goal. Heavenly Venerate Tai Di smiled and shouted, let's go. Boom. The ancient warship instantly accelerated and transformed into a stream of light, disappearing from the skies above the Taiming tribe. The Dream Origin realm was filled with boundless aura. Jiang Xi and nearly 1,000 Daolord warriors of the Taiming tribe, under the leadership of Celestial Lord Tai Di, rode the ancient warship, alternating between teleporting and flying at high speeds. On the way, they had already encountered so many dangers, which made many soldiers who had not traveled in Dream Origin realm feel very curious about it. I've long heard that there are 3 eternal supremacy level beasts occupying the Tsangming mountain range and leading a large number of beasts. Celestial Lord Tai Di looked below. Even the White Flame Army sometimes uses the beast here to train their warriors. No wonder it's the famous Tsangming mountain range. He sighed in amazement. Jiang Xi followed his gaze and looked below. This was an incomparably vast mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. It could even be counted in light years. Amidst the lingering clouds, beasts could be seen faintly in the mountain range. Many of the beasts' auras had reached the heavenly venerate level. This was a terrifying force that was 10 times stronger than the Taiming tribe. 3 eternal supremacies. Jiang Xi was shocked. He now had a clear understanding of the division of forces in Dream Origin realm. There were 2 main forces in Dream Origin realm. One was the tribal forces and the other was the beast. Both forces were ruled by the army. The army was the true ruler of this world. However, in order to train the warriors, the army would still send some ordinary warriors to attack some beasts and tribal forces. Of course, this kind of training would only happen between Heavenly Venerate and Daolord level warriors. Eternal supremacies would not participate. This was the norm of the forces in Dream Origin realm. It had lasted for many eras. Next, the ancient warship moved forward. What Jiang Xi saw and heard along the way was an eye-opener for him. He was amazed by the number of powerful creatures in Dream Origin realm. Although he had a good understanding of Primordial realm through the basic civilization inheritance in 8 Clouds legacy, he knew that it was a world that was many times stronger than Dream Origin realm. However, no matter how strong Primordial realm was, his understanding of Primordial realm only existed in written records. When he saw the strength of Dream Origin realm with his own eyes, he was even more shocked. There are hundreds and thousands of heavenly venerates in Taiming tribe. There are probably more than 10,000 heavenly venerates in Tsangming mountain range. Jiang Xi thought. There are countless tribes and beasts in Dream Origin realm. How many heavenly venerate experts are there in the army? More than 90% of the experts in Dream Origin Realm were in the army. Due to the 7th rank flying treasure and the fact that Tai Di was an extreme heavenly venerate expert, they did not encounter any danger along the way. After traveling for about half a year, we are about to arrive at White Flame Army's camp. Tai Di looked at the distant horizon and shouted, "White Flame Army?" The warriors of the Taiming tribe also looked forward, their eyes full of fiery gazes. Riverward also looked over, only to see a boundless army camp in the distant horizon. It was like a giant beast crawling on the vast earth, faintly emitting a boundless pressure that spread throughout this space. As the warship moved forward, the pressure became stronger. White Flame Army's camp. Jianghu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The army in Dream Origin Realm was divided into Mountain Shield Army, White Flame Army, Styx River Army, and Green Wind Army. There were 4 armies in total, corresponding to earth, fire, water, and wind. Although the 4 armies were loyal to His Majesty the Deity King, there was also competition among them. Green Wind and White Flame are the strongest. The energy of myriad worlds' ruins is formed by the fusion of wind and fire. Jianghu vaguely guessed something. It's huge. At this moment, the warriors and Taiming tribe exclaimed. As they got closer, they could feel the power of this army camp more clearly. It was too shocking. The army camp stretched as far as the eye could see. Warriors with spears and armors could be seen everywhere in the army camp. The weakest among them was a Dao Lord. The Dao Lord warriors in the army, except for the lack of flying treasures, their armors, soul armors, and weapons are all 6th rank. Jianghu was also shocked. How many 6th rank treasures did these warriors have? They are really strong. It seems that the Killer Shadow Sword is going to be upgraded. Before being sucked into Dream Origin Realm, he had used the Killer Shadow Sword to devour many treasures in the Qingyuan tribe's treasure space. Now it had reached the peak of rank 8. The Killer Shadow Sword was a special kind of origin treasure embryo. It could be upgraded by devouring other treasures. However, as the level of the treasure increased, the number of treasures it needed to devour would also increase greatly. Naturally, it needed more treasures to upgrade from rank 8 to rank 9. Roar! A ferocious beast roared. Jianghu and the warriors of Taiming tribe looked over and saw an 8-legged ferocious beast in the long line below. It emitted an aura that was close to that of a celestial master. It was a half-step celestial master. Other than the tribal warriors, ferocious beasts from the ferocious beast forces will also join the army. Jianghu was not surprised. About a quarter of the tribes and ferocious beast forces in Dream Origin Realm would send warriors to join the White Flame Army. With such a large number of warriors and the strict selection test, the warriors who wanted to join the army would line up in a long line every day. Boom, 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 boom. As the warship of Taiming tribe landed, 2 other flying treasures on the surrounding plains landed almost at the same time. Obviously they were there to send warriors over. Come out, hurry up. Don't be slow. Hurry up. While Celestial Master Tai Di was scolding, nearly 1,000 warriors of Taiming tribe and Jianghu quickly arrived at the plains. Go over there and line up. Celestial Master Tai Di shouted, go line up and wait for the selection test. You little brats, don't fail the selection test. Under the leadership of Celestial Master Tai Di, who was familiar with the army, everything went smoothly. Jianghu and nearly 1,000 warriors of Taiming tribe soon arrived at the end of the long line. Uncle D, how long will it take? Tai Yin could not help asking. Jianghu also looked ahead. The long line was crowded with people. To be exact, there were also many ferocious beasts in the line. The army ruled over the tribal forces and ferocious beasts. Both tribes and ferocious beasts could join the army. It seems that there are nearly 1 million people in the line now. Celestial Master Tai Di glanced at the line. Then he said, based on the normal progress, it should be your turn in half a month. Wait, don't be anxious. Calm down and prepare. Don't underestimate the basic selection test to join the army. 2/3 of these nearly 1 million warriors will perish in the first round. Only 1/3 will be able to join the army in the end. Jianghu raised his eyebrows. This was a terrifying elimination rate. 2/3 of the warriors had perished in the first round of selection. It must be understood that these were all Dao Lords. Hundreds of thousands of Dao Lords. How many eternal experience points can I get if I kill all of them? Jianghu was envious. Unfortunately, he could only watch and not eat. This was also the main reason he joined the army. The army would often send warriors to conquer some tribal forces and ferocious beasts. In these battles, he could openly earn eternal experience points. Don't embarrass Taiming tribe. Celestial Master Tai Di shouted one last time before leaving to communicate with other celestial venerables in the distance. Haha, Golden Surge Tribe, your warriors are here too. They are all in high spirits. Timing Tribe is not bad either. The celestial venerables chatted and laughed. They were not in a hurry to leave. They wanted to wait for the warriors in the tribe to finish their selection test and see the final results before leaving. Time passed. Warriors from various tribes and ferocious beasts from various ferocious beasts' territories were constantly undergoing a cruel selection test. Roars, howls, and cries could be heard from the front. Clearly, the selection test to join the army was extremely strict. Jianghu was also advancing with the team. Just as Celestial Master Tai Di had predicted, it was indeed his and Timing Tribe's turn after about half a month. Next batch of 4,000. All of you come in. At the front of the team, a ferocious beast covered in crimson scales shouted coldly. The 4,000 warriors and ferocious beasts, including Jianghu and Timing Tribe, walked toward the huge stone arch at the front of the team under the guidance of 4 celestial venerables. Shanghai, kill with all your might later. If your performance is outstanding, you will have a chance to be selected into the special army. Tai Yan's eyes glowed red and were filled with crazy killing intent. Special army? Jianghu moved his eyes as he did not know much about it. White Flame Army is divided into many army groups. More than 99% of them are ordinary army groups. Among the 4,000 warriors in our batch, there might not even be one who can enter the special army group, Tai Yan explained. But you are very powerful, even more powerful than me. You might have a chance to enter. By the way, remember, when we enter, let's stay close to each other and take care of each other. Tai Yan grinned. After saying that, Jianghu, Tai Yan, and the 4,000 warriors entered the stone arch together. Boom. Instantly, space-time changed and they entered a vast and desolate land. The ground was covered with sand. Where are we? Jianghu immediately looked around. He could vaguely see that it was a desert with a radius of more than 100 million kilometers. Beyond that, there was only darkness. Even his spiritual sense could not detect it. This is the space-time domain. The Dream Origin Realm's control of spacetime has reached a perfect level. It can turn illusion into reality. Jianghu exclaimed in his heart. He and Tai Yan stood together. The 1,000 warriors of Tai Ming tribe also stood in position. Just as everyone was looking around, an invisible pressure suddenly descended and shrouded the entire desert. All the warriors and beasts looked up. They saw a three-eyed man in black tight armor looking down with his cold vertical pupils. Swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, 2 rays of golden light were shot out from his vertical pupils. After the 2 rays of golden light landed in the desert, they curved and circled around the 4,000 warriors and beasts. One on the left and one on the right, the 4,000 warriors were divided into 2 groups. The 2,000 warriors and beasts on the left were shrouded in a layer of red light. The one on the right was shrouded in a layer of yellow light. The invisible pressure shrouded the 4,000 warriors and beasts in the desert, causing their hearts to palpitate. Even Jianghu felt a strong sense of danger. The pressure was not strong, but it was a kind of pressure that came from the life level. It was high and mighty, like a giant dragon overlooking ants. Jianghu and all the warriors and beasts understood that the three-eyed man had surpassed the celestial master. He was an eternal supreme. An eternal supreme who is not afraid of the calamity? Jianghu looked up. He finally saw a living eternal supreme with his own eyes. Chapter 656. In the spacetime domain, the desert with a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers was shrouded in darkness. 4,000 warriors and beasts were divided into 2 groups. You are divided into 2 groups. The three-eyed man looked down and said indifferently, kill each other and kill any opponent you see. When I ask you to stop, the last one alive will enter the army. If you have the strength, you can use it to your heart's content. If you have exceptional performance, you will have a chance to enter the special army. Let's begin. The three-eyed man shouted coldly. Then he disappeared into the darkness. In the desolate desert, the warriors and beasts of the 2 groups were shrouded in a layer of red and yellow light respectively. At this moment, both sides were filled with strong killing intent. The creatures of the Dream Origin Realm were born as warriors. They were not afraid of fighting and killing. Damn it! Tai Yan shouted angrily. Jianghu looked at the thousands of warriors from the Timing tribe. Although they were together just now, there were still hundreds of them who were divided into the opposing group. No wonder Tai Yan asked me to stay close to him. Jianghu looked around again. Kill, kill, kill. Roar. The warriors and beasts of the 2 groups roared. They turned into streaks of lightning and attacked the opposing group. The warriors of the Taiming tribe had a tacit understanding. They would not fight with their own tribe's warriors. Instead, they chose to fight with other tribes' warriors or beasts. Everyone tried their best to use their strongest skills to kill every enemy they saw. Special army? Jiang Xi's eyes flashed fiercely. He already had a goal for this army trip. Firstly, he wanted to use the opportunity of the army to kill the experts of the tribes and beasts to gain eternal experience points. Secondly, he wanted to collect a large number of treasures from the army for the killer shadow sword to devour. Thirdly, he wanted to explore the secrets of the Dream Origin realm. It would be best if he could obtain the core inheritance of the army. Since the Dream Origin realm was left behind by a God King, the army with the highest strength might have the inheritance of the God King. Although he already had the inheritance of the God King Ba Yun and the inheritance of the God General Qin Yuan, no expert would think that they had enough inheritances. A new inheritance represented a new way of thinking about cultivation. This would be the foundation for him to cultivate to a higher level in the future. However, if one were to join a normal army, it would be extremely difficult to accomplish these three goals. If he wanted to join, he would have to join the special forces. Just like the army on Earth, there were special forces tens of thousands of years ago. The humans of the Tao Alliance, for example, would hold a 9 Realms Genius tournament every once in a while to select geniuses for special training. It was the same in the Dream Origin realm. The army here held the highest authority. They selected the elites from the Endless Army and nurtured them. Elite warriors were naturally more likely to obtain better treasures, inheritances, and other benefits. Boom. Boom. Broken limbs and blood of some experts flew everywhere and then quickly merged back into one. The experts of the two camps were crazily killing each other. Kill. Jiang Xi wielded the slaughtering shadow sword and charged at the red light camp's warriors and dire beasts. Whenever he saw a red light, he would kill. The sword light formed a river, whistling as it swept out. The spacetime of the Dream Origin world was extremely stable. Even though so many Tao Lords were fighting, there were no spacetime ripples from the Qi Gatherer realm. The living beings of the Dream Origin world have been fighting since birth. Coupled with the complete inheritance and cultivation system, the experts here are generally stronger than the experts of the various factions in the Chaos Sea. Jiang Xi thought to himself. He could tell at a glance that the warriors and dire beasts were at least Aeon Realm Tao Lords, but their actual combat strength was at Universe Realm Tao Lords. In other words, including him, these 4,000 warriors and dire beasts were all top-notch Tao Lords. Even Tai Yen was covered in gray light. Every punch and claw had surpassed the limit of a Tao Lord and reached the level of a half-step heavenly venerable. As a genius of the Taiming tribe, Tai Yen had a Tier 7 armor treasure. Kill. Kill. In a group battle, if one was not careful, the experts of the opposing camp would attack. This made the battle even crazier. However, they were all top-notch Tao Lords. It was difficult to kill them in one blow. Because experts of this level fought very quickly, it was normal for 2/3 of them to die in 10 to 20 minutes. Therefore, those who were weaker were very vigilant. They wanted to stall for time and wait for the three-eyed man to stop. Then they would succeed. Those who were weaker were cautious. Those who were stronger were fighting with all their strength. Especially the two who had Tier 7 treasures. They were showing their strength to the fullest. They wanted to perform better and fight for a chance to join the special army. These two were Tai Yen from the Yellow Light Camp and an 8-hoofed dire beast from the Red Light Camp. They were both half-step heavenly venerables. Brr. The 8-hoofed dire beast roared and charged at Tai Yen. Die. You're the one who deserves to die. Tai Yen roared and punched. Boom. Boom. The two exchanged a few blows. Tai Yan's head was hit by the dire beast's giant claw and he was sent flying. He immediately stood up and said in shock and anger, "Body explosion secret technique? My father is the master of the Crimson Swallow Wilderness. This is the secret body explosion secret technique of the Crimson Swallow Wilderness." The 8-hoofed dire beast laughed. This made Tai Yan's expression turn even uglier. The body explosion secret technique could double or even increase one's strength by several times. He was no longer a match for the 8-hoofed dire beast. In the distance, Jiang Xi pierced a warrior from the opposing camp with his sword. After seeing Tai Yan's battle, he shouted, "Tai Yan, let me do it." Boom. Jiang Xi charged at him like lightning. Tai Yan immediately retreated. In the short exchange just now, he had realized the power of the 8-hoofed dire beast. The 8-hoofed dire beast had a full set of Tier 7 treasures and had displayed the body explosion secret technique. Although there were rules in the army that forbade retired experts from imparting the inheritance of the army, it was not a rule if it was created by oneself. The Crimson Swallow Wilderness was a super force among the dire beast tribes. They had 9 Eternal Supremes. The leader of the Crimson Swallow Wilderness was a Grand Supreme. The so-called Grand Supreme was an existence that had reached the eternal limit. One step further and they would be a super expert in the chaotic prime realm. It could be said that the Crimson Swallow Wilderness was a big shot in the entire Dream Origin realm. Even if all the tribesmen of the Tai Ming tribe went up to fight, they would not be able to defeat him with one hand. Die. The 8-hoofed dire beast roared and charged at Jianghu. Body eruption secret technique? Riverward's expression was calm and relaxed. This was because the 2 ultimate techniques of the 8 Clouds Inheritance, 8 Lives, and Cloud Annihilation, targeted the body and the primordial spirit respectively. Among them, 8 Lives attack was a secret technique that allowed one's body to explode. The 8-hoofed dire beast could only increase the strength of his body by 2 to 3 times. However, the first level of 8 Lives could already increase the strength of his body by 100 times. Now he had cultivated to the second level. Although he had not perfected it, the degree of explosion was far more than 100 times. It was easy to deal with the 8-hoofed dire beast. Slash. Jiang Xi's figure moved swiftly. Whoosh. He went behind the 8-hoofed dire beast in an instant. Then the killer shadow sword burst out with vigorous green sword light, completely entangling the 8-hoofed dire beast. The first move of the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture's Heavenly Way Scroll, Life Reincarnation. Roar. The 8-hoofed dire beast's body exploded and broke free from the green sword light. Although it was not injured, it consumed a lot of energy. The battle in the desert was very fierce. As time passed, warriors and beasts fell one after another. The craziest battle was undoubtedly between Jianghu and the 8-hoofed dire beast. The 8-hoofed dire beast had a set of 7th-level treasures and a body explosion secret technique. If not for Jianghu, it would definitely be the strongest candidate in this batch of candidates. Unfortunately, it met Jianghu. No matter how it exploded and attacked, it could not suppress Jianghu. You have less than half the energy in your body. You still want to fight me? Jianghu was also very crazy when he fought. His figure flashed like lightning and was terrifyingly fast. Of course, he did not need to use his full strength to deal with such a battle. After all, he was an outsider. If his performance was too eye-catching, it would be troublesome if he was noticed by the higher-ups in the army. Who knew if the Dream Origin realm's attitude towards outsiders was friendly or hostile? Therefore he only displayed the fighting strength of a half-step heavenly master. It was excellent but not abnormally strong. Such strength was enough. Boom. The 8-hoofed dire beast was sent flying by his sword. It smashed into the desert, causing sand to fly everywhere. More than half of the energy in its body was consumed, and its strength was 10 times weaker. It was no match for Jianghu at all. Stop. A powerful pressure instantly descended upon them. If the previous pressure was high and mighty, it was gentle and did not give off a strong sense of oppression. This time, it was as if a miniature universe was pressing down on them. Boom. All the Tao Lord level warriors and beasts who were fighting were crushed to the ground. Jianghu was no exception. Under the pressure of an eternal paragon, he could not resist at all. Is this the strength of an eternal paragon? It's just a thought. Jianghu was shocked. The three-eyed man walked down from the sky and looked at the last remaining warriors and beasts in the desert. At this moment, 981 of them were still alive. The others were all dead. You and you. The three-eyed man pointed at Jianghu and the 8-hoofed dire beast. Both of you joined the Great Yen army. After saying that, he sank into the darkness again and disappeared. Haha, we survived. I joined the White Flame army. That guy with the sword is too terrifying. He killed hundreds of warriors and beasts in the beginning. Fortunately, he fought with 2G of the Great Yenchi Wilderness in the end. Otherwise we would be in trouble. The surviving warriors and beasts were extremely excited. Only a few were sad for the death of their companions. This was because they had experienced too many of their companions dying in battle since they were young. Moreover, there was a legend in the Dream Origin realm that death was reincarnation. Therefore, the living beings in the Dream Origin realm had long been used to death. Now they would only bless their companions and would not be too sad. After all, most experts were destined to die on the path of the strong. Only a few could walk to the end. Now 2/3 of them had died just by joining the army. The elimination rate in the future would be even higher. Quick, quick, quick. Move faster. A huge stone arch appeared out of thin air in the desert. The 3 celestial venerables who had brought them in at the beginning were shouting loudly. The surviving warriors and beasts did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly left this space. After all, the next batch of screening was about to begin. Both of you. One of the celestial venerables looked at Jianghu and the eight-hoofed beast. He said in a deep voice, "Come with me. I'll bring you to the great Yin army." Understood. Jianghu and the crippled eight-hoofed beast replied in unison. "Good luck, Shanhai." Tai Yin shouted. "Good luck to you too." Jianghu waved his hand. Just like that, he parted ways with this friend whom he had known for almost a year. In the army, such separation was too common, and individuals will had to obey the collective's will. Tai Yan's strength was still far from the requirements to join the great Yin army. Although he was considered an elite, he was not a true genius. Naturally, he did not have the chance to join the special army. Perhaps he might be recruited if he performed well in the future. However, at that time, it would not be the great Yin army anymore. It would be another special army. Jianghu and the eight-hoofed beast followed behind the celestial venerables. They flew in the boundless military camp at almost the speed of light. There's a spatial restriction in the military camp. I can't exceed the speed of light and I can't teleport, Jianghu thought to himself. At the same time, he checked his remaining experience points. Eternal experience points, 1,458 yuan. After cultivating in seclusion in the Qingyuan clan's treasure vault for 10,000 years, his experience points were almost depleted. In the previous battle, although he spent most of his time fighting two weasel, he still managed to kill over 100 warriors and ferocious beasts in the beginning. Many of the warriors and beasts who dared to participate in the selection were Universe Realm Dao Lords. In just one battle, he had earned more than 1,000 eternal experience points. I've earned so much in just one selection battle. What about the future? Jianghu was filled with anticipation. At this moment, a voice rang in Jianghu's ears. "My name is Tuatachi. I'm from the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness. My father is the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Master, the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Master." Jianghu turned around and chuckled. "I'm Shanhai. The four seas are my home." The eight-hoofed beast, Tuatachi, nodded. It also understood that in this vast dream origin realm, there were often tribal wars and murderous wars. Many tribesmen lost their homes and became wanderers. Of course, there were also those who were willing to wander around, in other words travelers, using this as a way to hone themselves. "You're very powerful," Tuatachi praised. "You're not bad yourself," Jianghu said with a smile. "The White Flame Legion has many special legions. The Great Yin Legion is only one of them." Tuatachi sent a voice transmission again. "There are very few genius warriors who can be selected to join the special legions during the initial selection. Moreover, they'll be assigned to many legions. This will cause the Great Yin Legion to only have the two of us as recruits in a short time. As for new recruits, they'll usually be looked down upon by the veterans. Therefore, Shanhai, the two of us have to work together in the future." "Work together?" Jianghu raised an eyebrow. "In the army there's nothing but fighting," Tuatachi said. "Time and time again those veterans who can enter the special legions are very talented. Moreover, they've long received the army's legacy. They've been cultivating and fighting for a long time. Moreover, they've been working together for a long time. They're definitely very powerful. If we don't work together, I'm afraid our days in the Great Yin Legion won't be easy." Jianghu blinked. He understood. Extremely powerful? That would depend on who he was compared to. With his current combat strength, only an eternal paragon could suppress him. No matter how powerful the Great Yin Legion's warriors were, could they be stronger than an eternal paragon? Chapter 657. The White Flame Army's camp was extremely vast. Jianghu and the eight-hoofed beast, Tuatachi, followed the heavenly venerate in red armor. They flew at light speed for a day before they arrived at a towering hall. The hall was bustling with activity. Warriors and beasts could be seen everywhere. All of them were extremely powerful and had a murderous aura about them. "Both of you wait here," the red-armored heavenly venerate shouted. Jianghu and Tuatachi stopped outside the hall. They did not follow him. The red-armored heavenly venerate entered the hall alone. "What's this place?" Jianghu asked Tuatachi, who was next to him. This eight-hoofed beast had a strong background and knew more than him. He would not let go of such a good source of information. "This is the White Flame Army Supply Center." Tuatachi shook his head smugly. Then he smiled and said, "The Great Yin Army Supply Center should be here. Look, many warriors are coming in and out. They must be here to exchange for supplies." "Exchange for supplies?" Jianghu pretended to be surprised. "That's right." Tuatachi nodded and explained, "All the warriors in the army are honed through battles. In these battles of life and death, a large number of warriors would fall. Naturally, that's for ordinary warriors. If the warriors of the Great Yin Army were to fight similarly dangerous battles, the chances of them dying would be lower. This is because the battles of our special corps are more dangerous than theirs. Similarly, our spoils of war are more valuable. We can exchange them for military credits. We can exchange them for supplies. The more military credits you have, the better your performance and the more benefits you'll get. Itachi's eyes shone brightly. You can even exchange for a squad of heavenly venerates as your personal guards. It's just that the amount of military merits required is also very frightening. Jianghu smiled. Personal guards of a heavenly venerate? Unfortunately, the natives of the Dream Origin realm could not leave. Once they left this world, they would definitely die. Therefore, what Itachi was after was completely different from what he was after. What kind of military supplies are there? Riverward asked. Legacies, supreme treasures, and eternal shards. Itachi sounded excited. Eternal shards. Jianghu was shocked. This was the first time he had heard this term from other experts. He had always thought that he was the only one who knew about this because it was converted from Eternal EXP through the interface. However, he did not expect Itachi to know about it as well. He could even exchange for eternal shards at the White Flame Army's military supply center. Jianghu even suspected that many experts in Dream Origin realm knew about it. Itachi smiled and explained, "You are a wandering traveler, so you might not know about the existence of the Shard of Eternity. My father is the Scarlet Swallow Desolate Lord, an eternal great paragon. He once told me that the essence of eternity is actually the accumulation of eternity shards. Tao Lords and Celestial Exalts could use eternal shards to improve their power as well. However, exchanging for eternal shards requires far too many military credits. Ordinary Tao Lords and Celestial Exalts aren't able to afford it at all." Jianghu nodded. Killing a Universe Tao Lord gave him 9 eternal experience points, which was equivalent to 9 eternal shards. Although one could exchange for eternal fragments at the military supply center, the amount of military credits required would be massive. Although everyone knows that there are eternal shards at the military supply center, there aren't many who have the strength to exchange for them, Itachi said with a sigh. Jianghu kept this in mind. This was unexpected news, but it could also be considered an unexpected gain. His experience points panel required experience points. Eternal experience points and eternal shards could be exchanged through the panel. To him, this was very valuable. He could exchange for eternal shards at the military supply center and convert them into eternal experience points to improve his cultivation base, Dao techniques and mystic techniques. This way his strength would improve even faster. He's here. Itachi suddenly looked at the entrance of the military supply hall. Jianghu looked over as well. The red-armored heavenly venerable walked out and waved his hand. 2 beams of light descended and landed in front of Jianghu and Itachi. Although you are only Tao Lord warriors, you are entering the Great Yin Army. Therefore your treatment is 1 level higher. You will receive a Tier 7 armor treasure, Great Yin Armor. This Great Yin Armor will allow you to live longer in life and death battles in the future, especially after you become a recruit. The red-armored heavenly venerable said expressionlessly. Jianghu looked at the Tier 7 armor treasure in his hand. He could not help but feel emotional. I've received a Tier 7 treasure just like that? It should be known that the appearance of a Tier 7 treasure in the Chaos Sea would cause bloodshed among the major factions apart from the 2 Holy Lands. Here he had just joined the Great Yin Army of the White Flame Legion, and he had already received a Tier 7 treasure. Naturally, the ordinary soldiers of the White Flame Legion did not receive such treatment. They were given Tier 6 treasures. Hurry up and put them on. All soldiers of the Great Yin Army have to wear Great Yin armor, the red-armored heavenly venerable said coldly. Understood. Jianghu replied. It's not as good as mine, Itachi said through voice transmission. Jianghu smiled inwardly. Others coveted Tier 7 treasures, but he and Itachi did not care about them. For example, the black armor he wore was transformed from the Tier 9-7 mountain. It was only natural that it was a Tier 9 armor treasure. Itachi's father was an eternal grand paragon. Although the armor he gave him was only a Tier 7 treasure, it was comparable to a Tier 8 treasure in certain aspects. Moreover, the Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Lord did not give Itachi any good treasures to train his child. It's indeed too eye-catching for me to wear a Tier 9 treasure. Perhaps an eternal paragon who knows what's good for me will recognize me. I can wear this Great Yin armor whenever I want. Jianghu sent a strand of his spiritual sense to the Great Yin armor. It's easy to get it to recognize me as its master. Jiang Xi quickly succeeded in getting it to recognize him as its master. Swoosh. The Tier 9 black armor on his body vanished, and the Great Yen armor appeared on his body. It was a set of fiery red armor. From the helmet to the boots, it was fully equipped. Tu Itachi, who was standing next to him, had also put on the Great Yen armor. The fiery red armor on this 8-hoofed beast looked rather ferocious. Following that, the two of them followed the red-armored heavenly venerate and set off again. Then, at a speed close to the speed of light, they flew through the military camp for a total of 3 days before finally arriving at a vast lake. There were islands on the lake. There were at least 10 million of them. The diameter of the entire lake was measured in light years. At a glance, one could see many silhouettes, each of them wearing fiery red battle armor. They're obviously warriors from the Great Yen army, Jiang Xi thought to himself. At this moment, the red-armored heavenly venerate shouted at the lake. These are the new recruits of the Great Yen army. They're in the 4th platoon's 3rd platoon. His voice reverberated in the boundless lake. After shouting, the red-armored heavenly venerate glanced at Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi. I hope I'll see you again. Swoosh. Then he turned into a streak of light and left. Soon after, figures flashed on the surface of the lake in the distance and flew toward them. They could not teleport in the military camp, but they could teleport in the lake. Soon enough, more than 20 figures teleported over and hovered in front of Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi. Some of them were humanoid while others looked like beasts. They sized up the two new recruits. Tu Itachi looked up and said loudly, My father is the wilderness lord of the Great Yen Chi wilderness. This is the army. Your father can't help you no matter how powerful he is. Among the 20 figures hovering in the air, a tall and burly man said with a stern expression, Both of you tell me your names and what you're good at. I'm Tu Itachi. I'm good with my body. My body can stretch up to 10 million kilometers. Tu Itachi said confidently. Michem, having a big body is an advantage. The burly man nodded. Then he looked at Jiang Xi. What about you? I'm Shanhai. I'm slightly stronger than Tu Itachi. I'm good with close-range combat. I'm more agile, Jiang Xi said calmly. The burly man had a pair of gray eyes. He scrutinized Riverward and Tu Itachi before he said, Your talents should be considered normal in the Great Yen army. However, our 3rd squad will be going on an expedition in half a month's time. You're unlucky to encounter a disaster-grade mission as soon as you arrive. The burly man shook his head. A disaster-grade mission. Tu Itachi was shocked. Jiang Xi, on the other hand, looked at the 20 or so Great Yen army soldiers in front of him thoughtfully. The burly man said, I'm the captain of the 3rd squad of the Great Yen Army's 4th squad. This is all the military rules and common sense in the army. You can figure out what to do on your own. Don't disturb your teammates when they're cultivating. As he spoke, he tossed out 2 white jade slips. Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi caught them at the same time. Go back and cultivate. Prepare for the mission. The burly man shouted. Understood. Some of the soldiers replied loudly. Some of the soldiers ignored them. Clearly, this captain did not have enough authority. Let me remind you that the disaster-grade mission is coming up soon. Both of you are unlucky. You should hurry up and receive the Great Yen Army's basic legacy. Learn as much as you can and increase your strength as much as you can. A crisp voice rang in the air. It was a woman who looked like an elf. Qinghuan, do you really think these 2 newbies can survive this mission? They haven't received the basic legacy and haven't gone through enough training. How can they survive a disaster-grade mission? The soldiers shook their heads. Then they teleported back to the islands on the lake. They did not bother to talk to Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi anymore. The captain and the elf woman exchanged a look. They did not say anything and teleported away. Only Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi were left in the air. It seems like we're unlucky. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Tu Itachi, you know about the disaster-grade mission? Tu Itachi said angrily, We're not unlucky. We're extremely unlucky. A soldier's life in the army is tempered by countless battles of life and death. These battles were all expeditionary missions issued by the army to attack the territories of the tribes and ferocious beasts. Among these missions, there'll be an extremely dangerous mission every epoch. It's a disaster-grade mission. Every 10,000 epochs, there'll be an even more terrifying mission. It's called a reincarnation mission. A reincarnation mission? Jiang Xi was shocked. It means that encountering a mission like that is equivalent to being reincarnated, Tu Itachi said dejectedly. Jiang Xi nodded. The living beings in the dream origin realm treated death as reincarnation. However, based on what he heard, a reincarnation mission that appeared once every 10,000 epochs was quite dangerous. If we were in an ordinary army, we wouldn't have to be afraid even if it's a reincarnation mission. Tuatachi sounded slightly anxious. However, in a special army like the Great Yen Army, a normal mission is as dangerous as a normal army's reincarnation mission. As for a disaster-grade mission, it's a disaster for genius soldiers like us. A reincarnation mission is even more of a nightmare. Even the veteran soldiers who have experienced hundreds of battles will die in such a mission. Tuatachi sighed helplessly. Relatively speaking, the survival rate in an ordinary army is higher. Many Dao Lord soldiers have been honed in an ordinary army for a long time. Their strength has become very strong. In the end, they can survive a reincarnation mission. However, it's different in a special army. A disaster-grade mission can kill us recruits. Jiang Xi's expression changed slightly as well. Based on his understanding, out of 100 soldiers in an ordinary army, only 3 to 5 would survive and retire. Based on what Tuatachi said, the survival rate of soldiers in a special army was even lower. It was no wonder the captain of Squad 3 and the veteran soldiers did not pay much attention to them. You two new recruits might not even be able to survive, so who would want to waste their time on you? It could only be said that the selection system set by the godly king of the Dream Origin realm was too cruel and crazy. Just like raising goo, it was only to select the strongest elite soldiers. Of course, although the missions in a special army are more dangerous, Tuatachi's eyes were filled with madness. The legacies we can obtain are more precious. It's easier for us to obtain stronger treasures and eternal fragments. Almost all the eternal supremes in our Dream Origin realm were trained from the Special Corps. An ordinary army is destined to be ordinary for life. Tuatachi's tone was filled with desire as he spoke. My father is the Wilderness Lord of Scarlet Swallow, the great eternal paragon. Of course, I want to be as strong as my father. I might even be stronger and become a divine general. Jiang Xi smiled but did not say anything. He felt that this eternal second generation was quite interesting. Let's go. We'll choose an island to stay on for the time being. Jiang Xi did not give Tuatachi a chance to speak. Although the information in the jade slip given by the captain was complicated, it was not much. It introduced the general rules and general knowledge. With Jiang Xi and Tuatachi's strength, they naturally grasped it easily according to the information in the jade slip. This lake was the Great Yen Army's camp. The Great Yen Army was divided into 4 brigades. They occupied the north, south, east, and west of the lake respectively. The 4th brigade that they were assigned to had a total of 9 squads. All of them were stationed in the northern district. Then each team was given an area. In this area, they could choose any ownerless island to use as their own cultivation area. Boom. Jiang Xi immediately teleported to the 4th Brigade's 3rd Squad's camp and found an ownerless island. With a wave of his hand, he condensed a stone house on the island and set up a formation. Then he settled down temporarily. Now I've successfully joined the army and the special army. As long as I pass the so-called disaster-level missions, I'll be able to obtain eternal EXP and military merits through the many expeditions. Then I'll exchange for treasures, legacies, and eternal fragments. Jiang Xi's goal was clear. Of course, before that, I'll take a look at the Great Yen Army's basic legacies. Then he teleported away. Chapter 658. The basic legacies of the Great Yen Army were on the island at the center of the lake. Swoosh. Riverward teleported twice in a row and arrived at this island from his residence. There were stone pillars on the island, and a jade scroll was placed on top of each stone pillar. At this moment, the 8-hoofed beast, Tuatachi, was receiving the legacies here. He had shrunk his body and was standing before a stone pillar. He held a jade slip in his hand and looked at it. Shanghai. Tuatachi sensed the commotion and immediately opened his eyes. With a flash, he appeared before Jiang Xi. Why are you only here now? The disaster-level mission is almost here, but you don't seem to be in a hurry. We have to hurry up and learn the basic legacies. Tuatachi reminded Lu Zhou. Although these are basic legacies, many of them can't be passed down to me by my father. They're very precious. For example, in an ordinary army, each legacy has to be exchanged with military merit points. Only special troops like us can obtain the basic inheritance for free as soon as we enter. However, the more profound ones have to be exchanged with military merit points. Hurry up. I'll continue comprehending them, Tuatachi said. He did not say anything else and hastily looked at the jade slips on the stone pillars. Jiang Xi shook his head with a smile. Then he looked at the stone pillars. There were 108 stone pillars on the island. Naturally, there were 108 basic legacy jade slips. It's too troublesome to check them one by one. With a thought, his spiritual consciousness spread out and seeped into each jade slip. Instantly, a large amount of information surged into his mind. Close combat, weapon refinement, nascent divinity, body, combined attacks. After categorizing them, the information of these inheritances shocked Riverward greatly. He had thought these basic legacies that could be obtained for free would be ordinary. However, after looking through them, he discovered that they were not simple. They were very practical. There were many combat techniques, combined attacks, body eruption secret techniques, nascent divinity eruption secret techniques, and so on. They were very helpful in increasing one's combat strength. However, these were only suitable for Universe Realm Dao Lords. There was nothing else. For example, the body eruption secret technique was only at the first tier. Even if he cultivated it to perfection, he could only increase his body's eruption by 3 times. If he wanted to obtain more legacies, he would have to exchange his military merit points at the Quartermaster Hall soon. Jianghu had memorized all 108 basic inheritances and made a comparison. Compared to the core inheritance of the 8 Clouds legacy, it was naturally much weaker. However, compared to the hundreds of millions of outer legacies of the 8 Clouds legacy, these 108 basic legacies were definitely the best. Compared to the basic stage of the Qingyuan inheritance, its value was not inferior. According to Jianghu's understanding of the primordial realm civilization, any powerful super heritage would not be easily imparted to the outside world. It was rarely circulated in the outside world. Therefore, every super inheritance that could be cultivated to the chaotic prime realm, even the lowest chaotic prime divine general level, was extremely rare. If there was a continuation to the basic inheritance of the Great Yen army that he had obtained today, it would definitely be a super inheritance that could allow him to cultivate to the Chaos Origin Divine General Realm. However, Jianghu knew that if he wanted to obtain more information about this military inheritance, he would need a huge amount of merit points. I have the complete set of 8 Clouds Legacy and Qingyuan Legacy, so I don't really need the legacy of the army. Moreover, among these 108 basic inheritances, there are explosive mystic techniques for one's body and essence soul. After learning these, I can use the explosive techniques of 8 Lives and Cloud Extinguisher. Although I can only reveal a very small part of them, it's enough to deal with many dangerous situations, Jianghu thought to himself. The Dream Origin Realm's control over legacies is very strict. If I directly use these 2 ultimate techniques, I might attract the army's attention. It will be troublesome then. This was one of the benefits he had obtained from obtaining the basic inheritance of the army. At the same time, in the human territory of the 4th universe, Jianghu's avatar and Dao Lord 9 Clouds met in the Skyspan Mountain River painting. Master, these are some of the basic inheritances I obtained from the White Flame Army. The explosive mystic techniques for one's body and essence soul, as well as some joint attack techniques, are very useful to us humans. Jianghu waved his hand and the 108 basic inheritances appeared. Explosive mystic techniques for one's body and essence soul? Dao Lord 9 Clouds immediately identified the 2 most valuable mystic techniques. Master, you have good eyesight. Such explosive techniques can only be created by super experts at the primordial chaos realm. They are very precious, said Jianghu with a smile. Then he solemnly exhorted, however, Master, you must remember that once you enter the Dream Origin realm, you must not use these special techniques that can only be created by super experts. Otherwise, you will be investigated by the army. If you are unable to explain the origins of these inheritances, your life might be in danger. The Dream Origin Realm's control over legacies is very strict. I understand. Dao Lord 9 Clouds nodded and said, however, you have to be careful. According to the information I received, many factions have already sent the second batch of experts into the Dream Origin Realm. However, the death rate is still very high. For example, the Heavenly Feather race of the First Universe had experts who entered the army. However, they were killed in the army camp after passing the selection test. There are very few Chaos Sea experts who can survive in the army. Jianghu smiled gently. Heavenly Feather race experts were killed in the army camp? How pitiful. According to his understanding of the military rules and common sense, the management of the ordinary armies in the Dream Origin realm was very lax. To be precise, it was deliberately done by the army's upper echelons. For example, in the Special Army, soldiers were forbidden from killing each other. There shouldn't be many experts in the entire Chaos Sea who can enter the Dream Origin realm who can join the Special Army, right? Jianghu thought to himself. This was his advantage and also his opportunity. After all, Only in the special army could he have the opportunity to exchange for better legacies, supreme treasures and eternal fragments. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Dream Origin Realm, White Flame Army, Great Yin Army's Dowlord Army Camp, Basic Legacy Island. Shanghai, you will be accepting an army mission tomorrow. This is a disaster-level mission. You have been cultivating the basic legacy for half a month. Have you gained anything? Tu Itachi flew over from afar. I have mastered the mystic technique of the body and primordial spirit, said Jianghu casually. How long has it been? Tu Itachi was immediately shocked. Then he sighed and said, that's right. You could easily defeat me without these explosive techniques. Your talent must be much higher than mine. It's normal for you to cultivate faster. Jianghu smiled. Let's go. Prepare well. The mission will be given tomorrow. I hope we can all return alive this time. Tu Itachi left the basic legacy island riverward did not stay any longer. He returned to his residence in the Great Yin Army. It was a quiet and secluded island. Late at night, he lay alone on the roof of the stone house. He looked at the night sky of the Dream Origin realm and waited silently. A disaster-level mission? I wonder how difficult it is, Jianghu thought to himself. It seems dangerous, but it's also a good opportunity for me to gain experience points and military merits. In the army camp, military merits were required for everything. Eating and waiting for death? Only death awaited him in the end. Other soldiers would exchange their military merits for treasures before each mission. For example, supreme treasures for escaping or some one-time use treasures that could unleash great power. However, Jianghu had just joined the army and did not have any military merits. He could not exchange them even if he wanted to. Naturally, he did not need to consider these. At the same time, in the Great Yin Army's Quartermaster Hall. Captain, the 18 of us only have 320,000 military merits left. What should we exchange for? This is a once-in-a-epic disaster-level mission. Captain, we have to exchange for more life-saving items. Outside the hall, Captain Inji of the 4th Brigade's 3rd Squad and a dozen other soldiers were discussing what to exchange for. A bunch of idiots. At this moment, another 7 figures arrived outside the hall. They looked at the captain and the others mockingly before entering the hall. This simple sentence infuriated Captain Inji and the other soldiers. It's Quan Zhu and the others. A bunch of fanatics. Let's see how smug they are. I don't believe they can maintain their good luck this time. Captain, if you ask me, we should give them a taste of our own medicine at a critical moment in this mission. Many of the 18 soldiers were filled with killing intent. Soon enough the night passed. Assemble. A loud voice rang in the camp of the 4th Brigade's 3rd Squad. Jianghu opened his eyes. A divine light flashed in his eyes. Is it starting? Swoosh. He immediately teleported to the island of Legacy. The lake occupied by the Great Yin Army was huge. Every time they went on a mission, the assembly point would be at the island of Legacy at the center of the lake. Mountain Sea this way. Jianghu had just arrived at the island of Legacy when the 8-hoofed beast, Tu Itachi, flew toward him from afar. Tu Itachi. Jianghu nodded. Then he looked around the island and saw many soldiers had arrived. Mountain Sea. I've asked around. Tu Itachi flew up to Jianghu and hurriedly transmitted his voice to him. There are 39 soldiers in our 3rd Squad including the 2 of us. The original 37 soldiers aren't united. They're divided into 3 groups. One group is led by Captain Inji and has 18 soldiers. The other group is led by Cheng Wan and has 10 soldiers. The last group is led by Quan Zhu and has 9 soldiers. A single squad is divided into 3 groups. Jianghu looked at Tu Itachi in shock. Tu Itachi lived up to his name as the 2nd generation of the Eternal Era. He was good at gathering information. It seemed like Tu Itachi had been prepared before he joined the army. He had only joined the army for a short while, and yet he was already familiar with his surroundings. In this aspect he was inferior to Tu Itachi. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Both of them quickly flew toward the island as they spoke. At this moment, more than 30 figures had gathered on the island. They were scattered all over the place. Jianghu looked at them briefly. Based on the way they were gathered, he could tell that they were divided into 3 groups. Captain Inji, whom he had met when he first arrived at the Great Yin Army, was a group. The kind-looking female elf, Cheng Wan, was a group. There was another group that seemed cold and crazy. The 9 soldiers were basically all beasts. When Jianghu and Tu Itachi arrived on the island, the soldiers of these 3 groups looked at them with hostile eyes. It was clear they were warning them not to get close. Both of them stood where they were and did not approach any of the groups. Tu Itachi transmitted his voice to them. The captain is fair and Cheng Wan is the kind-looking one. As for the three-headed beast, Quan Zhu, he's a bloodthirsty and crazy fellow. The beasts in our group listen to him. If this were any other time, these three groups might try to rope in the two of us. However, we're about to embark on a disaster-level mission. We've never cooperated with them before and we haven't practiced any joint attacks. Therefore, for the sake of their own lives, they won't let the new recruits join their groups at this time. Jianghu nodded. Everyone knew this. These three groups had been through countless life and death battles. Each group cooperated with each other very well. The warriors also knew each other's background. If they suddenly accepted new recruits, it would only disrupt their cooperation. Even the kind-looking Cheng Wan would not accept them. Shanghai Tu Itachi. Captain Inji looked at them and said indifferently, "You can only rely on yourselves in this disaster-level mission. Do you understand?" "Of course we understand," Tu Itachi said in a deep voice. Jianghu only nodded. "Very good." Captain Inji did not say anything else. In his opinion, the two new recruits had not undergone enough training. They had only cultivated the basic inheritance for half a month. They did not even have enough military merits to exchange for life-saving items. When encountering such a disaster-level mission, unless they were extremely lucky, they were destined to die. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One figure after another landed in the three small groups. Soon the soldiers of the third group were all present. "Let's go and receive this mission," Captain Inji ordered. Whoosh. The three groups of the third group, plus the two new recruits, teleported away. Once they were outside the lake, they could only fly. This was a sinister hall that was completely black. There were many reliefs of experts carved on the walls. The 39 soldiers of the third squad had flown for nearly a day before arriving here. They had just approached the hall when, boom! A beam of light enveloped all the soldiers of the third group. Instantly, a voice sounded in their minds. It was like a spiritual transmission, transmitting the mission content to each soldier. Mission location: Songming Mountain Range. Mission content: obtain 10,000 military merits. 1. Kill a Taoist Lord for 1 military merit point. 2. Kill a First Step Heavenly Master for 100 military merit points. 3. Kill a Second Step Heavenly Master for 1,000 military merit points. 4. Kill a Third Step Heavenly Master for 10,000 military merit points. 5. Military merit points need a corpse as proof. Mission time: must be completed within 10,000 years. Failure will be punished by military law. The mission description was very simple, but it made the soldiers of the third group change their expressions. Go to the Songming Mountain Range to kill a Heavenly Master or a Taoist Lord. This is big trouble. Tu Itachi panicked. The Songming Mountain Range. Although that place is not as good as my father's Red Swallow Wilderness, it is still a very powerful force in the Dream Origin realm. Although the three Eternal Supremes can't attack at will, the number of Heavenly Master level beasts there is terrifying. Who knows how many Taoist Lord level beasts there are? If we go there now, it's no different from suicide. Tu Itachi was really panicking. Before accepting the mission, he was quite confident. After all, he came from the Red Swallow Wilderness and his father was an Eternal Supremes. With this foundation, even if the disaster level mission was difficult, he could survive it. But now that he knew the mission content, he broke down. Jianghu frowned. He was also a little worried. The Songming Mountain Range was not a good place. Chapter 659. When Jianghu and the warriors from the Taiming tribe came to the White Flame Army, they had passed through the Songming Mountain Range. It was an incomparably vast and boundless mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. It could even be counted in light years. When he looked down at the mountain range from the warship, he could vaguely see many heavenly venerable level beasts in the mountain range that was shrouded in clouds. It was definitely a dangerous place that would make heavenly venerables tremble in fear. If it was a one-on-one battle without using the sky connecting tower, Jianghu was confident that he could kill a first step heavenly venerable. With some time he could even kill a second step heavenly venerable. As for a third step heavenly venerable, he could not kill one unless he used the sky connecting tower. However, the current situation was to kill those heavenly venerables and Tao Lords in the Songming Mountain Range. In such a big place, those beasts would not be stupid enough to wait for them to kill. One could imagine that once the 39 Tao Lord warriors of the third squad started killing those beasts in the Songming Mountain Range, the beasts in the Songming Mountain Range could easily send out a team of heavenly venerable level beasts to wipe them out. What's worse is that the requirements of the mission are too crazy. I have to accumulate 10,000 military merits. Jianghu was speechless. In the eyes of the army, There is no difference between a desolate-level Dao Lord and a cosmic-level Dao Lord. Thus, even the simplest Daolord-class wild beasts have to be killed, at least 10,000 of them. Dao Lords are the top existences in the Chaos Sea. However, in the Dream Origin world they are the most common ordinary warriors. Whether it was tribal forces or dire beast forces, before these ordinary warriors joined the army, they would be protected. They might be able to kill 8 or 10 beasts in the Tsangming mountain range. However, if they kill too many, they will attract the attention of the heavenly venerables. At that time they will be in danger of being surrounded. If thousands of heavenly venerables really come, I won't be able to escape even with the sky connecting tower and the 8 clouds pavilion. This was what Jianghu was worried about. After all, the Dream Origin world was not the Chaos Sea. There were too many heavenly venerables here. As the saying went, there were as many as dogs. When he was wandering in the Chaos Sea, he had encountered many situations where he was surrounded by heavenly venerables. However, there were only a few heavenly venerables in the Chaos Sea. In total, there were only a little over 100. But in the Dream Origin realm, hundreds of celestial masters could be easily gathered. This is crazy. The only thing to be thankful for is that those eternal supremes won't take action during the army's mission. Otherwise it would be suicide. There's no hope at all. Jianghu shook his head secretly. The army was the supreme ruler of the Dream Origin realm. All the tribes and beasts had to follow the army's orders. Under normal circumstances, when the army sent out a small team to attack a certain faction, the higher-ups of that faction would know that this small team was there to train. For example, their third squad posed no threat to the entire Tsangming mountain range. The 3 eternal supremes of the Tsangming mountain range definitely wouldn't intervene. As for the celestial exalts and Dao Lords below them, there were no restrictions at all. The mission is indeed very difficult. If we fail. Jianghu frowned. If he failed, he would be punished by military law. There was only one word to describe it: death. He couldn't even escape. With the military's authority in the Dream Origin realm, as long as the military gave an order, all the tribes and ferocious beasts in the world would help the military to kill the target. Of course, there was also a condition. If they had 100,000 military credits, they could offset the punishment of failing the mission and save their lives. However, 100,000 military credits was not a small number. Among the old soldiers of the Great Yen Army, there were probably not many who had this amount of military credits. At the very least, the third squad of the 4 brigades that Jianghu was in did not have it. Moreover, if they had so many military credits, they would have raised their strength long ago. Who would keep them in their hands? The 39 warriors of the third squad were all standing outside the Black Evil Hall, and they were all silent. Every soldier felt the pressure from the depths of their hearts. Everyone is clear about the mission. Captain Yinji looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "The mission has specified the location. In other words, the celestial exalts and Dao Lords we have to kill must be from the Tsangming mountain range when we return to submit the mission. The army will definitely contact the Tsangming mountain range to confirm whether our military credits are real. If the mission doesn't specify the Tsangming mountain range, we can easily kill those celestial exalts if we join forces. Then we can kill them one by one. It'll only take us some time at most. However, now that the mission has been restricted to the Tsangming mountain range, we'll be surrounded by the celestial exalts and fierce beasts if we make a move there. At that time, none of us will be able to escape. We'll definitely die." The tall and burly Captain Yinji explained the pros and cons. Then, he looked at the soldiers and said solemnly, "That's why I think we have to join forces this time." Join forces? The 3-headed beast, Quanzhou, sneered. He looked at Captain Yinji and the other 17 soldiers with a cold gaze. Then he sneered and said, "Captain, may I ask if I dare to join forces with you? Back then, I was only a new recruit who participated in an ordinary mission. I tried to curry favor with you and followed behind you, but what happened in the end? You used me as bait. If it weren't for my strong self-preservation skills and the treasures left behind by my ancestors before I joined the army, I'm afraid I would have died on my first mission. A captain like you wants us to join forces with you?" After Quanzhou finished speaking, the other 8 soldiers behind him also looked at Captain Yinji mockingly. Yinji roared, "In the army, strength speaks. Every soldier's strength is different, so naturally their status is different. You were just a new recruit and didn't know anything. How can you blame me? This is a disaster-level mission. More than half of the soldiers will die. How many of you do you think will survive if the 9 of you work together?" "Captain, you don't have to worry about that." The 3-headed beast, Quanzhou, sneered. "The 9 of us have lived and died together. We've already sworn that we're willing to hand our lives over to each other. As for you? We don't feel at ease leaving our lives in your hands. Hypocrite. Don't waste your time. Rope us in? I'm afraid you want to use us as cannon fodder at a critical moment again, right? The 8 soldiers behind Quan Zhu also roared. Quan Zhu looked at Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi and said indifferently, "You 2 recruits encountered a disaster-level mission as soon as you came in. Consider yourself unlucky. I'll give you a kind reminder. If Cheng Wan is willing to lead you, then it's fine. If it's this captain, then you have to be careful. He definitely wants to use you and send you to your deaths." Quan Zhu quickly finished speaking and finally laughed. "Ha, Captain, in order to not be used by you, we'll take our leave first." Then he led the 8 dire beast warriors under his command to a dimensional whirlpool beside the black and sinister hall. It was a vortex channel specially created by the army's powerhouses. It could lead directly to the outside of the barracks. The 9 silhouettes instantly entered the vortex and disappeared. Captain Yinji's small group, the 18 soldiers, were naturally furious. They wanted to fight Quan Zhu just now but were stopped by their captain. "Cheng Wan, what about you?" Yinji looked at the elf girl. "No need." Cheng Wan smiled and shook her head. She refused without thinking. Moreover, she turned to look at Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi. "You 2 recruits, this is a disaster-level mission. I can't help you. However, it's a long journey from here to the Tsangming mountain range. There are all kinds of dangers along the way. I have a rank 7 flying treasure. I can take you to the Tsangming mountain range. We'll split up there." "Okay." Tu Itachi hurriedly replied. "Okay." Jiang Xi nodded. "Let's go," Cheng Wan ordered. She led the soldiers under her as well as Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi. They flew towards the spatial vortex and left the barracks. In the end, only Captain Yinji's small group was left. Captain, don't worry about them. Without them, we can still complete this disaster-level mission," some soldiers said. The burly Captain Yinji looked at the spatial vortex and sneered. "Cheng Wan and Quan Zhu, how long have they been in the army? How many disaster-level missions have they completed? Do they really think every disaster-level mission is the same? This is the Tsangming mountain range. As far as I know, not long ago the Tsangming mountain range had a huge battle with the Whirlpool Lake. Therefore, the alert level is greatly increased. If we want to survive this mission, we have to work together." Speaking up to here, Yinji shook his head. "Forget it. Since they are so confident, let's see how many of them will be left after this mission is over. Captain has survived a reincarnation-level mission. How can Cheng Wan and Quan Zhu compare to him? Yes, I'm afraid they won't be able to live to the next era." The soldiers under Yinji were filled with confidence. This was because their captain's strength was the undisputed number 1 in the 3rd squad. He had lived for a very long time. These soldiers knew that their captain was a little selfish. However, when they encountered some extremely dangerous missions, following such a captain might result in a few of them dying, but at the same time, a few of them would survive. However, following Cheng Wan and Quan Zhu might result in complete annihilation. "Let's go," Yinji ordered. "Yes," the soldiers replied. Whoosh. This group of soldiers quickly left. On the other side, Jiang Xi and the others passed through the spatial vortex and arrived in the air above a forest outside the White Flame Army camp. The female elf, Cheng Wan, waved her hand and took out a rank 7 flying ship. Then she and her soldiers quickly entered the flying ship. Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi also followed closely behind. "It will take at least half a month to reach the Tsangming mountain range from here. Everyone prepare well," Cheng Wan said softly. Jiang Xi stood in the flying ship space and looked down at the vast land below. He was not worried that Cheng Wan would have any bad intentions. If they were in the army camp, he would not dare to act rashly. However, now that they were out of the army camp, he did not have to worry so much. The strongest of these soldiers in front of him was only a half-step heavenly venerable. He could easily kill them. Therefore he was at ease and boldly entered Cheng Wan's flying ship. At the same time, Jiang Xi followed Cheng Wan and the other soldiers to the Tsangming mountain range. In the White Flame Army camp, outside an ordinary army's quartermaster hall. "This is the quartermaster hall?" Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing, who had pointy ears and an extremely handsome appearance, looked up at the hall. "Zhuoqing, you've already received a Tier 7 armor treasure. Why are you still in the quartermaster hall?" Another Heavenly Venerable asked curiously. "Why do you care so much?" Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing turned around and glared. Then he said, "Wait for me. I'll go in and take a look." Then he directly rushed into the quartermaster hall. Speaking of Heavenly Venerable Zhuoqing, his experience along the way was quite legendary. Back then he was the first Chaos Sea expert to be swept into the Dream Origin realm. As soon as he arrived, he encountered a second-step heavenly venerable ferocious beast. He fought with that ferocious beast for a long time and learned the language of this world. But then, he was chased by a group of heavenly venerable ferocious beasts. Fortunately his body was very strong. He was close to a half-step supreme. Relying on his strong body he escaped that pursuit. Then he roamed the Dream Origin realm. A heavenly venerable was already considered an expert in the Dream Origin realm. After all, eternal supremes were overlords here. Usually they would stay in their lairs and not run around. Therefore, heavenly venerable Zhuoqing, who was close to a half-step supreme, encountered many dangerous situations along the way. But under caution he did not fall into any real danger. Instead, he got to know many heavenly venerables in the Dream Origin realm and gradually understood the general appearance of this world. Soon he understood that the countless inheritances and treasures in the Dream Origin realm were gathered in the army. That was where the opportunities were. So he joined the army. Although in the Dream Origin realm, it was basically Tao Lord level warriors who joined the army. But there were still some native living beings with high talent who could cultivate to heavenly venerable before joining the army. Such warriors were naturally more welcomed by the army. Correspondingly, the selection test to join the army was much simpler. Basically, only 2 or 3 heavenly venerables would be eliminated out of 10. And heavenly venerable Zhuoqing was strong to begin with. He casually displayed some of his heavenly venerable strength and easily joined the army. He even obtained a Tier 7 armor treasure. If he was in the Chaos Sea in the past, he would naturally be overjoyed to obtain a Tier 7 treasure by chance. But now it was only a Tier 7 treasure. How could he be satisfied? Therefore he went straight to the Quartermaster Hall, wanting to obtain more opportunities. This Quartermaster Hall belonged to an ordinary army of the White Flame Army. After heavenly venerable Zhuoqing entered, he felt a change in space-time as if he had entered another world. This looks like what Red Lotus told me before. Eternal Supremacy's ability to turn the void into reality? To turn an illusory space-time domain into a real world. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing looked at the extremely realistic scene in front of him and exclaimed. He saw a very prosperous space-time in front of him. A large number of warriors were exchanging items here. There was a golden figure in front of each warrior. Just as heavenly venerable Zhuoqing was wondering what those golden figures were doing, another golden figure flew in front of him. Heavenly venerable warrior, state your request. The golden figure looked at heavenly venerable Zhuoqing expressionlessly. Only then did heavenly venerable Zhuoqing realize that these golden figures were service staff. To be precise, they were similar to puppets. He thought for a moment and said, I would like to see the list of items that can be exchanged. Sure. The golden figure waved his hand. 3 scrolls were opened in front of heavenly venerable Zhuoqing. Inheritance, treasure, eternal fragment. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. He hurriedly opened the 3rd scroll. However, when he saw the information on it, his eyes widened and he smiled bitterly. What a loss. Chapter 660. Eternal Fragment, 100 military credits per piece, only available for special armies. That was what was written on the 3rd scroll. What a huge loss. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing wanted to roar at the sky to vent his frustration. His body was close to that of a half-step supreme, and he had once fought with Red Lotus Supreme. However, Red Lotus Supreme had succeeded in achieving eternity, and he hadn't managed to break through before the calamity arrived, so he was still a 3rd-step celestial venerable. In the end, he had no choice but to rely on Red Lotus Supreme's eternal universe to achieve eternity. Although he hadn't achieved eternity, he was the only one in the entire primordial realm Chaos Sea who understood eternity apart from the 2 supreme beings. Of course, this didn't include Jianghu. If he did, the 2 supreme beings wouldn't be a match for Jianghu. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing knew the importance of eternal fragments to eternity, and he also knew that celestial venerables and Tao lords could use them to improve their cultivation. However, even eternal supreme beings couldn't bestow such things to others. Therefore, in the entire Chaos Sea, he had never heard of an ownerless eternal fragment being circulated. Now he saw it in the army of Dream Origin sector. When he saw the words on the scroll, heavenly venerable Zhuoqing was overjoyed. However, when he saw the exchange conditions, he could only smile bitterly. Why should I join an ordinary army? Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing was depressed. His body was close to that of a half-step supreme. With such strength, he could easily join the special army if he performed well during the selection process. However, he was worried that if he performed too well, he might be noticed by the upper echelons of the army and risk being exposed. After all, he was an outsider. Once his identity was exposed, he would be in danger. Therefore, Heavenly Venerable Zhuqing deliberately suppressed his strength when he joined the army, only displaying the strength of a first-step celestial venerable. If I knew there were eternal fragments, I would have joined the special army. Heavenly Venerable Zhuqing smiled bitterly. It's not too late. If I perform well enough in an ordinary army, I can also join the special army. With my strength, it won't be difficult. He was full of anticipation. His miniature universe had been destroyed by the calamity, and he had long given up on the idea of achieving eternity. Now, when he saw that there were ownerless eternal fragments available for exchange, that idea started to beat in his heart. Perhaps he could find a way to achieve eternity in Dream Origin Sector, even without a miniature universe. The Cangming Mountain Range was an incomparably vast mountain range. There were countless ferocious beast experts entrenched here. It was a very powerful ferocious beast force. At this moment, in the outermost region of the Cangming Mountain Range, a black seventh order flying boat appeared out of thin air in a dense forest at the outermost periphery. Then one figure after another flew out and the flying ship disappeared. It was the small group of Jianghu, Tuatachi and Chenghuan. After everyone came out, they were very vigilant and carefully observed their surroundings. We have arrived at the Cangming Mountain Range. Chenghuan looked at everyone. Shanhai Tuji, let's part ways here. I wish you two good luck. The other warriors also looked at Jianghu and Tuatachi and gave their blessings. Thanks a lot, Jianghu and Tuatachi said. Among the three groups in the third squad, the one that the two of them liked the most was Chenghuan's group. However, this was a disaster-level mission, so it was normal for the other party to not bring them along. The two of them would not complain about anything. Let's go. Jianghu and Tuatachi transformed into streams of light and quietly flew into the forest. Teleportation would cause spatial fluctuations, and they might be noticed by the ferocious beasts in the mountain range. Therefore, they were very careful and only flew forward. Chenghuan and the other warriors watched as Jianghu and Tuatachi left. The two recruits have already left. It's time for us to take action. Chenghuan looked around. Clouds lingered as the roars of beasts could be heard from afar. Jianghu and Tuatachi, the two pitiful recruits, were at the outermost periphery of the Cangming Mountain Range. They were carefully hiding in a lush bush. Back in the Great Yanqi Wilderness, I could do whatever I wanted. No one dared to provoke me. But after coming to the Cangming Mountain Range, it's like this? Tuatachi growled unwillingly. Jianghu smiled and shook his head. This eternal second generation. Don't think about such useless things. We have to at least survive this mission. If we don't complete the mission, your father won't be able to save you. Jianghu said. Tuatachi nodded and asked, then what do you think we should do now? 10,000 military credits? There are many fierce beasts in the Cangming Mountain Range, but once we start fighting we will definitely be discovered. With our strength, the two of us can't even kill a first-step Empyrean, let alone complete the 10,000 military credits. Jianghu also frowned. Killing a first-step Empyrean was only 100 military credits. Did he really have to kill 100 first-step Empyreans? With his strength, he could indeed easily kill a first-step Empyrean. But in this environment, the fierce beasts in the Cangming Mountain Range might not give him the chance to kill 100 first-step Empyreans. Mountain Sea, do you have any ideas? Tuatachi was very impatient. What's the rush? Jianghu shouted. The mission's duration is 10,000 years. We have enough time to slowly search for an opportunity. The time is quite long, but I still can't think of a way to complete the mission. Tuatachi was dejected. Tuatachi. Jianghu looked at the eight-hoofed fierce beast and said, if you listen to me during this mission, we will move together. If you don't, then we will move alone. Tuatachi's eyes lit up. You have a way. As long as you have a way to let us live, I will do whatever you want me to do. Of course, I won't do it if you want me to die. We can think of a way. Right now, we need to understand the situation in the outermost area of the Cangming Mountain Range. Only then can we search for an opportunity. If we don't even understand the situation and start making plans, that would be stupid. Jianghu said. Tuatachi nodded repeatedly. Let's go. Jianghu shouted. In the following days, Jianghu brought Tuatachi to the outskirts of the Cangming Mountain Range and began to secretly investigate. Everything was done with caution. They had to understand the situation first before looking for an opportunity. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Whoosh whoosh. The wind howled in the mountains. Two figures that had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust were hiding in the bushes. It was Jianghu and Tuatachi. About 1,000,000 kilometers away, dozens of figures were engaged in a chaotic battle. Every one of them had the aura of a Tao Lord. Trash from the Maelstrom tribe. You lost last time and now you dare to attack us? Everyone, attack together and kill the trash from the Maelstrom tribe. A giant beast covered in scales roared. Next to it were 12 other beasts that looked similar to it. Kill these trash. Trash from the Maelstrom tribe. The group of beasts roared and charged at the group of muscular tribal warriors. The tribal warriors looked similar to humans, but they looked extremely barbaric. They all held huge axes and hammers and roared. Last time you lost in that Songming mountain range. Our Maelstrom tribe won. Brothers, kill these beasts. Kill. Nearly 20 tribal warriors were all laughing wildly, looking extremely barbaric. They were fast and powerful, and they fought the beasts one after another. Suddenly the space around them started to tremble. Turbulent energy formed a tide that wreaked havoc in the forest. The tribal warriors had the advantage in numbers, while the beasts had the advantage in numbers. It was hard to determine a winner in a short time. They're fighting each other in the mountain sea. Tuatachi looked carefully and transmitted his voice. Moreover, they don't have grade 7 armor treasures. This kind of battle will consume their energy quickly. I think it won't be long before someone dies. We can wait here and snatch the corpses of those vicious beasts. This disaster-level mission was to use the bodies as proof of military merit. Therefore, they didn't have to kill the beasts themselves. As long as they had the bodies of the beasts in that Songming mountain range, it would be fine. Don't worry. Jianghu frowned and transmitted his voice. We've been exploring that Songming mountain range for so long, and we haven't gotten any military merit. Tuatachi was very anxious. Don't worry. Think about it. We've been exploring that Songming mountain range for so long, and we found 3 battles. Jianghu transmitted his voice again. That Songming mountain range occupies a vast area, and we've only explored a little. We've already found 3 battles. How many battles are there in that Songming mountain range? Jianghu was very calm. Tuatachi was stunned. He thought carefully and said, tens of thousands? After saying this, he turned pale with fright and realized that something was wrong. Jianghu continued, moreover, you should have noticed that the other beasts in that Songming mountain range must have sensed the huge commotion, but none of them came to help. We didn't hear the Maelstrom tribe's name in the previous 2 battles. What kind of power do you think the Maelstrom tribe is? The Maelstrom tribe? Tuatachi understood and explained, the Maelstrom tribe is located in the Maelstrom Lake. It's a very powerful tribe very close to the Songming mountain range. The Songming mountain range is led by 3 eternal sovereigns. The Maelstrom tribe is led by 4 eternal sovereigns, while the Maelstrom tribe is led by 4 eternal sovereigns. However, because these 2 forces were too big, they rarely fought and killed each other. After all, once a war breaks out, both sides will suffer great losses. No matter which side wins, it'll be a Pyrrhic victory. Jianghu listened and nodded. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he asked, if these 2 powers aren't at war, will there be so many warriors and beasts fighting each other? No. Tuatachi immediately denied it. If there's no war, they'll restrain their warriors and prevent them from starting a war. Jianghu laughed and confirmed his guess. But now we've encountered 3 battles in a row. This means that the Songming mountain range and the Maelstrom tribe are at war. Perhaps this is the time when both sides are resting. That's why these Tao monarch warriors and beasts are fighting each other. What do you mean? Tuatachi asked. Since they're at war, let's think of a way to make the celestial venerables of both sides fight each other. Then we'll take the opportunity to collect the corpses. Jianghu said. Make the celestial venerables fight each other? That's too difficult. Tuatachi shook his head. It's indeed difficult to make a large group of celestial venerables fight each other, but it's possible to make individual celestial venerables fight each other. Jianghu smiled. He already had a plan. Listen to me. Follow me. Then Jianghu led Tuatachi through the bushes and headed to another place. The borders of the Azure Wave Mountains. Groups of Tao Lord warriors and wild beasts were engaged in small skirmishes here and there. Neither side had any celestial venerables. For these 2 organizations, these Tao Lord battles were a form of tempering for their own Tao Lords before the true end war. The celestial venerables would not easily intervene. After all, celestial venerables were the backbone of any force in the Dream Origin realm. Kill. Kill. Burly tribal warriors stomped on the ground and charged towards the beasts. All of them were Tao monarchs. If they were in the Chaos Sea, they would definitely be the pillars of the various tribes. However, in the dream origin realm, Tao monarchs were the most ordinary existences. Moreover, only a place like this could easily withstand a battle of this level. So many Tao monarchs were fighting each other, but the space was so stable that there were no signs of cracks. If they were in the Chaos Sea, the void would have exploded long ago. Boom. A Tao Lord-level tribal warrior swung an enormous warhammer, smashing a wild beast flying backwards. In the next moment, another beast pounced on him and knocked him to the ground. The beast's fangs glinted coldly as it tried to tear the warrior's body apart. Crack. Then a giant axe fell and chopped off the beast's head. It was a chaotic battle. The tribal warriors and beasts in this area were fighting each other ferociously. Retreat. Tribe ancestor orders us to retreat immediately. The warriors of the Whirlpool tribe suddenly received the order to retreat. They did not continue fighting and obeyed the order. A group of tribal warriors retreated as they fought. Then they entered a warship and quickly left this area. Only a group of beasts were left, roaring in anger. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Tribe ancestor orders us to retreat. Almost at the same time, in the outermost area of the Tsangming mountain range, the tribal warriors who were fighting or hiding somewhere all received the order to retreat. These tribal warriors quickly retreated and left the Tsangming mountain range. Strange. Jianghu, who was quietly moving forward, suddenly stopped. Why can't I see any of the Whirlpool tribe's experts? Yeah, it's too strange. It's as if they all disappeared. Tuatachi was anxious. What should we do? How are we going to carry out your plan? How are we going to provoke them? Riverward frowned. This was an unexpected situation that he had not expected. According to his speculation, there were tens of thousands of small-scale Tao monarch battles in the outermost area of the Tsangming mountain range. With so many Tao monarchs, the Whirlpool tribe would send at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of them. And according to the degree of protection the Dream Origin plane gave their Tao monarchs, there would definitely be heavenly venerables secretly guarding them to prevent any special situations from happening. Jianghu had sneaked in just now to find the heavenly venerables of the Whirlpool tribe. Not to mention heavenly venerables, we can't even see a Tao monarch now. If this continues, when can we complete the mission? 10,000 military credits. Tuatachi was anxious and helpless. Clearly he was very impatient. Cut the crap. Jianghu growled. This situation made him a little vexed. If the Whirlpool tribe really retreated and did not intend to start a war, his plan of benefiting from the conflict between the Sandpiper and the Clam could not be carried out. 10,000 military merits was a big problem for him. Chapter 661. Why aren't they fighting anymore? We found 6 battles between the Void World tribe and the Tsangming mountain range. Why can't we find any of them now? More than 10 figures were hiding in the grass. The leader was the captain of the 3rd squad, Yinji. The others were naturally the warriors following him. They had encountered 6 battles before, and they had waited until the end before finding the right opportunity to fight for the treasures. They had even disguised themselves as warriors of the Void World tribe to kill the Tao Lord beasts of the Tsangming mountain range. There were too many warriors of the Void World tribe anyway. Many of the Tao Lord warriors of the Void World tribe had never seen each other before, so they weren't afraid of being recognized. The beasts of the Tsangming mountain range wouldn't be able to tell if they were from the Void World tribe. They looked like humans at first glance. Then they were from the Void World tribe. Kill. Captain, what should we do? Yeah, should we continue to disguise ourselves as warriors and kill the beasts of the Tsangming mountain range? Some warriors couldn't help but ask their captain. Everyone was very anxious. Yinji's expression was indifferent, and he wasn't affected by this. He said in a low voice, "No, we haven't seen any Tao Lord warriors of the Void World tribe for so long. It's very likely that they've all retreated. If we continue to disguise ourselves, the experts of the Tsangming mountain range in charge of this battle will definitely suspect our identities." There were more than 10,000 small-scale battles before, but all of them suddenly disappeared. Only one battle is left. This abnormal situation will make them suspicious, and they might even send a team of celestial venerables over. At that time, none of us will be able to escape. Clearly Yinji was very calm. After hearing this, the warriors all nodded. Then what should we do now? A warrior asked. Wait. Yinji's expression didn't change. The Void World tribe and the Tsangming mountain range are fighting so fiercely. Even if they stopped fighting, there should be many small-scale battles. Now that they've all stopped fighting, it's even stranger. We can't act rashly. At this moment, in the sky above a wasteland 100,000 light-years away from the Tsangming mountain range, many towering figures floated in the air. They all had extremely powerful auras, and there were nearly 10,000 of them. They were all celestial venerables. Occasionally, some celestial venerables would fly over from afar. Behind them, a large number of Daolord squads quickly. A dense cluster of Daolord warriors filled the skies. Patriarch, all the Daolord squads that went to the Tsangming Mountain range to train, as well as the celestial venerate warriors that were secretly guarding it, have all returned. A third-step celestial venerate bowed respectfully towards the three figures at the very front. To be able to make a third-step Empyrean so respectful, he was naturally an eternal supreme. The Whirlpool tribe had 4 eternal supremes, and 3 of them had come this time. The 3 figures standing at the very top of the void were all exuding boundless power, affecting the void. In fact, the spacetime where all the tribal warriors were now in was the spacetime domain of their leader, the Eternal Supreme. Turning nothingness into reality, this was the technique of an eternal sovereign. The Tsangming Mountain range has provoked my Void Thread tribe many times. An icy cold voice that contained boundless rage resounded through space. Last time, those ferocious beasts dared to attack our Void Wallow tribe. This time, we'll let them know that the Vortex tribe isn't a tribe that fierce beasts like them can provoke. What we need to do is to use death to punish the Tsangming Mountain range. The cold voice was filled with intense killing intent. Punishment. 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 Instantly, angry roars resounded through the entire spacetime, and all the tribal warriors were filled with fighting spirit. Let's go. The tribe ancestor who looked like a towering giant gave the order. Boom. Over 1 million Dao monarchs and nearly 10,000 heavenly venerables suddenly disappeared along with spacetime. In a forest at the outermost edge of the Tsangming Mountain range, Jianghu and Tuatachi were hiding in the grass, deep in thought. Now that all the warriors of the Whirlpool tribe had disappeared, their previous plan to reap the benefits could only be abandoned. Do we really have to go deep into the tiger's den? Jianghu thought to himself. Going deep into the tiger's den was a last resort that Jianghu had thought of. This was also why he had brought Tuatachi with him in the first place. Wandering tribal warriors naturally wouldn't dare to go deep into the Tsangming Mountain range, but ferocious beasts could. He could hide in Tuatachi's treasure space and let Tuatachi go deep into the Tsangming Mountain range to look for opportunities to hunt down lone heavenly venerables. Although it was dangerous, it was definitely better than waiting here. What should I choose? Jianghu weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Once the heavenly venerables of the two factions started fighting, he could secretly attack and steal the corpses of the heavenly venerables. This was both safe and efficient. The downside was that the opportunity was too rare. Going deep into the tiger's den would give him more opportunities, but it would also be more dangerous. At this moment, Jianghu sensed something and looked up. He saw a black mass of figures suddenly appear in the sky above the Tsangming Mountain range. At a glance, there were more than 1 million of these figures. These figures were incomparably majestic as they stood in the sky. Each of them was more than 10,000 kilometers tall. When they stood together, they were like endless black clouds that covered the entire sky. Whoosh! Jianghu was stunned. His eyes widened. He had never seen such a shocking scene before. Although the White Flame Legion had far more Dao monarchs than the Black Cloud, the soldiers in the camp were scattered. The shock they gave him was definitely not as great as the millions of Dao monarchs. Millions of Dao monarchs. Experience points? Jianghu's eyes turned red again. Tuatachi also looked up excitedly. His eyes were filled with surprise. This is the war between the Whirlpool tribe and the Tsangming Mountain range. This is the real war, not the small skirmishes from before. The three at the front must be eternal supremes. Even such experts have joined the battle. This is definitely a rare war in the entire Dream Origin sector. Haha, I'm so lucky to see such a war. I've only seen such a war since I was born in the Scarlet Swallow Wilderness. I didn't expect to see it again today. Tuatachi roared like a madman. Rumble. At this moment the sky changed color and space changed. In an instant, everything in the vast Tsangming Mountain range disappeared. Including Jianghu, Tuatachi, Yinji, Qinghuan, Quanzhou, and the other warriors of the third squad who were hiding in other places. They were all trapped in an eternal spacetime. The outermost area of the Tsangming Mountain range was covered by a gray spacetime barrier from top to bottom. It was as if the entire Tsangming Mountain range was separated by an eternal spacetime at this moment. Turning void into reality. Eternal Supremes. Jianghu held his breath. This was the first time he saw a real Eternal Supremes in action. After coming to the Dream Origin sector, he was no longer restricted by the laws of heaven and earth in the Chaos Sea. He could already check the complete legacies of 8 Clouds and Qingyuan. From these legacies, he had already learned many techniques of Eternal Supremes. Turning void into reality was the most iconic technique. It should be known that the space-time domains of Tao Lords and Celestial Venerables were all illusory. However, Eternal Supremes could turn such illusory space-time domains into reality. In the Dream Origin sector, every Eternal Supremes was an overlord. If they were in the Chaos Sea, they could use this technique to create an eternal universe so that they and their tribe would never fall. At this moment, the entire Tsangming mountain range was completely isolated from the outside world. It was surrounded by space-time barriers in all directions. Idiots of the Whirlpool tribe, how dare you take the initiative to invade my Tsangming mountain range? A pleasant voice that sounded like the sound of spring water sounded directly in this space-time. For a moment, the space-time that enveloped the Tsangming mountain range fluctuated as if there were 2 space-times that were fighting for control. Rumble. A large number of ferocious beasts suddenly rushed out from the depths of the Tsangming mountain range. Many heavenly venerable beasts gathered in groups. There were close to 10,000 of them and they were roaring angrily. In front of these heavenly venerable beasts, there were 3 even larger figures. The leading ferocious beast had black scales all over its body. It looked like an octopus with many tentacles and a total of 9 heads. Each of them had a face similar to that of a human. It was beautiful and moving. She was Tsangming Supremes. In the legends of the Dream Origin sector, she had been ruling the entire Tsangming mountain range. She was an extremely ancient and terrifying existence. When Tsangming Supremes rushed out with 2 other Supremes and close to 10,000 heavenly venerables, then, a large number of Tao Lord level beasts followed behind them. They covered the mountains and plains and gathered into a sea. Then they rushed into the sky one by one. The final battle was about to break out. In a lush bush at the outermost area of the Tsangming mountain range, Jianghu and Tu Itachi raised their heads carefully and watched the confrontation between the 2 forces in the sky. Tsangming Supremes are extremely powerful even among Eternal Supremes. Tu Itachi transmitted his voice filled with amazement. That's why the Tsangming mountain range has remained standing for countless years. Even my father, Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Lord, was amazed by Tsangming Supreme's strength. She's in existence close to Grand Supremes. It's just that she has a strange temper and is hard to please. That's why no Eternal Supremes have been willing to befriend her for so long. Tu Itachi told Riverward all the secret information he knew. Then how did the other 2 Supremes of the Tsangming mountain range come? Jianghu asked. That's because. Tu Itachi laughed strangely. They were chased by their enemies and had nowhere to run. That's why they had no choice but to rely on Tsangming Supremes who have the worst temper. According to my father, he can destroy those 2 Eternal Supremes with a wave of his hand. Jianghu was shocked by his words. The gap between Eternal Supremes was so huge? On second thought, Jianghu understood. He was still a Tao Lord, but he could easily kill a first-step Heavenly Venerable. Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Lord was an Eternal Supremes. It was not difficult for him to kill an ordinary Supremes. Too sure, as far as I know, many powerful tribes and beasts only have Eternal Supremes at most. Could it be that there aren't any stronger than Eternal Supremes? Riverward probed. He was still not sure if there was a Chaos Prime super expert in the Dream Origin world. Stronger? Tu Itachi's eyes were burning with passion. The strongest tribe and beast forces in the Dream Origin world are only Eternal Supremes. Is there any stronger existence in the Dream Origin world? Yes. Tu Itachi's voice was filled with anticipation. Jianghu's eyes flickered. There really is. There are 4 armies in the Dream Origin world: Mountain Shield Army, White Flame Army, Styx River Army and Green Wind Army. The 4 generals in charge of the 4 armies are existences beyond Eternal Supremes. Tu Itachi added, we call them Chaos Primordial Immortal Generals. They are the most capable generals of His Majesty the Divine King. Jianghu nodded slightly. It seemed that the strongest power in the Dream Origin world was Chaos Primordial Immortal Generals. There should not be any Chaos Primordial Immortal Kings. After all, His Majesty the Divine King had disappeared for a long time. He might even have died. Otherwise, so many experts in the Dream Origin world would not be trapped here for so long. When Jianghu and Tu Itachi were hiding in the grass and discussing with each other through voice transmission, the Eternal Supremes of the 2 forces in the sky were also negotiating. However, the negotiation fell apart after a short while. Tsangming, you are too arrogant. You really don't want to leave any soup when you eat meat and bones? Do you really think that the 4 Supremes of our Void tribe can't deal with you? You want to drink soup? Then join me and be my subordinates. If I am happy, I will reward you. How arrogant. Then you're the one who's courting death today. Warriors of the Void Tribe, fight for me and punish these savage beasts. Along with the angry roars, the two forces in the sky started fighting. As the saying went, soldiers fought soldiers and generals fought generals. The experts of the two forces were rushing at each other rapidly. It's starting. Jianghu looked up at the sky. He felt that the two dark clouds that covered half of the sky collided and merged together. It's starting. Tuatachi was also very excited. The situation of the battle was ever-changing. It was hard to say who would win. Although the Eternal Supremes had a great influence on the overall situation, in such a situation where both sides were evenly matched, the low-level warriors had a greater influence. Because when quantity reached a certain level, it could make up for the difference in quality. Tao Lords were indeed weaker than Celestial Masters. However, when tens of thousands of Tao Lords attacked together, they could still make Celestial Masters flee in panic. Celestial Masters were weaker than Eternal Supremes? Even when thousands of Celestial Masters attacked together, they could still fight Eternal Supremes head-on. This was the Dream Origin realm. The complete inheritance allowed them to have more combat skills. Their bodies and primordial spirits could unleash explosive power. Thousands of warriors could attack together and so on. This was something that the Chaos Sea couldn't compare to. Kill. Roar. Kill. 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 The sky darkened. The Tsangming mountain range that was enveloped by the eternal spacetime was in chaos. In the clash between the two super forces, the ones who died the fastest were the Tao Lord warriors and beasts. In the face of some terrifying group attacks and the full-strength attacks of Celestial Masters, many Tao Lords were swept away and killed directly. They didn't even have a chance to struggle. Chapter 662. One after another, the corpses of Tao Lord warriors and wild beasts fell from the sky. Wild beast corpses. Tuatachi's eyes lit up as he watched the Tao Lord warriors and wild beasts fall. These are all military merits. He eagerly sent a voice transmission to Jianghu. Mountain Sea, hurry up. We can take advantage of the chaos to collect the Tao Lord corpses. Perhaps we'll be able to collect 10,000 corpses. That way we'll be able to complete the military mission. Jianghu remained calm. Although there are more than 1 million Tao Lord wild beasts in the Tsangming mountain range, it's impossible for all of them to die. It'll be good enough if 30% of them die. It'll take some time to collect 10,000 Tao Lord corpses. The risk of being noticed by both sides is too great, so it's very difficult and unrealistic. If we're going to collect corpses, we're going to collect heavenly venerate corpses. Jianghu concluded. Tuatachi grew anxious as he watched the wild beast corpses fall from the sky. Collect heavenly venerate corpses? Mountain Sea, you're too arrogant. How strong do you think you are? Every heavenly venerate is an important expert of their respective faction. Once a heavenly venerate dies, a specialized heavenly venerate will collect the corpse. They won't give you a chance to attack at all. Do you want to snatch it from them? Do you still dare to participate in a battle between heavenly venerates when two major factions are at war? Do you know that you're courting death? Tuatachi was both anxious and furious. Jianghu still shook his head calmly. How foolish. Tuatachi was truly anxious. During the selection battle, he'd seen that Jianghu could defeat him and that the recruits could defeat the two of them. That was why he'd followed Jianghu. Moreover, he'd planned to pretend to be weak and follow Jianghu. Once they encountered true danger with his life-saving trump cards, Jianghu would definitely be the first to die. He was confident that he could escape. However, he hadn't expected Jianghu to be so crazy. Two-Wei no longer dared to continue following Jianghu. If this continued, Jianghu would die, and he would most likely lose his life in the chaotic battle between Empyreans. You have no idea what a disaster-level mission means. If that's the case, then we'll do our best. I'm not going to accompany you, Tuji said angrily. Whoosh. He quietly left and approached the chaotic battlefield in the distance. Jianghu didn't say anything. He just shook his head gently. After joining the army, his only companion had left. This eternal second generation has never truly trusted me. Luckily, he didn't trust me. If he didn't leave, I wouldn't be able to harvest the experience points. If the final battle hadn't suddenly erupted, they would have left Tuatachi and the two of them could still work together. Now that the situation had changed, Jianghu saw a good opportunity to harvest experience. With Tuatachi around, it was naturally inconvenient for him to reveal some of his tricks. Traveling alone was the best choice. Next, Jianghu continued to observe the situation in the bushes. At the same time he began to change his appearance and changed into a set of 7th-tier supreme treasures, including armor, essence spirit and offensive supreme treasures. He obtained the Qingyuan clan's clan treasure trove. Among them there were 91 7th-tier supreme treasures. He didn't let the slaughtering shadow sword devour these 7th-tier supreme treasures. Instead, he kept them as the human race's foundation. He didn't expect that they would come in handy at this time. It's about time. Soon, when Jianghu discovered that the battlefield was in a stalemate, he had confidence in his heart and began to take action. There were 3 major battlefields in the entire Cangming mountain range. They were the most numerous and chaotic Dao Lord battlefield, the Heavenly Venerate battlefield with 20,000 people on both sides, and the Supreme battlefield of the 6 Eternal Supremes. Among them, the Dao Lord battlefield occupied the largest area and was very scattered. In the sky, in the forest, in the lake, in the great swamp, and so on, there were Dao Lords fighting everywhere in the Cangming mountain range. The battle of Heavenly Venerate experts was more concentrated, mainly concentrated in the Cangming mountain range's Cliff Valley area. Because there weren't many experts of this level, the Cliff Valley area was enough for them to fight. In this area, the Dao Lord warriors and fierce beasts all avoided this area, not daring to approach. After all, if one was involved in a chaotic battle of Heavenly Venerates, it was very easy to die. The Dao Lord battlefield. After Jianghu changed his appearance, he hurried to the nearest Dao Lord battlefield. He didn't choose the Heavenly Venerate battlefield first of all. There were very few experts on the Heavenly Venerate battlefield. The tens of thousands of Heavenly Venerates in the Vortex tribe definitely knew each other. There was no way he could disguise himself as someone from the Vortex tribe. Secondly, the entire Cangming mountain range was enveloped by eternal spacetime. He was sure that the 6 Eternal Supremes would definitely be able to pay attention to the battle on any battlefield. Even if he could disguise himself as a Heavenly Venerate expert of the Vortex tribe, once he killed a large number of Heavenly Venerate fierce beasts, he might attract the attention of the 6 Supremes. Jianghu didn't think that he could hide his true cultivation level in front of the Supremes. When the 6 Supremes found out that he, a Dao Lord, could easily kill Heavenly Venerates, they might investigate out of curiosity. As an outsider, Jianghu was most afraid of the investigation of the Eternal Supremes. It was better to be safe than sorry. What if someone recognized his true identity? Therefore, the Dao Lord battlefield was the best choice. He didn't need to expose too much of his strength to sneak into the Dao Lord battlefield and kill those Dao Lord fierce beasts. Moreover, it was safer. As long as he wasn't targeted by more than 10,000 Dao Lord fierce beasts, he wouldn't have to worry about being killed. Soon, Riverward arrived at a Dao Lord battlefield. Thousands of Dao Lord warriors were fighting against wild beasts. Boom, boom. Destructive attacks continued to erupt in this space. However, the space in the Dream Origin realm was too stable. The chaotic battle of thousands of Dao Lords couldn't tear this space apart. Kill? Brr. Scum of the Vortex tribe. The Dao Lord fierce beasts of the Cangming mountain range and the Dao Lord warriors of the Vortex tribe were fighting in a chaotic battle. In this way, neither side had the chance to use their joint attacks. When Riverward saw this scene, he felt even more assured. Kill. Kill the trash of the Cangming mountain range. He put on an act and let out a loud roar, then suddenly shot out of the nearby forest and charged towards the nearest Dao Lord wild beast. Brr. Even if that 2-headed fierce beast had 7 or 8 more heads, it would never think that the person pouncing at it wasn't a warrior of the Vortex tribe. Swoosh. A green sword light pierced through the beast's huge head. You killed an Eon-level Dao Lord. Eternal experience points +6. At the same time, Jianghu waved his hand and put away the corpse as if there was no one else around. He also put away the corpses of the other fierce beasts around him. 10 military merits obtained. The corpse of a Dao Lord fierce beast was worth 1 military merit regardless of level. Whether it was a desolate level Dao Lord or the strongest universe level Dao Lord, they were all worth 1 military merit. Kill. Kill all the trash of the Cangming mountain range. Jianghu moved quickly and pounced on the other Dao Lord fierce beasts. Puchi. Another ferocious beast fell. You killed a universe level Dao Lord. Eternal experience points +9. At the same time he took away more than 10 fierce beast corpses. Brother, you're fierce. Beside him, a Vortex tribe Dao Lord warrior praised loudly. You're fierce too. Jianghu gave him a thumbs up and turned to continue killing the other Dao Lord fierce beasts. It was obvious that his disguise was very successful in such an extremely chaotic battle. Apart from the 6 Supremes who might have discovered him, the warriors below couldn't possibly discover that he was an imposter. I only displayed the combat strength of a first-step heavenly venerable. There's no lack of such genius warriors in the various special legions of the White Flame Army. Therefore, even if they discover that I'm an imposter, these supremes won't care too much. Jianghu was very confident. According to the rules set by the army, the eternal supremes of the Dream Origin realm couldn't interfere with such training missions issued by the army. Just like that, Jianghu killed the Tao Lord Fierce Beasts while collecting the corpses of the Fierce Beasts on the battlefield. Not many tribal warriors suspected his purpose of collecting the corpses. After all, there were many experts with strange fetishes. Even if someone suspected him, Jianghu would just casually say something and then find an opportunity to leave and go to the next battlefield. There were battles everywhere in the Tsangming mountain range. There were too many Tao Lord battlefields of various sizes. While Jianghu was crazily killing the various Tao Lord battlefields, the captain of the 3rd Squad, Ji, was waiting for an opportunity with a dozen warriors in the heavenly venerable battlefield in the Cliff Break Valley. They were hiding in a relatively secluded bush outside the heavenly venerable battlefield. Captain is so amazing. Captain can easily obtain a heavenly venerable corpse in such a terrifying heavenly venerable battlefield. Amazing. It looks easy for Captain. If it were me, I would have died directly. These warriors were talking to each other through voice transmission, praising their captain Ji. Just now, Ji had displayed his strength and obtained a heavenly venerable fierce beast corpse in the Tsangming mountain range. First of all, they really admired their captain's strength. Second, they naturally hoped that their captain would snatch more heavenly venerable fierce beast corpses to help them complete their mission. Alright. The captain Ji enjoyed the praises for a while before shouting, "Alright." The other warriors might not know, but he knew very well how dangerous it was just now. Not twice. Ji's gaze swept over the warriors, directly cutting off their hopes. He said coldly, "The heavenly venerable battlefield is full of heavenly venerables. The Tao Lords of the Maelstrom tribe and the Tsangming mountain range didn't come close. I suddenly rushed in to snatch a corpse, which was unexpected. They were unprepared, which gave me a chance. If I rush in now, I'll definitely attract attacks. If I'm surrounded by several heavenly venerables?" Ji shook his head. He had experienced too many missions, many military missions, and even a reincarnation-level mission. Thus, he knew very well that he should act at the critical moment. But the bottom line was that he couldn't put himself in a desperate situation and had to complete his mission first. As for the warriors following him, he could only slowly help them later. "Captain?" The warriors all looked at Ji. "Don't worry, I won't not help you." Ji transmitted, "If I didn't want to help you, I would have left you behind and acted on my own. Now we have to wait. When the opportunity comes, listen to everything I say. I'll naturally help you with all my strength." "Captain, just give the order. We'll definitely obey." Although the 17 warriors said that, they were worried in their hearts. 10,000 military credits. If they were all Tao Lord beast corpses, they would need 10,000. Collecting heavenly venerable beast corpses was much less. One-step heavenly venerable corpses were worth 100 military credits, so they needed 100. Two-step heavenly venerable corpses were worth 1,000 military credits, so they needed 10. Third-step heavenly venerable corpses were worth 10,000 military credits, so they only needed 1. However, it was very difficult for a third-step heavenly venerable to die. It was completely dependent on luck. Moreover, it required extremely heaven-defying luck. Thus, they could only collect first-step and second-step heavenly venerable beast corpses. This was also very difficult. Moreover, they had a total of 18 warriors including the captain. Even if they all collected first-step heavenly venerable corpses, they would still need 1,800. Could this heavenly venerable battlefield have so many heavenly venerable beasts? Even if it could, would the Tsangming mountain range give them a chance to collect them? Thinking of this, many warriors wanted to retreat, wanting to go to the Tao Lord battlefield and try their luck. Captain Ji glanced at them and didn't say anything, but he sneered in his heart. He was also a new recruit, so he naturally knew what his warriors were thinking. "With you cannon fodder here, once I'm surrounded by heavenly venerables, I'll still have a chance to escape," Ji thought to himself. In terms of craziness, the war between the Vortex tribe and the Tsangming mountain range was still at the Tao Lord level. This was an extremely crazy war. The total number of Tao Lords in both organizations was close to 3 million. Like a meat grinder, many weaker Tao Lords or Tao Lords with weaker defenses quickly perished. In just 3 months, nearly 1 million Tao Lords had perished. This was a form of training, a form of selection. As long as they could endure this terrifying trial, some Tao Lord warriors would quickly break through to become heavenly venerables. That idiot Mountain Sea still wants to snatch the heavenly venerable corpses? Does he really think those heavenly venerables are just decorations? Tu Ji mixed in with the Tsangming Mountain Range team and also looked for opportunities in the various Dao Lord battlefields. Kill the bastards of the Vortex tribe. He mimicked the wild beasts of the Tsangming Mountain Range and constantly roared. There were other wild beasts nearby that also roared and attacked the Vortex tribe warriors. The Tsangming Mountain Range was very large, and there were countless Dao Lord level wild beasts. Tu Ji was a wild beast himself, so he easily mixed in without being discovered. However, it was a bit strange for a wild beast like him to collect the corpses of other wild beasts. Thus, he was very cautious and looked for opportunities to collect the corpses on the ground. He wasn't like Jianghu who could swagger around and collect the corpses. After 3 months of killing, I only got a little more than 1,000 military credits. Tu Ji was very anxious. In this battlefield where he could die at any time, he didn't dare to be careless and could only carefully collect the corpses. At the same time, in another Dao Lord battlefield. Everyone be careful. We are all fairly strong amongst Dao Lords, but this is a terrifying battle where nearly 3 million Dao Lords are involved. We can't be the slightest bit careless. Otherwise we'll be crushed like ants. Cheng Yuan led his warriors into the middle of the battlefield. They were all tribal warriors, so they naturally disguised themselves as members of the Vortex tribe. Yes. Understood. We're still lacking a lot of military credits. Although they said they were careful, these warriors were very anxious. No one expected that this disaster-level mission would actually encounter such a rare super battle. Chapter 663. In this great battle, Cheng Yuan's warriors, Quan Zhu's warriors, and the lone Tuatachi were all trying their best to collect the corpses of the beasts in the Tsangming Mountain Range. However, the Tsangming Mountain Range was too big. The two super factions had close to 3 million Dao Lords. Even if 1 million died, it would not be much if they were scattered across the battlefield. How much would these warriors be able to collect in the end even if they risked their lives to collect them? Therefore, it was destined that most of them would be executed by the army for failing the mission, even if they did not die on the battlefield. On the other side of the Heavenly Venerate battlefield, Captain Yin Ji's side was also in trouble. After this battle lasted for half a year, the 18 warriors finally had internal strife. Captain, you are always afraid of this and that. Once this battle is over, how can we have such a good chance to collect military merits? A warrior could not help but send a voice transmission angrily. Without military merits we can only run. But the entire Dream Origin realm is under the control of the army. Where can we run to? We will still die in the end. Yes, Captain. We can't wait like this. We want to live too. We want military merits too. One warrior was anxious. The other warriors could not help but look at Yin Ji. Yin Ji looked at them coldly. He knew that his subordinates were really anxious. He had already obtained 4 second-step Heavenly Venerates and more than 10 first-step Heavenly Venerates. After conversion, it was more than 5,000 military merits. As long as he worked harder, he could complete the mission. However, these warriors' military merits were still far away. My continuous attacks in the past half a year have attracted the attention of those Heavenly Venerates. If we rush in now, we will definitely be killed. Let's wait. Yin Ji said indifferently. We know that is suicide, so we will not go there. However, there are countless Dao Lords fighting in other places. Those are all military merits. As long as we have enough time to collect them, we can definitely collect enough military merits. Moreover, our chances of survival on the battlefield are much higher. Yes, Captain. Let's go to the battlefield. The soldiers were all looking at their captain to attract attention. Go to the more chaotic battlefield to collect corpses? How long will that take? Yin Ji sneered. If you want to go, just go. I won't stop you, but at the critical moment, I will contact you and tell you my coordinates. You must come at that time, otherwise. Understood, Captain. Captain, don't worry. Then let's head off to the Dao Lord battlefield. One by one, the soldiers responded and slipped away. In just a few moments, only Captain Yin Ji was left. In the face of death, it seems like you've been forced into a corner. Yin Ji sneered and shook her head. In his heart, he looked down on these warriors. However, they were still warriors of a special legion. When they joined forces, they could still erupt with a certain amount of combat power. They could block the attacks of some celestial venerables for him. Over the past 6 months, he had used these subordinates to block the attacks of Heavenly Venerates and plunder the corpses of Heavenly Venerates from the Heavenly Venerate battlefield. Let's stop for another month and summon them back before making our move. Yin Ji thought in her heart. According to his plan, he had to collect 10,000 military merits within a year. Otherwise there would be changes in this war. In the sky above the Zhangming mountain range, waves of powerful fluctuations constantly spread out and covered the entire eternal spacetime. But in fact, on this battlefield, the 6 eternal supremes of the Zhangming mountain range and the Vortex tribe were not fighting. They were just standing in the air. Zhangming, the 3 of us still can't defeat you. How many times has it been? The patriarch of the Vortex tribe sighed softly. Zhangming, who had a body similar to an octopus but 9 beautiful heads, chuckled. 9 spirals, you're very powerful. In the entire Dream Origin sector, there aren't many Eternal Supremes who have the strength to fight with me. Of course, if the 4 Supremes of the Vortex tribe come and perform your joint attack, I'm afraid I'll also. Ha! You still alive? Suddenly, the 6 Eternal Autarchs all turned to look at one of the Downlord battlefields below. What a strong body. He actually withstood the joint attack of more than 1,000 Downlord beasts. Several Eternal Supremes praised. As Jianghu expected, all the movements on the battlefield were under the control of the 6 Eternal Supremes. Look, although his sword technique is only at level 7, it's very mysterious. If he keeps going, he might be able to walk the eternal path of sword technique. The most important thing is his body. It's too strong. I'm afraid it's comparable to a level 7 supreme treasure. No wonder he's safe and sound in the various Downlord battlefields for half a year. This recruit must be specially trained by the White Flame Army. Yes, I'm afraid he's already on the list. The Eternal Supremes made another round of judgment. The strongest Zhangming praised. He's definitely a rare peerless genius in the long history of the Dream Origin sector. As long as he has enough time to grow, he'll definitely enter the elite ranks in the future. Elite ranks? The other 5 Eternal Supremes were surprised. The elite ranks didn't represent strength, but talent. They all knew that the godly king who created the Dream Origin sector wanted to select the elites. It could be said that entering the elite ranks was the dream of every expert in the Dream Origin sector. Even the 6 Eternal Supremes weren't qualified to enter the elite ranks. Downlords, Heavenly Venerables, Supremes, experts at each level had their own elite ranks. The lower the strength, the higher the requirement to enter the elite ranks. Of course, if one could become a Chaos Origin Divine General, he would be at the same level as the generals of the 4 armies and would automatically be a member of the elite ranks. He could wait for the godly king's summons to fight outside the realm at any time. What a pity. If the godly king is still here, these genius experts of the elite ranks, I believe the great godly king won't just disappear like this. Yes, the godly king will return sooner or later. After a moment of depression, the 6 Eternal Supremes' eyes were filled with hope and fighting spirit. In the sky above a barren forest in the Zhangming mountain range. Kill that hateful warrior of the Whirlpool tribe. How dare he steal my brother's body? Thousands of huge Downlord-level beasts chased a figure in front of them like a torrent. But gradually, the distance between the two sides widened until it disappeared. Only then did the angry beasts turn around and return to the battlefield to continue fighting. Damn it. Jianghu's figure appeared in a large swamp. He was indeed in a sorry state just now. Because he was worried that his true identity would be exposed, he had not used his full strength. And those thousands of Downlord-level beasts, after using a joint attack, could actually threaten a second-step Heavenly Venerate. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to escape just now. However, I've only been besieged once in half a year. My luck is not bad. I've completed my military merits early. Jianghu estimated that he had collected more than 100,000 beasts' corpses from the various Downlord battlefields. These are only secondary. The most important thing is the experience points. Eternal experience points, 51,589 yuan. In the past half a year, he had disguised himself as a warrior of the Whirlpool tribe and wandered around the various Downlord battlefields. He had killed more than 6,000 eternal experience points and obtained more than 50,000. It's not over yet. Jianghu continued to head to the next Downlord battlefield. He had no intention of resting. It was a race against time. This was because he could sense that this war was moving from the stalemate stage to the end stage. Once this opportunity to harvest experience points was gone, who knew when he would get another chance to do so again? Soon Jianghu arrived at a Downlord battlefield at the peak of a mountain. Kill? As usual, he imitated the warriors of the Whirlpool tribe and directly pounced on a Downlord-level beast. A black and white sword light erupted, and the huge beast died. You killed a Universe Realm Downlord. Eternal experience points plus 9 yuan. Then Jianghu waved his hand and collected the corpses of the other beasts around him. At this moment, a group of warriors of the third squad was hiding in the forest below. They were the ones who had followed Lingji earlier. So strong. He killed a universe realm Downlord with one strike. He's even stronger than the captain. He's also collecting beast corpses. He must be a warrior of our third squad. Who is it? He changed his appearance. This strength is definitely not Qing Wan, let alone Beast Quanzhou and the others. Could it be him? The appearance of that recruit appeared in the minds of many warriors. This was because the 37 warriors of the third squad were all very familiar with each other and knew the approximate strength of the other warriors. Even the captain, Lingji, could not kill a universe realm Downlord with one strike. Then it could only be the two recruits who had just joined the squad. As for Tu Wei, he was a ferocious beast and could not transform into a tribal warrior. There was only one possibility. This person was the new recruit, Mountain Sea. I'm Mountain Sea. I'm slightly stronger than Tu Wei. I'm good at close combat and belong to the agile type. They recalled what Jiang Ci said when he first joined the squad. Slightly stronger? This is called slightly stronger? He's directly a major realm stronger. Some warriors were shocked. A Tao Lord comparable to a heavenly venerable? Even in the entire White Flame army, there weren't many people with such talent, right? Next, these warriors who had originally planned to collect beast corpses did not go out for the time being. Instead, they continued to observe. Not long after, they saw Jiang Ci, who had changed his appearance, leave this Tao Lord battlefield. Did you guys notice? How many beast corpses did he collect in a while? More than 600. Excluding the time he spent traveling between the various Tao Lord battlefields, how many beast corpses should he have collected in the past half a year? It's definitely more than 10,000. 30,000? 60,000? 90,000. These warriors guessed, their eyes shining. Thinking about it, it was pitiful. Most of them did not have any military merits. Even if they did, they only had dozens or hundreds of military merits. At this moment, when they discovered that someone had already completed the mission and collected beast corpses, the number of beast corpses far exceeded their imagination. Greedy thoughts surfaced in their minds. Then, some warriors directly reported this matter to their captain, Lingji, through the military's communication means. Captain, we just discovered that the new recruit, Mountain Sea, has probably collected tens of thousands of beast corpses. Hurry up and follow him. Lingji hurriedly replied. Captain, we're not confident in killing the new recruit, Mountain Sea. He's very strong. I know. Since he can collect so many beast corpses, his strength is naturally not weak. But what he's most afraid of now is being exposed. As long as we follow him and threaten him, forcing him to hand over a large number of beast corpses, he'll be able to keep some for himself. If he's willing to hand them over, we'll let the Tsangming Mountain Range's celestial venerables know where he is. Then he'll be dead for sure. Captain, you're right. This method is feasible. Yeah, it'll be very difficult for us to collect military merits. Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well threaten him and drag him down with us. I estimate that he has at least 50,000 beast corpses. As long as he hands them over, we'll split them and collect some more from the battlefield. That'll be enough for several of us. The warriors seemed to have grasped some hope in the desperate situation and were filled with fighting spirit. In their despair, they automatically ignored some dangers and made the most irrational decision. They quietly headed in the direction that Jiang Ci had left. However, after a long time, we can't find him. The new recruit, Mountain Sea, disappeared. We can't find him at all. He must have hidden in the army of the Vortex tribe and mixed in with a large number of Tao Lord warriors. We can't detect him. It must be. These warriors, including Yingji who had just arrived, guessed that Jiang Ci must be hiding. Continue searching. He won't hide for long. Yingji ordered. He also wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible. As long as he could find the new recruit, Mountain Sea, and obtain the beast corpses, it would be enough. You want to stop me? Jiang Ci sneered. At this time he had indeed mixed in with a large army of the Vortex tribe. When he was fighting on the battlefield of the Tao Lord, he had noticed the group of warriors in the forest. At that time he did not pay attention to them. Later, when he saw that group of warriors following him, he knew that he had been targeted. That was why he turned around and came to a temporary camp of the Vortex tribe. This was where the tribe's warriors rested and reorganized. There were more than 100,000 warriors gathered here. Once he mixed in, no one would be able to find him. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ci had mixed in with the Vortex tribe's army for half a month with his strength. It was naturally very easy for him to move around in this camp. Let's go. Battle. The army set off and split into several groups to rebuild the battlefield of the Tao Lord. Jiang Xi also set off. Half a day later, he followed a group of more than 10,000 Tao Lord warriors and encountered a group of beasts. Kill all the trash in the Tsangming mountain range. The two sides instantly engaged in a fierce battle. After resting for half a month, it was as if everyone had been revived and all kinds of destructive attacks erupted. Jiang Xi only fought for a short while before his speed suddenly decreased. He glanced around and found a tribal warrior staring at him. Mountain Sea. The tribal warrior's mouth moved. Although there was no sound, the meaning was obvious. He recognized Jiang Xi. It's Yinji's warrior. Jiang Xi also recognized him. Chapter 664. The tribal warrior was also a member of Squad 3. He looked like a barbarian with red hair. He avoided the battles on the battlefield and quickly approached Jiang Xi. At the same time he sent a voice transmission. Mountain Sea, do you think we won't recognize you just because you changed your appearance and aura? Soldiers and tribal warriors are different. We need to collect beast corpses but tribal warriors don't. If you make a move we'll recognize you immediately. Jiang Xi looked around. You're not the only one, right? The captain and the others are here. They're scattered around. The red-haired warrior sent a voice transmission. We've seen your strength. You can easily kill a universe realm Tao Lord. I'm not confident that I can hold you back alone. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, more than 10 figures began to draw closer from the chaotic battlefield of Tao Lords. Jiang Xi glanced at them. Although their appearances had changed, their auras remained the same. They were Squad 3's warriors including Yinji. Recruit Mountain Sea, you're stronger than we expected. You're quite strong. We're willing to accept you as a member of our team. The warriors sent their voices to him. Even Yinji looked at Jiang Xi and sent a voice transmission. Recruit Mountain Sea. Captain. Jiang Xi raised an eyebrow. When he and Tuji first joined the Great Yen army, this captain did not even look at them. He was very cold back then. Now Yinji's face was full of smiles. We didn't accept you because ordinary recruits are weak. However, we've acknowledged your strength. Yinji said directly. As long as you share the corpses of the ferocious beasts you've collected with us, the other warriors in our team will believe in you. I'm even willing to give up my position as captain and let you take over. Yes, we're willing to make you our captain as well. As long as you help us, Mountain Sea, we'll be able to complete this mission and live. Mountain Sea, the warriors looked at Jiang Xi expectantly. The captain was the same. He seemed very selfless. He was even willing to give up his position as captain. Jiang Xi looked at them expressionlessly. Are you sure? Of course. We can even call you captain now. The warriors hurriedly transmitted their voices. Jiang Xi smiled. His smile was filled with indifference. He transmitted his voice, but what does your life and death have to do with me? Instantly Yinji and the other warriors were all stunned and stood there in a daze. Didn't you guys say that you didn't care about the lives of the recruits? Why are you talking about friendship now? Jiang Xi sneered. He knew very well that these warriors were forced to their limits by the threat of death. In order to survive, they had no choice but to lower their heads. They were even willing to do anything. Mountain Sea. Yinji had an extremely ugly look on her face. We are currently in the middle of a Tao Lord battlefield. There are thousands of Tao Lord wild beasts around you, and 2 Empyrean wild beasts are watching from above. As long as I tell them that you're wantonly collecting the corpses of their companions, tens of thousands of dire beast corpses, do you think they won't tear you apart? Jiang Xi raised his head and looked at the distant sky. There were indeed 2 enormous Empyrean-level fierce beasts watching the battlefield from afar. See. Yinji barked. As long as I tell them everything, those 2 Empyrean-level fierce beasts will definitely be enraged. As long as they give the order, the thousands of Tao Lord-level fierce beasts on this battlefield will surround you. There will be nowhere for you to run. Yinji stared intently at Jiang Xi. In that situation you will definitely die. So make your choice. Will you hand over most of the dire beast corpses to us, or will you get nothing and die here? Make your choice. Mountain Sea, this is a disaster-level mission. Our chances of survival are very small to begin with. If you force us, we will die together. Even if we die, we will drag you down with us. The other warriors stared at Jiang Xi as well. Then you can all die. Jiang Xi shook his head calmly. After speaking, he turned and roared, "Kill the trash of the Tsangming mountain range." Swoosh. He transformed into a streak of light and pounced towards a distant Tao Lord wild beast. The 18 warriors, including the captain, couldn't believe it. They didn't expect that this recruit was not afraid at all. Did this recruit really think that he could escape the encirclement of so many Dowlord wild beasts alone? However, although these warriors from the special army were shocked, they reacted very quickly when Jiang Xi turned and moved. They moved almost at the same time. Not giving us a way out? Recruit, you can go to hell too. If we die together. Damn you, Mountain Sea. You forced us to do this. Some warriors went crazy and charged towards Jiang Xi with ferocious expressions. However, Riverward, who was in front of him, sneered. Boom. He accelerated and displayed the speed of a first-step Empyrean, leaving these warriors far behind. You want to threaten me with this little ability? Jiang Xi didn't take it to heart at all. Mountain Sea, don't even think about escaping. Yinji's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was the fastest and could barely catch up with Jiang Xi. He originally thought that this recruit would have some scruples. Then he could use this opportunity to obtain a large number of beast corpses from the recruit. However, the reality was beyond his expectations. This Mountain Sea recruit actually ignored their threats. You want to escape? A pair of black wings appeared on Yinji's back, and his speed suddenly increased. Whoosh. At the same time, countless black energy threads quickly enveloped Jiang Xi in front of him. After the energy threads erupted, they actually exceeded the speed of a first-step Empyrean. Jiang Xi only felt the world suddenly darken as he was enveloped by these energy threads. Get lost. The 7th-tier treasure sword in his hand drew an arc, and the surging energy in his body instantly erupted, forcing these energy threads back. However, there were too many of them. Almost instantly, they interweaved into a huge black ball that completely enveloped Jiang Xi. It's so tough that it can only be broken by a second-step Empyrean. Jiang Xi frowned. He still underestimated the strength of Captain Yinji. It seemed that he had some trump cards to be a captain in a special troop. That pair of black wings was an extremely special 7th-tier treasure. Although the surrounding warriors of the Whirlpool tribe were a little confused about the instant fight between Yinji and Jiang Xi, they just glanced at it and didn't pay much attention to it. This situation was too common. Most of the time, it was caused by personal hatred or fighting over the spoils of war on the battlefield. Captain's Black Cloud Wings are really powerful. Black Cloud Wings is a special 7th-tier treasure. Can fly very fast and has the ability to bind. It's an excellent treasure for escaping and protecting one's life. It's said that the military merits required to exchange for this treasure are almost comparable to that of an 8th-tier treasure. The warriors under Yinji were very envious. At this moment, boom. The black ball formed by countless energy threads suddenly began to fly toward the distant sky at a terrifying speed. On the surface of the black ball, one could clearly see that there was a bulge. Jiang Xi was flying at high speed inside, bringing the entire ball with him. Don't even think about escaping. Yinji controlled his black cloud wings and wanted to drag Jiang Xi and the black ball back. Chi. However, he couldn't be dragged at all. Instead, he was brought along to the sky. What? Yinji was shocked. Such a strong force. Although the black cloud wings binding ability was strong, his strength was not as good as Jiang Xi's. How could he drag him back? Whoosh whoosh. The black ball's speed continued to increase. Captain, didn't you want to report me to the 2 Empyrean-level beasts? Let's go. We'll go see them together. Jiang Xi transmitted his voice. His speed was still increasing. In the distance there were 2 Empyrean-level beasts. Stop. Yinji roared. Do you want to die? Ha, let's go see the Empyrean-level beasts together. Let's see who dies first. Jiang Xi laughed. Yinji finally panicked. He had a guilty conscience. He also had the corpse of a beast and it was at the Empyrean level. If the Tsangming Mountain Range's beasts knew about it, they would tear him to pieces. You're ruthless enough. Yinji was shocked and angry, but he could only give up helplessly. The black cloud wings on his back trembled and withdrew the countless energy threads. The black ball that wrapped Jiang Xi also quickly disappeared. Whoosh. And Jiang Xi, who had escaped, just waved his hand and left with a smile. Yinji stood in midair and watched this scene. He gritted his teeth and was secretly resentful. You can escape once. I don't believe that you can escape again. In the sky above the Tsangming Mountain Range, the 6 eternal supremes of the 2 superfactions were watching the battles below. He actually resolved the predicament just like that? Strong, smart, and courageous. It's rare. This warrior's combat experience is surprisingly high. Several eternal supremes judged. The strongest Tsangming also sighed. I'm really looking forward to what heights he will reach when he grows up in the future. The Eternal Supremes controlled the entire battlefield and naturally knew everything that happened. Every move of Jianghu's entire team was under the control of these 6 Supremes. And these Supremes could only watch and could not attack. They did not dare to attack because this was the rule of the Dream Origin realm. Time passed and a month passed. The war between the 2 super factions was coming to an end. How can we not find him? On a Tao Lord battlefield, the captain Yin Ji was very angry and unwilling. Although the Tsangming mountain range is vast, the number of Tao Lord battlefields is limited. Where can he hide? Yes, after such a long time, we haven't found him even once. Captain, we really can't find him. The other warriors also contacted Yin Ji through the army's communication system. Since the last time they met, half a year had passed and they had not found that recruit even once. It's impossible that we can't find him. He's in the Tsangming mountain range. Find him quickly if you don't want to die. The hope of completing the disaster level mission is on him. Yin Ji was also anxious. In order to find that recruit, he had wasted a lot of time, resulting in his own military contributions not reaching the required level. I don't believe it. Yin Ji gritted his teeth. I can only tell the 2 of them. Qinghuan, Quanzhou, let me tell you something. Half a year ago, we found that the recruit of the Mountain Sea tribe might have collected close to 100,000 dire beast corpses from various Tao Lord battlefields. And he's hiding in one of the Tao Lord battlefields. Yin Ji directly transmitted the news. Not only did he transmit the news to Qinghuan and Quanzhou, but also the other warriors of the 2 teams. Now, except for Jianghu, all the warriors of the 3rd team knew this news. What? Impossible. That recruit could collect close to 100,000 Tao Lord level dire beast corpses? That's crazy. The warriors replied to their captain in this way. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. This is the news. I've been tracking him for a long time. That recruit is very good at hiding. Yin Ji was too lazy to say more. He believed that under the threat of a failed mission, these warriors would definitely do everything in their power to find that recruit. That way the chances of finding him would greatly increase. Yin Ji's eyes turned cold. Given the strength of the Mountain Sea tribe, even if Qinghuan and Quanzhou work together, they still won't be able to win. At most they'll help me find that recruit. When the time comes, those dire beast corpses will all be mine. He didn't care about the warriors of Qinghuan and Quanzhou at all. At this moment, the dire beast warriors of the 3rd team, Quanzhou, were mixed in with the dire beast army of the Deep Sea mountain range. It's been so long, but we've only collected 20,000 corpses. That's only enough to guarantee that 2 of us can complete the mission. And from the looks of it, the war has already begun to slow down. It won't be long before it ends. So, regardless of whether or not that recruit has collected that many corpses, we have to track him down. He's our only hope to complete the mission. Quanzhou transmitted to his subordinates. Track him down. Track down the recruit. Whether or not we can complete the mission will depend on this. All of the dire beast warriors had gone mad. They had gone mad in the face of death. Qinghuan's warriors were mixed in with the Whirlpool tribe's army. We've collected more than 30,000 dire beast corpses, but it's far from enough. Once the war ends, it'll be impossible for us to collect another 10,000 corpses. Find the recruit. Although Qinghuan was kind, he would still grab the last straw in the face of death. In the dire beast army of the Deep Sea mountain range, Tuatachi also received a message from his captain. The Mountain Sea has close to 100,000 dire beast corpses. Tuatachi was shocked. He couldn't believe this news. He didn't believe it and he didn't want to believe it. I've worked hard for a year, and the number of dire beast corpses I've collected is still far from 10,000. He alone has so many? Tuatachi's face was filled with disbelief. But in his heart he knew that this was probably true. His captain wouldn't joke about this. Regret. This was Tuatachi's current mood. Extreme regret. If I'd chosen to collect with him and didn't leave immediately, there are so many dire beast corpses. I don't need too many. Just give me 10,000 corpses. Tuatachi smiled bitterly. He was filled with unwillingness. He now understood that Jianghu had said that he was collecting heavenly venerable level dire beast corpses to scare him away. If he had been more courageous, perhaps he wouldn't have fallen into this predicament. Chapter 665. The warriors of Squad 3 were searching for Shanhai. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find him. It was as though Shanhai had left Sangming mountain range. They're all looking for me? Jianghu had changed his appearance and aura again. He blended into the Whirlpool tribe's army and looked at the barbaric and burly warriors. He even saw a few tribal warriors disguised as luring Ji. However, none of them could recognize him. Keep searching. You won't find me no matter what. Jiang Xi was very relaxed. His spiritual senses were close to a third-step heavenly venerable. Although he could not search the entire Cangming mountain range because of this eternal spacetime, he could easily scan the surrounding battlefield. Under such circumstances, none of the warriors of Squad 3 could get close to him. Suddenly, Jiang Xi received another message on his military communication token. Shanghai, Shanghai, it's me Tuatachi. Oh, Tuatachi? Jiang Xi replied, how's it going? Have you accumulated enough merit points? No, it's difficult to gather 10,000 beast carcasses, Tuatachi replied quickly. Tuji quickly responded, Shanghai, I just received news that Captain Qingluan and Quanzhou are all looking for you. They want to get the corpses of the beasts from you. Moreover, they think I'm on the same side as you. I'm being ostracized by them. Is that so? Jiang Xi replied casually. Shanghai, we joined the Great Yan army at the same time and we're both new recruits. I'm still lacking a lot of merit points, but I don't ask for much. Can you help me gather 10,000 Dao Lord level beast carcasses? I can trade with treasures. My father is the wilderness lord of Scarlet Swallow, and I have many treasures. I won't let you lose out. Tuatachi sent another message anxiously. In Tuatachi's opinion, he and Jiang Xi were both new recruits. Moreover, he could trade with treasures. It should not be difficult for him to obtain the carcasses. Trade. Of course. However, do you want me to trade with you in Cangming mountain range? Jiang Xi replied. Tuatachi immediately understood. Shanghai would never reveal his whereabouts. Naturally, he would not trade with him. Then we'll change when we return to the barracks. Tuatachi hurriedly replied. Deal. However, you have to bring out a treasure of sufficient value when the time comes. If it's not up to my standards, then that won't do. Jiang Xi replied once more, of course, of course. Tuji breathed a sigh of relief. In order to survive, he was willing to give up all his treasures. If he couldn't complete the task, then even if his father was an eternal supreme, he would still have to die. After all, his father, the Scarlet Swallow Desolate Lord, had so many children that they could form a new tribe. He was just one of the children that was not valued. A few days after Tuji contacted Jiang Xi, Qingluan and Quanzhou also contacted Jiang Xi. However, Tuatachi was very sensible and knew to take the initiative to exchange supreme treasures. For example, Quanzhou's group of dire beast warriors did not have many treasures on them, so they could not withstand Jiang Xi's pressure and directly collapsed. Don't take me for a fool. Doing business with you outside the military camp? Haha, then wait for your death. After Jiang Xi replied with a message, no matter how Quanzhou tried to communicate with him, he did not respond. It was charity. He had to give some to them so that they would have the right to live. How dare they negotiate with him? Then go to hell. The war between the Cangming mountain range and the Whirlpool tribe lasted for a whole year. In the end, the 6 supremes appeared one by one. Soon the army of the Whirlpool tribe began to retreat. Boom. The Cangming mountain range, which was originally enveloped by the eternal spacetime, returned to normal. Let's go. The mighty army of the Whirlpool tribe broke through the sky and left. The members of the 3rd squad, who were disguised as warriors of the Whirlpool tribe, had already quietly hidden at the edge of the Cangming mountain range. We haven't collected enough military merits. The warriors of the 3 squads, Yinji, Qingluan, and Quanzhou, watched the army of the Whirlpool tribe leave unwillingly. The war was over, and they no longer had the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. The next step would be difficult. Snatch. Captain Qingluan and the others must have collected a lot of military merits. Let's snatch them. That way we will have a chance to live. Quanzhou led the beast warriors under him, all of them filled with murderous intent. Let's snatch the military merits. Qingluan was also filled with murderous intent. If we want to live, we have to snatch them. Yinji said to her subordinates. The 3 squads unanimously chose to engage in a slaughter. Only in this way could they collect enough military merits. If the 3 squads left separately, there would probably be internal strife in the end. At this moment, at the edge of the vast Cangming mountain range, Jiang Xi stepped on the void, moving forward step by step. Every step he took covered a great distance. It's time to return to the military camp. He looked back at the boundless mountain range. As for the internal strife of the 3rd squad, how many of them died and what the outcome would be, it had nothing to do with him. He had returned with a great haul this time. Close to 180,000 Dao Lord level beast corpses, which is equivalent to 180,000 military merits. I should be able to exchange them for something good. Of course, the most important thing is still the experience points. Eternal experience points. 93,664 yuan. Jianghu believed that this amount of experience points should be enough for him to use for a long time. Whoosh. Immediately after, when Jianghu was far enough away from the Cangming mountain range, he took out a rank 7 flying treasure and rushed back to the White Flame Army camp. Half a month later, I'm finally here. Whoosh. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was Jianghu. Jianghu looked at the boundless military camp in the distance, a smile on his face. Looking down, he could see a long line of tribal warriors and beasts. They were all preparing to join the army. A year ago he was also one of them. Now he had completed a disaster-level mission. Just as Jianghu returned to the military camp, outside the White Flame Army camp, there was a place where space was distorted. There were a large number of space vortexes here, all created by the Eternal Supreme of the army. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost every moment, a large number of warriors flew out from different space vortexes. Let's go. This mission is quite simple. Once we're done, we'll have 10,000 years of leisure time. Haha, it's wonderful just thinking about it. Sai, our next mission will be a reincarnation level mission. I wonder how many of our team will survive. I hope we can earn more military merits this time and then exchange them for stronger life-saving items at the military supply hall to survive the reincarnation level mission. Groups of warriors, some relaxed, some serious and some worried, left the military camp from the various space vortexes. The White Flame Army was very large, and there were warriors leaving the camp at every moment. At this time, there was an ancient and thick tree a little further away from these space vortexes. On a branch of the tree, there stood an ordinary-looking Downlord warrior with 8 arms. I've been ordered by the Supreme to join the army. Although I have military missions, I haven't been carrying out any missions. Instead, I've been waiting here. It's been so long, but I haven't seen Downlord Mountain and Sea even once. The 8-armed Downlord warrior was anxious. At the same time, he was constantly observing those space vortexes. Downlord Mountain and Sea is powerful, but so what? Even if he can cultivate to eternity, the most he can do is add another Holy Land universe to the Chaos Sea. He can't threaten my great sky Holy Land. He couldn't understand. Once a Holy Land is formed, it will exist for eternity. My great sky Holy Land doesn't have to fear any experts. I don't know why the Supreme values Downlord Mountain and Sea so much. Even when we reached the Dream Origin sector, he ordered us to immediately find out the whereabouts of Downlord Mountain and Sea. The 8-armed Downlord warrior sighed. Although he didn't understand, this was the Supreme's order. He had to carry it out. The primordial realm's Chaos Sea was boundless and mysterious. Endless chaotic gray mist poured down from the abyssal fissures in the endless void, flowing into this boundless space and converging into an ocean-like world. At this moment, one of the 2 Holy Land universes, the Great Sky Holy Land, in a shrine in the Great Hammer Divine World. You still haven't found any traces of Jianghu? Jun Tian Supreme's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. The 4 figures kneeling below him were nervous. Supreme, according to your orders, we joined the 4 armies of the Dream Origin sector and have been guarding the space whirlpools of each army, but after so long, we still haven't found any traces of Downlord Mountain and Sea. Supreme, could it be that Downlord Mountain and Sea hasn't joined the army? The 4 Downlords knelt there and asked. Since he's also involved in the Dream Origin sector with his experience and strength, he can quickly rise and even make a name for himself in the Dream Origin sector. Jun Tian Supreme looked at the 4 figures below him and said indifferently. Not only do the 4 of you have to guard the space whirlpools of the army camp, but you also have to gather information frequently. Once he becomes famous, you'll be able to find him easily. Yes. The 4 Downlords replied respectfully. Supreme, then our army's mission. One of the 8-armed Downlords couldn't help but ask. Don't worry. After some time, I'll send another batch of experts from the Holy Land over. Once they join the army, you can take turns to complete the mission, Jun Tian Supreme said. Understood. Now the 4 Downlords felt reassured. They then left the shrine. Only the blurry figure of Jun Tian Supreme was left in the shrine. Only his gray eyes could be seen clearly, but they were filled with coldness at this moment. I thought I couldn't do anything to you, but I didn't expect a magical world like the Dream Origin sector to appear in the Chaos Sea. There are too many ways to deal with you there. Don't blame me, Jianghu. You can only blame yourself for obtaining the inheritance of the primordial sector, which is not accepted by the star sector. In the end, there was doubt in his eyes. What kind of existence is the dream origin sector? There's actually an ownerless eternal fragment. Even in the star sector and the star sector, this is a legendary thing. Could this be the reason why immortal General Chen Huan went to the depths of the ruins of myriad worlds to investigate? Universe 4 Human Territory. Jianghu's avatar and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments met again. Master, I just completed the army's disaster level mission and obtained a lot of military merits, Jianghu said with a smile. After completing this mission I'll be safe for a long time. I'll try to figure out the mystery of the dream origin sector as soon as possible. No matter what, you must take care of your own safety. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments reminded, you're the first human to enter, so your responsibility is the heaviest now. All the forces in the chaos sea of the primordial sector are focused on the dream origin sector, hoping to obtain opportunities from it. However, the dangers involved are also obvious. Jianghu nodded. In the dream origin sector, one would die if they were careless. Even Tao Lords would become extremely ordinary in that place. In the great battle he had just experienced, Tao Lord warriors were reduced to cannon fodder. However, with such great danger, it also meant that there was a great opportunity. In the vast chaos sea of the primordial sector, there were only 2 eternal supremes. But there were countless eternal supremes in the dream origin sector. There were no restrictions of chaos sea's heaven and earth laws. There were inheritances that could cultivate eternity, supreme treasures that were at least tier 7, and even ownerless eternal shards. Especially the eternal shards. As more and more experts joined the army in Chaos Sea, many forces knew of the existence of the eternal shards. Under such great temptations, the major forces in Chaos Sea lost interest in the original 3 perilous lands. Almost all of them sent a certain number of experts to explore the dream origin sector. Master, there's another piece of good news. I've obtained many supreme treasures from the Qingyuan clan in the myriad world ruins. This time, I should be able to get some supreme treasures from an eternal supremacy's child in the dream origin sector. When the time comes, I'll make a trip out and return the supreme treasures, Jianghu said with a smile. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was overjoyed when he heard this. These were the foundation of the human race. The dream origin sector was the most important battlefield for the major forces in Chaos Sea. Everyone was competing there. The 4th universe was the foundation of the human race. Only when the human race's territory expanded and there were more and more geniuses in the race would the number of experts increase. Only then could the human race in the 4th universe be comparable to the other 2 Holy Land universes, or even surpass them. Although his main body was exploring the dream origin sector, Jianghu's avatar was still communicating with Tao Lord 9 Firmaments frequently. He was also aware of the situation in Chaos Sea. The current Chaos Sea was unusually calm. Clearly, everyone was watching the dream origin sector. At the White Flame Legion's camp by the lake of the Great Yen Army not long after Jianghu returned, Tuatachi returned as well. Mountain Sea, Mountain Sea. Tuatachi's huge 8-hooved body had shrunk to a meter long. He followed behind Jianghu attentively. I've prepared the treasures. Give me a portion. You're ready? Jianghu glanced at him lightly. Don't be in such a hurry. I'll go to the quartermaster hall first. When I return we'll have a good talk. Tuatachi's expression froze. Jianghu would definitely know the value of some treasures if he went to the quartermaster hall. He would most likely extort him ruthlessly. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he did not dare to argue with Jianghu. In the end he smiled apologetically and said, all right. I'll wait for you to return from the quartermaster hall. However, don't hand over all the corpses. You must leave me a portion. He was most worried about Mountain Sea. If Mountain Sea took out all the beasts' corpses to exchange for military credits, he could only wait for death. Don't worry. Jianghu smiled and nodded. Then he left the camp by the lake and rushed to the quartermaster hall. Chapter 666. The Great Yen Army's lake camp was quite a distance away from the quartermaster hall. However, Jianghu did not feel pressured at all. He flew leisurely for 7 days before he arrived at the quartermaster hall. When he saw the towering and ancient hall, Jianghu was filled with anticipation. According to the rules, I'm qualified to exchange for treasures in the quartermaster hall before and after I accept a mission. However, once I accept a mission, I won't be qualified to exchange for treasures before I complete the mission. Jianghu recalled the military rules he had read before he stepped into the hall. Swoosh. Time and space instantly changed. It was as though he had entered another world. This was a vast and real world. Many warriors were scattered around. There was a golden figure in front of each of them. Turning the void into reality? Jiang Xi was shocked. He immediately understood this was the eternal spacetime created by the eternal paragon of the army. The Quartermaster Hall was the entrance to this eternal spacetime. It's similar to the Skyspan Mountain and River painting. However, the world inside the Skyspan Mountain and River painting is illusory while this is real. Jiang Xi made a comparison. Swoosh. At this moment, a golden figure materialized out of thin air and descended before Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi's expression was calm. He studied the golden figure before him, but he could not see it clearly. Warrior of the Great Yen Army, you're on a mission. You're not qualified to exchange for anything in the Quartermaster Hall, the golden figure said. I've completed my mission. Jiang Xi waved his arm. Boom. In an instant, huge corpses of Tao Lord-level beasts appeared out of thin air. They piled up into a mountain of corpses that spanned 1,000,000 kilometers and was at least 10 million kilometers tall. Such a huge commotion startled the other warriors in the distance, and they all looked at riverward in shock. They had never seen anyone submit a mission in such a manner. The golden figure's eyes shone with golden light that shrouded the terrifying mountain of corpses. Then he nodded slightly. Indeed, these are Tao Lord-level beasts from Tsangming Mountain Range. There are 168,541 corpses in total. That's equivalent to 168,541 military merits. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. He could tell if they were from Tsangming Mountain Range with a simple inspection. It seemed that the army had a strong control over the entire Dream Origin realm. State your request. The golden figure looked at Jiang Xi. You can use these military credits to exchange for inheritances, supreme treasures, eternal fragments, and other treasures on the list. This is the list. The golden figure waved his hand again. 3 scrolls appeared in mid-air. After they were unfolded, dense information appeared on them. With a sweep of his gaze, Riverward saw many tempting inheritances and treasures. On the first scroll, the secret technique, Blood Kingdom, can increase one's strength by 40 times. It requires 1,000,000 military credits? Jiang Xi was very surprised. Not only was he surprised by the 1,000,000 military credits required, but he was also surprised by the multiplier. This was almost half the effect of the first stage of the 8 Clouds legacy. Of course, this kind of inheritance could only be exchanged for by warriors from special armies. Ordinary armies were not qualified. In addition, there were many other cheap inheritances such as 5,000 military merits, 10,000 military merits, and so on. However, Jiang Xi didn't care about these at all. On the second scroll, 7th level Supreme Treasures, the lowest is 10,000 military merits, the highest is 100,000 military merits. The most expensive is the Primordial Spirit type. 8th level Supreme Treasures, the lowest is 100,000 military merits, the highest is 1,000,000 military merits. It can only be exchanged for by special armies. 9th level Supreme Treasures, the lowest is 1,000,000 military merits, the highest is 10,000,000 military merits. It can only be exchanged for by special armies. Jiang Xi looked at them one by one and felt that it was crazy. 8th level and 9th level Supreme Treasures were clearly marked. However, at the back of these 2 treasures, there was a restriction that only special armies could exchange for them. He continued to read on expectantly. Eternal Supreme Treasures, the lowest is 100,000,000 military merits. It can only be exchanged for by elites. Immortal General Supreme Treasures, the lowest is 1,000,000,000 military merits. It can only be exchanged for by elites. Phew. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. Sure enough, there were 10th level and 11th level Supreme Treasures in this world, which were Eternal Supreme Treasures and Immortal General Supreme Treasures. However, what kind of existence was the elite? Jiang Xi was puzzled. This was the first time he heard of this term in the Dream Origin realm. I want to know more about the elite. Jiang Xi looked at the golden figure in front of him. 10,000 military merits, the golden figure said. Fuck. Jiang Xi stared at him. So ruthless. The disaster-level mission of the 3rd Squad required only 10,000 military merits. It seemed that this was really important information. Change it. Jiang Xi did not hesitate. Whoosh. The golden figure waved his hand and a scroll appeared in front of Jiang Xi. There were shining runes on it, recording secret information. Elite. Jiang Xi looked at it seriously and soon understood the meaning of this term. If the Tao Lords, Celestial Masters, and Eternal Supremes in the Dream Origin realm were outstanding enough to reach the limit of each level, they were qualified to enter the elite of each level. Of course, they were only qualified. This was a kind of honor and also represented status. Once they entered the elite, their status in the Dream Origin realm would be elevated to a higher level. For example, Celestial Masters in the elite were comparable to Eternal Supremes in status. And Eternal Supremes in the elite were comparable to Chaos Origin Immortal Generals in the four armies. However, the conditions to enter the elite were very strict. The lower the level, the higher the difficulty. For countless years, there were only a few experts who could enter the elite. For example, Celestial Masters. Since His Majesty the Deity King disappeared, no Celestial Masters could enter the elite. As for the more difficult Tao Lord level, since the Dream Origin realm was created, not a single Tao Lord could become an elite. However, despite the high difficulty and harsh conditions, every 10,000 years, many warriors in the Shield Mountain Army, White Flame Army, Styx River Army, and Green Wind Army would try their best to enter the elite. Jianghu finished reading and frowned. Trying to enter the elite, could it be? He looked at the golden figure in front of him and asked, "Is there a mission to enter the elite?" "Yes," the golden figure said. "What mission?" Jianghu asked. If possible, he would like to give it a try for the Eternal Supremes and Immortal General Supremes. If he really entered the elite, he would be qualified to exchange for them. As for the difficulty, Jianghu was confident in himself. After all, he was 8 Clouds' inheritor and had a godly king's inheritance. Warrior of the Great Yen Army, you're a Tao Lord. If you want to enter the elite, there are 2 paths, the golden figure continued. Riverward hurriedly listened carefully. The first path has 2 conditions. As long as you meet them, the 4 great generals will come and verify it. Once you pass, you'll enter the elite. First, you must reach the limit of a Tao Lord. This limit includes your body, nascent divinity, and grotto heaven world. The golden figure said. Jianghu nodded. He had met this condition, especially the grotto heaven world. The limit of a Tao Lord's grotto heaven world was 10 billion light-years in diameter. He had reached it with the help of the Eternal Shard. The Dream Origin realm also had grotto heaven worlds and universes. However, their grotto heaven worlds and universes were in the origin of the Dream Origin realm. Although they existed, they could not enter them. The second is to deduce the Heavenly King chart. You must deduce all 36,000 transformations of the Heavenly King chart within 30,000 years. If you meet these 2 conditions, you'll enter the elite. Moreover, you'll have many privileges in the Dream Origin realm. Your status will be higher than ordinary elites. You'll be on par with the 4 great generals. The golden figure said in one breath. Riverward's eyes widened when he heard this. He was truly stunned. The first thing that shocked him was that the Dream Origin realm knew about the Heavenly King chart. This meant that this place was related to the primordial realm. The second thing that shocked him was that the condition was too crazy. Deduce all 36,000 transformations of the Heavenly King chart within 30,000 years? When he received 8 Clouds' inheritance, he only managed to deduce close to 20,000 transformations. The further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to deduce the Heavenly King chart. The time required would also increase by leaps and bounds. Even now, Jianghu was not confident that he could deduce all 36,000 transformations in 30,000 years through the experience panel. Who set this condition? Jianghu could not help but ask. The great deity king said it himself. The golden figure said. Jianghu took a deep breath. Through this, he had a vague intuition the deity king of the Dream Origin realm seemed to be stronger than the 8 Clouds deity king who left behind 8 Clouds' inheritance. In other words, he was even crazier. At the same time, he also understood that it was impossible for him to enter the elite ranks through this path. Didn't you say that there were 2 paths? Jianghu asked again. The deity king knew that the first path was too difficult. Therefore, he left behind the second path, which is relatively easier, the golden figure said coldly. The second path is the elite mission. Any Tao Lord warrior can apply for it. When the mission starts, you'll know the content of the mission and complete it. Once you complete it, you'll also enter the elite ranks. However, the treatment and status you'll receive will be slightly worse than the first path. Elite mission. Jianghu nodded slightly. He could understand this. The army of the Dream Origin realm was a competition and selection method to raise venomous insects. The selection process was to train and select the best warriors through missions of various difficulty levels. It was the same for the elite missions. What's the mortality rate? Jianghu asked. The elite missions are held once every 10,000 years, the golden figure replied. As long as the Tao Lord warriors of the 4 great armies apply for this mission, they'll complete it together. Under normal circumstances, the mortality rate is about 90%. The remaining 10% can barely survive, but that's all. Up until now, no Tao Lord warrior has ever completed the elite missions. Jiang Xi was speechless. The second path was also difficult. Even if the last 10% could survive, they would still be considered failures. What's the mission content? Jiang Xi asked again. Warrior of the Great Yan Army, you only need to apply for the mission. When the next elite mission starts, you'll know the mission content, the golden figure said. A reminder. You've just joined the army. You should train and improve your strength. It's best if you can go through several reincarnation level missions. It won't be too late to accept the elite missions after that. Jiang Xi nodded. Then he looked at the third exchange scroll. There were only simple words on it. Eternal Shard. 100 military points per shard, only available for exchange in special armies. Jiang Xi had already known about the Eternal Shards. To him, 100 military points per shard was not as cost-effective as exchanging for supreme treasures. After exchanging 10,000 military points for the information about the elite missions, he still had 158,541 military points left. In other words, he could only exchange for 1,585 Eternal Shards at most. If this were in the past, Jiang Xi would have been tempted. However, after returning from the Tsangming mountain range, he had obtained more than 90,000 Eternal EXP. In the end, Jiang Xi chose to exchange for 15 of the cheapest Tier 7 Supreme Treasures. Naturally, his goal was to improve the grade of the Killer Shadow Sword. At the lake camp of the Great Yan Army, on the island that belonged to Jiang Xi, an 8-hoofed beast was hovering in the air, looking anxiously into the distance. It was anxiously waiting. Why isn't he back yet? It'll take him half a month to go to the Quartermaster Hall. It's almost been a month. Shanhai, please don't exchange all my corpses for military points. My life is in your hands now. I have many treasures with me. I'm willing to give them all to survive. Tuatachi kept muttering to himself. He was anxious and worried. Suddenly, his eyes brightened when he saw a figure in the distance. Shanhai. Tuatachi teleported over enthusiastically. Don't worry. Let's go down and talk. Jiang Xi smiled. All right. Tuatachi hastily nodded. Jiang Xi flew to the island below. Tuatachi hastily followed him. This island is well decorated. Tuatachi looked around. Everything looks natural. It looks simple, but if you look at it carefully, there's a special charm to it. This was set up by the previous warriors. I'm lazy, so nothing has changed. Jiang Xi sat down on a chair in front of the stone house. Tuatachi was stunned for a moment, then quickly smiled. Yes. You're right. We warriors should focus on cultivating. The external environment is not important. Jiang Xi looked at him with a faint smile. All right, stop flattering me. I can tell you don't know how to do it. Tuatachi looked embarrassed. He was the child of Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Lord. He had never had the experience of flattering others before. I'll keep your share for you. 10,000 Dowlord level beast corpses. Jiang Xi smiled. 10,000. Tuatachi hesitated. Too little? Jiang Xi raised his eyebrows. Enough. Tuatachi's expression was a little uncomfortable. He had collected more than 3,000 corpses himself. However, he understood what Jiang Xi meant. In one word, he was going to be ripped off. If he wanted to trade, he had to take all 10,000 corpses. Otherwise, he could forget about getting a single one. Straightforward. However, whether you can get them depends on your performance. Jiang Xi nodded. What good treasures do you have? Take them out. Tuatachi was very straightforward. He waved his hand. Shanhai, look. Hua. On the empty ground beside him, an armor treasure covered in blood-red scales appeared out of thin air. It emitted a thick bloody aura. Chapter 667. Tu Shi brought out an armor treasure that was covered in blood-red scales. At the same time he said, "This is the grade 7 armor treasure I wore before I joined the army. It's slightly better than the standard armor of the Great Yan Army." As he spoke, he observed Jiang Xi's expression. However, Jiang Xi's expression did not change at all. He was calm. When Tuatachi saw this, he was not surprised. Normally, the corpses were worthless. However, these 10,000 corpses represented a chance of survival. It was impossible for him to exchange a 7th-tier defensive treasure for his life. This is a grade 7 flying treasure that my brother gave me when I left the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness. Tuatachi gritted his teeth. Clearly this treasure was very valuable. Swoosh. An ancient golden flying boat landed at the side. Jiang Xi only glanced at it. His expression did not change. When Tuatachi saw Jiang Xi's reaction, he immediately became anxious and hurriedly reminded him, "This is a very special grade 7 flying treasure. It has the special ability to tear through space. It can break through the spacetime shackles of a three-step heavenly venerable. Its true value surpasses many grade 8 treasures. Jiang Xi was expressionless, but he muttered inwardly, as I expected, this eternal second generation must have something good on him since he was allowed to roam the world. In terms of value, this grade 7 flying boat is worth more than the grade 7 treasures I have. However, I still have to suppress it a little. This is definitely not his limit. Aye. When Tuatachi saw Jiang Xi's silence, he became even more anxious. These are the treasures I collected in the Tsangming mountain range. They're all here. He waved his hand again and thousands of treasures below grade 7 appeared beside him. Jiang Xi shook his head. Not enough. He did not believe that the child of an eternal Grand Supreme would only have so few treasures. Even if he was not valued, he was still an eternal second generation. Tuatachi's expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Shanghai, when I came out, I did bring a very valuable treasure with me. I can give this treasure to you, but you have to return the flying boat to me. Jiang Xi smiled. Since Tuatachi dared to say that, this treasure must be more valuable than the flying boat. Show it to me. A moment later, the transaction was completed. Shanghai, I won't disturb you any longer. Tuatachi left with the 10,000 corpses. He was not dissatisfied. Although he had paid a huge price, he had kept his life. It was nothing to lose the treasures. As long as he was alive, he could find some time to return to the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness and retrieve some treasures. Riverward looked into the distance and could not help but shake his head and sigh. As expected of Wilderness Lord Scarlet Swallow's child. The treasures on a Tao Lord like him are comparable to many factions in Chaos Sea. In this transaction, he only had Shanghai's treasures heavenly venerable one time. Shanghai, 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 Hi, 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 Shanghai, Hi, Shanghai was Shanks with Shanghai, Hi, Hi, Shanghai. The supreme treasures on him were either too powerful, such as the sky-reaching tower, the 8 clouds pavilion, and the 7-layer mountain. Either that, or they were all level 7 and below, but there was no level 8 supreme treasure. 8th stage supreme treasure, purple striped golden wings. It's a special flying supreme treasure. It's best for flying and dodging in close combat. If it's exchanged in the military supply hall, it'll probably cost 1,000,000 military credits. Jiang Xi looked at the pair of golden wings in his hand. There were many purple patterns on them which looked very mysterious. Although Heavenly Tower's speed is fast in close combat, Heavenly Tower's speed is useless. With these purple pattern golden wings, I will be more agile in battle in the future, and my strength will also increase. Next, Jiang Xi began a long period of cultivation. During this trip to the Tsangming mountain range, he had obtained a large amount of eternal experience points and a large number of treasures. He could use this opportunity to improve himself. Time flew. On the 8,400th year since Jiang Xi came to Dream Origin Realm, Tuji quietly came to Jiang Xi's island. Shanghai, did you know? Captain and the others are back. Tuji seemed to be gloating. Oh, how was it? Jiang Xi was surprised. After so many years, he had almost forgotten about the group of warriors who were still working hard in the Tsangming mountain range. How could it be? Of course it's tragic. Tuji laughed. Half of the 3 groups died. Even Quan Zhu died. Quan Zhu died. Jiang Xi was even more surprised. Quan Zhu was the leader of the 3rd group of beasts. It shouldn't be difficult for him to gather 10,000 military credits, right? Who knows? It said that the 3 groups fought fiercely. Tuji sighed. A disaster-level mission shouldn't have caused so many deaths. It seems that the captain was too ruthless and forced Quan Zhu and Cheng Wan to go crazy. After a big battle, Quan Zhu died and Cheng Wan survived. However, the captain also suffered heavy losses. It said that his foundation was damaged. Even if he survives this time, he'll probably die in the next mission if he's not careful. Tuji had no sympathy for the miserable state of the 3rd group. Instead, he hated the old warriors. Jiang Xi, on the other hand, had the mentality of a bystander. He neither sympathized nor hated them. You can do whatever you want. I'm just a passerby. I hope you'll still be alive when I leave the Dream Origin realm. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. During this period of quiet cultivation, he had applied for an elite mission from the military supply hall. The death rate of this mission was 90%. Any Tao Lord in the Dream Origin realm would be afraid and would consider it. Jiang Xi was very confident. Although he was still a Tao Lord, he was already a 3rd stage celestial master. In the long history of the Dream Origin realm, no Tao Lord could achieve such a leap in strength. Moreover, his strength was not achieved with the help of any treasure. It was his own strength. He looked at the experience panel. Cultivation. True Body Universe Tao Lord 900 yuan/900 yuan. Doppelganger Universe Tao Lord 900 yuan/900 yuan. Tao Technique. Sword Tao Origin 10,000 yuan/10,000 yuan. 5 Elements Origin 10,000 yuan/10,000 yuan. Life Origin 10,000 yuan/10,000 yuan. Secret Technique. Mountain Sea Sword Scripture, Heavenly Tao Scroll, 10,000 yuan/10,000 yuan. 8 Lives, 2,586 yuan/30,000 yuan for the third level. Cloud Annihilation, 3,027 yuan/30,000 yuan for the third level. Cultivation Technique. Purple Cloud Sword Scripture Deduction. 1 million experience points per time conversion. 1 eternal experience point equals 1 trillion experience points. 1 eternal fragment equals 1 eternal experience point. 1,841 trillion eternal experience point. 29202 yuan. The panel had changed a lot. Jianghu had successfully deduced 3 origins in the past 8,000 years. He had used the experience points to upgrade all 3 origins to the perfect realm. With such a realm he could break through to the Celestial Master level at any time. However, he did not choose to break through immediately as he was waiting for the elite mission. In addition, Jianghu had upgraded the 2 ultimate skills of the 8 Clouds Legacy to the 3rd level. He might be able to reach the 4th level in a few thousand or 10,000 years. 8 Lives, Cloud Annihilation. These 2 ultimate skills target the body and the primordial spirit respectively. Even though I have just entered the 3rd level, the strength of my body has reached the level of a level 8 ultimate treasure, and the strength of my primordial spirit is comparable to that of a 3rd step celestial master. With such a foundation, Jianghu believed that he could kill a 1st step celestial master with 1 punch even if he was barehanded. With such strength there was no need to fear the elite mission. Time continued to pass. The first 10,000 years of Jianghu's stay in the Dream Origin realm passed quickly. Primordial Realm, Chaos Sea, Myriad World Ruins. This huge abyss with a diameter of more than 300 million light-years was still filled with the energy of the fusion of wind and fire. Since the experts of various forces who were wandering in the Myriad World Ruins were drawn into the mysterious Dream Origin realm 10,000 years ago, this place had become the most lively place in the entire Chaos Sea. There were almost 100 forces in the Chaos Sea, and almost all of them had sent their experts into the Dream Origin realm. At the same time, some of them were stationed at the edge of the Myriad World Ruins, paying attention to everything that was happening here. Swoosh, swoosh. From time to time, rays of colorful light would streak across the void and fly into the energy of the fusion of wind and fire. Entering the Dream Origin realm at this moment, a quaint 8-story pavilion flew over. The forces stationed here immediately recognized that it was the core of the inheritance in the 8 Cloud Ruins, the 8 Cloud Pavilion. It's the Mountain Sea Tao Lord. I heard that the Mountain Sea Tao Lord is wandering in the Dream Origin realm. Is it his doppelganger who is controlling this treasure? Although the Mountain Sea Tao Lord is a Tao Lord, he is known as the Invincible Celestial Master. Regardless of whether it's his doppelganger or his doppelganger, we can't provoke him. The forces did not act rashly and allowed the 8 Cloud Pavilion to stop at the edge of the Myriad World Ruins. At this moment, in one of the spaces in the 8 Cloud Pavilion, the Dream Origin realm is full of danger. After you follow me in, I will bring you directly to the camp of the White Flame Army. Then, you will participate in the army selection. You all know the danger of joining the army, so I don't need to say more. After that, everything depends on you. Jianghu's doppelganger looked at the experts in front of him. Of course. Mountain Sea Tao Lord, sorry to trouble you. The Tao Lords spoke one after another. Jianghu just nodded. The 8 Cloud Pavilion carried the 8 Cloud inheritance. Its value could not be measured simply by the grade of the supreme treasure. Of course, he could not bring it into the Dream Origin realm and had left it in the 4th universe. Now, as his strength increased, both his doppelganger and his doppelganger were not afraid of any experts in the Chaos Sea. Naturally, he could bring the 8 Cloud Pavilion out boldly. After a while, whoosh, a 9-story tower emerged from the energy of the fusion of wind and fire and stopped in front of the 8 Cloud Pavilion. It was the Heaven Connecting Tower. Let's go. Jianghu ordered. Immediately, the Tao Lords in the human camp left the 8 Cloud Pavilion and entered the Heaven Connecting Tower. Only Jianghu's doppelganger and Tao Lord 9 Clouds were left in the 8 Cloud Pavilion. Jianghu, The 48 Dao Lords in the Dream Origin realm this time are all Dao Lords of other races from the human camp. After all, they are not humans. You just have to lead the way for them from the beginning. As for the future, don't worry too much. You still have to take care of yourself. Dao Lord Nine Clouds reminded. I understand. Jiang Xi smiled. At the same time, the heaven-connecting tower did not stop. Jiang Xi's true body led the Dao Lords into the myriad world's ruins again. Not far away, in a pitch-black flying ship, there was a Dao Lord in the form of a strange beast. After seeing this scene, its eyes flashed and it immediately followed into the myriad world's ruins. Sovereign ordered me to wait for the experts of the human camp in the fourth universe. I really did wait. And as Sovereign expected, the Mountain Sea Dao Lord will definitely come out to receive the experts of the human camp. They are too loyal. In this case, as long as I follow closely, I will know the location of the Mountain Sea Dao Lord in the Dream Origin realm. This Dao Lord strange beast came from the Great Sky Sacred Ground. It looked completely different from the Great Sky race, so very few forces knew that it was an expert of the Great Sky Sacred Ground. Because they were hunted by Jiang Xi previously, the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Ground no longer dared to appear in the Chaos Sea openly. They could only let this Dao Lord strange beast monitor the myriad world's ruins. Soon, the black flying ship was sucked into the Dream Origin realm almost at the same time as the Heaven Connecting Tower. However, I lost him. The Dao Lord strange beast in the black flying ship saw the Heaven Connecting Tower teleport away as soon as it entered. It could no longer follow. Although I lost him, this location belongs to the White Flame Army of the Dream Origin realm. Obviously, the Mountain Sea Dao Lord has most likely joined the White Flame Army. Dao Monarch Exotic Beast hurriedly informed the Great Sky Holy Land of this news through his clone. After the experts of the various forces of the Chaos Sea entered the Dream Origin realm, they were like a drop of water entering the vast ocean. They did not cause any commotion at all. After Jiang Xi brought the Dao Lords of the other races to the White Flame Army, he did not ask any more questions and continued his cultivation. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. The White Flame Army's camp, the Great Yen Army's lake camp. Mountain Sea, Mountain Sea. A voice came from outside. Jiang Xi walked out of the stone house and looked up at the sky. He saw the eight-hoofed ferocious beast, Two Weasel, flying rapidly to his island. Mountain Sea, the other warriors are preparing to go on a new mission, Two Weasel said hurriedly. There are also the 8 new recruits from the past 10,000 years. They will be participating in the mission as well. Let's hurry up and go. Although Jiang Xi had ruthlessly slaughtered him previously, Two Weasel was still willing to team up with Jiang Xi. This was because he knew that he could survive by following Jiang Xi. 8 new recruits? This number surprised Jiang Xi. The army had a mission period every 10,000 years. The new recruits who joined would have to wait until the mission period began before they would be able to participate in their first mission. However, the Great Yen Army was huge. The third squad he was in only had 8 new recruits. It was obvious that they had more recruits than the Great Yen Army. The Great Yen Army will be assigned many warriors every 10,000 years. Because our squad suffered too many losses in the previous disaster-level mission, the higher-ups mainly replenished our squad, Two Weasel explained. I see. Jiang Xi nodded. However, Two Weasel, I have to tell you in advance that I won't be going with you this time. You won't be going with us? Two Weasel was puzzled. However, he was not worried. After the disaster-level mission, they would not receive any difficult missions for a long time. I have something to do. Jiang Xi did not explain too much. In the Dream Origin realm, participating in an elite mission was something to brag about. However, it was not necessary for him. Chapter 668. Just like last time, they gathered at the Island of Legacy before the mission began. This time, Leader Yingji's team was hostile to Jiang Xi. Cheng Wan's team was friendly and their intention to rope him in was obvious. Such an obvious difference in treatment made the 8 new recruits curious about Jiang Xi. Recruits, let me remind you. After Riverward arrived at the basic inheritance island, he directly ignored the group of old warriors who had attracted Ji. Instead, he said to the new recruits, Cheng Wan is not bad. You can follow her. As for the captain, if you don't want to die, don't follow him. The 8 new recruits were stunned. Mountain Sea. Yingji shouted coldly with an ugly expression. Did I say something wrong? Jiang Xi looked at him indifferently. All the warriors in the third squad could feel the conflict between Jiang Xi and their leader. The new recruits didn't know what was going on, but the old warriors knew. Last time at the Tsangming Mountains, Leader Yingji was greedy for Shanhai's military merits. After a round of encirclement, it ended in failure. The conflict between the two parties was thus settled. Accept the military mission. Yingji didn't dare to fight with Jiang Xi in the end. He had seen Jiang Xi's strength and his foundation was damaged. Naturally, he didn't want to go against Jiang Xi. He was even a little afraid. The third squad spent almost a day shuttling through the military camp and finally arrived at the Black Mission Hall. Boom! A beam of light enveloped all the warriors in the third squad. The other warriors all received simple missions, but Jiang Xi received an elite mission. The Valley of the Divine King? The place where His Majesty the Divine King lived? Jiang Xi was surprised. The location of the elite mission is there. Mission location: the Valley of the Divine King. Mission details: the Great Divine King left a verdant cloud building in the Valley of the Divine King. The building is 9 floors high. The mission objective is to enter the verdant cloud building and climb the floors. Mission rewards: 1. Leave the verdant cloud building alive and you will receive 100,000 military merits. 2. Reach the 9th floor and you will enter the elite team and enjoy endless benefits. Mission punishment: none. Important reminder: so far, only His Majesty the Deity King has entered the 9th floor of the verdant cloud building. The participants of this mission are all top-notch Daolord warriors from the 4 armies of the Dream Origin realm. The death rate is 90% on average. Please be careful. Verdant Cloud Brothel? Jiang Xi wasn't concerned about the death rate. He was familiar with the name Verdant Cloud. A long time ago, when he was still in the nascent Soul realm, he had participated in the 9 Realms Genius Tournament of the Dao Alliance. Besides, this Qingyun Road was very similar to the Lingwan Road in the Yaoqi Cave on Earth. That was why he had such a deep impression of him. Of course, this thought only flashed through Jiang Xi's mind, and he didn't think too much about it. After all, in this vast world, there were too many situations with similar names. For example, the name Shanhai could be found in hundreds and thousands of White Flame Army soldiers. Jiang Xi turned his attention back to the mission. Challenging the Verdant Cloud Pavilion might seem simple, but there's no punishment even if you fail. But in fact, an average death rate of 90% is the scariest punishment. Obviously, there was no punishment worse than death. Every Dao Lord warrior who took on an elite mission knew about this death rate. They would definitely prepare many life-saving items in advance. However, there were still so many deaths. One could imagine how dangerous and difficult it was. I can't be careless. Although I still have a clone, even if my main body dies, I won't completely die. However, I still have many important Dharma treasures like the Heavenly Tower and the Sevenfold Mountain. If I lose them all in the Dream Origin realm, it will definitely be a great loss. Jiang Xi thought. This mission is very simple. Captain Yingji's voice came from the side. As long as you recruits don't mess around, you can easily pass this mission. Last time it was a disaster-level mission. We followed our captain and survived. You 8 recruits, hurry up and come over. We are willing to accept you. Hurry up and come over. Yingji and the warriors under his command all opened their mouths and shouted. Follow you? Even if we don't die this time, we will die in the future. Cheng Yuan said coldly. She stared at Yingji's subordinates and sneered. Haven't you suffered enough? Last time, if Quan Zhu and I didn't join forces and force our captain to abandon you, do you think you can survive? The faces of Yingji and his subordinates turned ugly. The 8 recruits also hesitated. I am willing to go with Cheng Yuan and the others. 2 Itachi shouted. Jiang Xi, who was studying the elite mission, also turned to look. There were only 2 groups left in the 3rd squad. The captain's group and Cheng Yuan's group. Now that 2 Itachi had joined Cheng Yuan's group, only the 8 recruits were still hesitating. At this moment, the recruits looked at Jiang Xi. They all felt that the senior warriors of the 3rd squad, be it the captain or Cheng Yuan, were somewhat afraid of Jiang Xi. Go with Cheng Yuan and the others. At least, Cheng Yuan won't abandon you at a critical moment because she doesn't have the strength to travel alone. Jiang Xi smiled. As soon as he said this, one of the 8 recruits who were originally hesitating walked directly towards Cheng Yuan. With someone taking the lead, the other recruits followed one after another. Because they also felt that this senior warrior, Shanhai, with a special status, made a lot of sense. In terms of strength, Cheng Yuan was not as strong as the captain, and she relied more on her subordinates. Shanhai. You want to be enemies with the captain? Shanhai. Captain Yingji's subordinates were furious. Yingji didn't speak, only using his eyes to stare at Jiang Xi. Enemies with your captain? Jiang Xi looked at Yingji and chuckled. Is he worthy? The warriors instantly glared and Yingji's expression turned ugly. Shanhai. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Tuatachi Qinghuan, let's go. Jiang Xi smiled and greeted Tuatachi and Qinghuan. Then he directly walked towards the spatial whirlpool beside the Black Mission Hall. Let's go. Let's go. Tuatachi, Qinghuan, and the other warriors also flew into the spatial whirlpool. The captain and his subordinates were left behind with gloomy faces. Captain, are we just going to let Shanghai go? Captain, there are less than 10 warriors on our side now, and Qinghuan has more warriors. If Shanghai makes trouble again, your prestige will be gone. You can't just let him go. Captain? The old warriors all looked at the captain. Yingji's eyelids twitched and he really wanted to slap this group of subordinates to death. Go against Shanghai? You wouldn't even know how he died. Last time in the Tsangming Mountain Range, only he had fought with Shanghai and he knew Shanghai's strength. He was far from being Shanghai's opponent. Ignore him for now. Yingji said coldly. Whoosh. He led the way into the spatial whirlpool and the other warriors looked at each other, confused. Why would the proud captain be so soft on Shanghai? Was the captain really afraid of Shanghai? Many thoughts appeared in the minds of the old warriors. In an area outside the White Flame Army camp, a large number of spatial whirlpools were gathered here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Batches of warriors appeared from those spatial whirlpools one after another, and then they left on various flying boats and supreme treasures. An 8-armed Tao Lord was standing atop an ancient tree not too far away from this region, staring intently at the spatial vortices. There are so many people going out on missions. The 8-armed Tao Lord sent a voice transmission. Say, how long do you think we have to keep watching like this? On another tree not far away, there was a warrior in gray armor. He smiled and transmitted his voice. The army has a mission period every 10,000 years. Now that the new mission period has just begun, many small teams have begun to go out and carry out missions. Now is the craziest time of the year. If that Mountain Sea Tao Lord Jiang Xi wants to leave the camp, it's very likely that he will go out at this time. The Supremes asked the 10 of us to watch the exit of the White Flame Army camp. After 100 years, when the next batch of experts from the Sacred Land arrives, we can go out on missions. At this moment, the 10 Tao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land were watching the exit of the camp. At this stage it was the peak period for warriors to leave the camp. The probability of Jiang Xi appearing was the highest, so they naturally couldn't be careless. Look, it's the Blue Flame Army. Watch carefully. That's a special legion. It's very likely that Jiang Xi is in the special legion. Among the large number of warriors leaving the camp, warriors from the special legion would occasionally appear. As time passed, more warriors from the special legion appeared one after another. However, the 10 Tao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land didn't find any trace of Jiang Xi. Finally, swoosh. Another group of figures in fiery red armor flew out of one of the spatial whirlpools. It's the Great Yen Army. This is also a special legion. Keep an eye on them. The 10 Tao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land immediately focused their gazes. The group of figures flew out one after another. Each of them was wearing fiery red Great Yen armor. Just from the style of the armor, one could tell the origin of the legion. Mountain Sea, then we'll part ways here. Mountain Sea, are you really not going on a mission with us? Where are you going? Tuatachi and Qinghuan both asked. I have something important to do, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Since this was just a normal conversation, whether it was Jiang Xi, Tuatachi, or Qinghuan, none of them used their spiritual senses. When the 10 Tao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land saw Jiang Xi, they didn't realize that this was the Mountain Sea Tao Lord they were looking for. This was because in this army, Jiang Xi's appearance had changed slightly. He had become more rugged. In addition, he was covered in Great Yen armor and had a helmet that covered most of his face. Therefore, it was impossible to tell that this was Jiang Xi at a glance. As Jiang Xi and the others spoke, although they were far away and couldn't hear anything, the Tao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land could easily determine the content of the conversation just by looking at their lips. Mountain Sea. These two words immediately attracted their attention. The target's figure and appearance are similar to that of a human. It's very likely that he's Mountain Sea Tao Lord Jiang Xi. Keep an eye on him. Immediately approach and identify him. Soon, one of the 10 Tao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land who were monitoring from afar, wearing an ordinary legion's armor, flew directly toward the spatial whirlpool. Swoosh. As there were too many warriors coming and going in the surroundings, how could Jiang Xi notice an ordinary warrior? When the ordinary warrior flew past him, oh? Jiang Xi frowned slightly and turned to look. It arms? He looks very similar to the experts from the Great Sky Sacred Land. His aura, is also somewhat similar. What a coincidence. I actually encountered an expert from the Great Sky Sacred Land here? It seems that he should have discovered me. Jianghu shook his head gently again. So what if he discovered me? In the Dream Origin Realm, it's not up to the Great Sky Sacred Land to speak. Jianghu didn't make a move because this was the Dream Origin Realm and not the Chaos Sea. He couldn't act recklessly. Moreover, he didn't take the Great Sky Sacred Land seriously. The rules of the Dream Origin Realm were set by the army. Even the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness, which had an eternal Grand Paragon, had to listen to the army's orders obediently. A mere Great Sky Sacred Land was nothing. Let's go. Jianghu then drove a Class 7 flying ship and quickly tore through the air. When the 8 Arms Tao Lord flew past Jianghu, he exchanged glances with Jianghu. He instantly confirmed. It's Mountain Sea Tao Lord, it's Jianghu. Information confirmed. Immediately report to the Supreme. The 10 Tao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land excitedly sent the news back to the Great Sky Sacred Land. At this moment, the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea, the Great Sky Sacred Land universe, the Divine Palace at the core of the Great Hammer Divine World. A blurry figure stood there in midair, and below him were 10 kneeling Tao Lords. Are you sure it's Jianghu? Great Sky Supreme asked. Yes, Supreme. It's Jianghu. His name in the Dream Origin Realm is Mountain Sea, which matches his title of Mountain Sea Tao Lord. Moreover, I personally flew past him and saw half of his face and eyes. They are identical to Jianghu's. The 8 Arms Tao Lord replied respectfully. Very good. Great Sky Supreme nodded gently. Since we've confirmed that he's a warrior of the Great Yen Army, immediately find out which regiment and which squad he's in. We must find out. Yes. The 10 Tao Lords below immediately responded. This mission was very easy. After all, the number of warriors in the Great Yen Army was limited now that they knew Jianghu's name in the Dream Origin Realm and his appearance. It was easy to find out who he was. After you found out, there's no need to rush into action, Great Sky Supreme said again. Let's wait for Jianghu to return to the camp first before we start the killing. If we start the killing in advance and leak the news, it won't be good if he escapes. We can only wait for him to return to the camp and let him fall into a killing trap with nowhere to run. Yes. The Dream Origin Realm was a huge world. In the central region of this world, there was a vast and endless blue ocean. In the middle of the ocean there was a vast continent. The Godly King Valley was on that continent. After Jianghu left the camp, he drove a Class 7 flying ship and constantly teleported and flew in the Dream Origin Realm. It took him almost a year to reach the Godly King continent. I'm here. He stood on the flying ship and looked at the vast continent in the blue ocean. What would the place where the Godly King lived be like? Chapter 669. The Dream Origin Realm had a total of 5 continents. The White Flame Army, the Green Wind Army, the Mountain Shield Army, and the Styx River Army each ruled a vast continent and part of the ocean. In this vast and boundless ocean, there were many islands of various sizes. Among them, the Godly Monarch mainland was the largest island. Although it was far smaller than the other 4 continents, it had a special status because it was where His Majesty lived. It was also considered the 5th continent. Godly Monarch mainland. Jianghu looked down and saw it. The entire continent's mountain ranges rose and fell. Mountains and rivers were everywhere, exuding rich vitality. Oh! Jianghu was suddenly alarmed. This was because he realized that the countless undulating mountain ranges were like Tao Dharma patterns that appeared. Even the lakes were like nodes. Just by looking down at the entire Godly Monarch mainland, Jianghu felt large amounts of Tao Dharma profundity surge into his mind. However, these Tao Dharma profundities were too profound, far exceeding what he could understand now. As expected of the place where Chaos Essence Godly Monarch once lived. Even the topography of the mountains and rivers contains truth. Jianghu sighed inwardly. Just as he was looking down at the Godly Monarch mainland from high in the sky, a figure suddenly teleported over from the continent below and rapidly approached Jianghu. This is the Godly Monarch mainland. Trespassing is prohibited. Stop. At the same time, a cold bellow sounded. The voice rumbled, immediately isolating Jianghu from the outside world. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Eternal spacetime? Jianghu was immediately alarmed. Any one of them was an eternal supremacy. I'm the White Flame Army's Great Yen Legion's warrior Mountain Sea. I came to the Godly Monarch mainland because I applied for an elite mission. Jianghu left the flying ship and shouted at the distant figure. Warrior Mountain Sea? The Eternal Supremacy glanced at Jiang Ci from afar and scrutinized him carefully. Whoosh. Following that, the surrounding space-time returned to normal. Follow me. The distant Eternal Supremacy nodded. Jiang Ci immediately flew over obediently, not daring to have any thoughts. Even though he already had the strength of an invincible heavenly venerable, he had no way of resisting an Eternal Supremacy. As he flew over, Jiang Ci also observed the other party. This Eternal Supremacy was very similar to a tribal warrior. He had a human appearance, but his body was dark gold in color. Even though he wasn't deliberately releasing any aura, he still gave off an extremely domineering aura. Mountain Sea greetings. Jiang Ci bowed after he flew. Eternal Supremacy, Eternal Supremacy, Supremacy, Supremacy of the Monarch Mainland. Eternal Supremacy, said Eternal Supremacy. Supremacy directly, Supremacy, you Monarch Mainland. Supremacy, 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 Godly Monarch Mainland, Supremacy, Monarch Mainland. Supremacy of Supremacy, Supremacy, Supremacy of Supremacy, understood. Riverward replied. Of the of Supremacy, Supremacy of Supremacy of Supremacy, Supremacy, Supremacy of Supremacy of Monarch. Supremacy, Supremacy. The more Jiang Ci looked at the continent below, the more mysterious he felt. He couldn't help but ask, Lord Supremacy, Supremacy, I feel that there are Taoist patterns everywhere in the Monarch Mainland. Is there danger everywhere? Supremacy, 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 Supremacy glanced at Jiang Ci and revealed a rare smile. That's right. The Monarch Mainland is indeed filled with danger. It's the most dangerous place in the Dream Origin realm. This continent is too large. If a large number of Tao Lords and Heavenly Venerables were to barge in here, even if there are many Eternal Supremacies guarding this place, it's impossible to take care of all of them. With these dangers, no experts would dare to barge in. Jiang Ci nodded. The information he received also reminded him that trespassing on the Monarch Mainland was forbidden. Anyone who did would be killed. Dojo. These two simple words caused Riverward to feel waves of shock in his heart. He had the God King level inheritance of 8 clouds, so he naturally knew a lot about the Eternal Realm and the Primordial Chaos Realm. The Primordial Chaos Realm was a self-created Taoist technique, not a step-by-step cultivation of a Taoist technique that already existed. If he could create a complete Tao technique, he would be able to use this Tao technique to form a Tao field. I didn't expect to see the dojo of a Chaos Origin Divine King here. Jiang Ci held his breath. This was a legendary place. Even in the more powerful Primordial Realm and Star Realm, there weren't many godly monarch Bodhimanda. It didn't take long for Riverward and Paragon Shojin to arrive in the air above a beautiful valley. That is the Godly King Valley. Autarch Shojin pointed towards the valley below. In the past, His Majesty the God King often stayed in the God King's Valley. I've already informed the guards of your arrival. Go ahead. They won't stop you. Thank you very much, Lord Shojin. Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. Also, look at that 9-story tower. Supreme Shojin pointed at the tallest building in the entire God King Valley. That's the Verdant Cloud Tower. I hope to see you come out alive after this elite mission is over. With that, Supreme Shojin shook his head and disappeared into thin air. Jiang Ci also looked at the 9-story tower and thought to himself, come out alive? Not only do I want to come out alive, but I also want to see what's inside. Why hasn't a single Tao Lord reached the top in these endless years? He was full of confidence and had an unstoppable momentum. Whoosh! Jiang Ci flew over. The God King Valley was heavily guarded, but the guards already knew that Jiang Ci was here for the elite mission, so they didn't stop him. They only shouted coldly through voice transmission, "You are not allowed to fly in the God King Valley." Hence Jiang Ci walked forward. He walked on the quiet path of the God King Valley and arrived at the bottom of the Verdant Cloud Tower. The Verdant Cloud Tower was 1,000 light-years tall. It was the tallest building in the God King Valley. At this moment, there were already 6 figures at the bottom of the towering tower. "Warrior, come here," one of the 6 figures, a 2-horned beast, growled. The 2-horned beast was a heavenly venerable while the other 5 figures were Tao Lords. Jiang Ci didn't say anything and walked over. "You're the 6th Tao Lord warrior in this batch," the 2-horned beast said in a deep voice. "According to the rules, each batch has to have 10 Tao Lord warriors before they can enter the Verdant Cloud Tower. 3 batches have already gone in. You're the 4th batch. Wait until there are 10 of you before you go in." Jiang Ci nodded to show that he understood. He looked around. The other 5 Tao Lord warriors were standing or sitting casually in the open space in front of the Verdant Cloud Tower. There were also Tao Lords who were lying on the ground. "The Great Yen Legion? You're from the White Flame Legion?" One of the tall and thin warriors walked over. He was a warrior from a tribe. What he was wearing was a set of armor with a strange red tree engraved on it. "You're from the Sequoia Legion?" Jiang Xi smiled. The Sequoia Legion was one of the White Flame Legion special legions. "I'm Lai Yu from the Sequoia Legion." "I'm Shan Hai from the Great Yen Legion." The two of them introduced each other. The tall and thin Lai Yu immediately put on a friendly expression. He smiled and said, "The other 4 warriors are from other armies. It's a pleasure to meet a warrior from the White Flame Legion here." "All right, which brigade are you from?" "I've been in the White Flame Legion for 100 million years, and this is my first time meeting you." "I'm a new recruit," Jiang Xi replied casually. As soon as he said this, Lai Yu was shocked. Even the other 4 Daolord warriors nearby focused their gazes on him. "A new recruit?" Realization dawned on Lai Yu. "No wonder I've never seen you before. You must have joined in the last few tens of thousands of years. There are only so many special legions in the White Flame Legion, and I'm familiar with the most outstanding Daolord warriors. However, since you dare to participate in the elite mission, you must be strong. I believe your name, Shan Hai, will soon spread to all the special legions in the White Flame Legion." Jiang Xi smiled. Everyone was willing to listen to compliments. Moreover, it was extremely dangerous to enter the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. Since they were all from the White Flame Legion, it was normal for them to build a good relationship. Perhaps, there would be some gang leaders when it came time to challenge the pavilion. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. Another 4 Daolord warriors arrived. 10 of them. The 2-horned beast Heavenly Venerable growled. "You're the 4th batch of warriors to enter the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. I'll tell you in advance that more than half of the 3 batches of warriors who entered earlier have fallen. I hope you'll survive and I'll have a chance to see you again." The expressions of the 10 Daolord warriors changed. Jiang Xi was shocked as well. Those who dared to take on the elite mission were naturally not weak. However, more than half of the 3 batches of warriors from earlier had fallen. Rumble. In the distance, a door that was over 100 light-years tall was slowly opening. It let out a deafening sound and emitted countless dazzling lights. At the same time, an endless pressure spread out from the slowly opening door. "Go in!" The 2-horned beast Heavenly Venerable shouted. Jiang Xi and the other 10 Daolord warriors looked at each other. Then they transformed into streaks of light and flew toward the towering door. None of them dared to teleport. After all, everyone knew how dangerous the elite mission was. Passing through the door was like entering another world. The first floor of the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. It was a vast desert world. Gusts of cold wind blew past. It was extremely cold. There was frost faintly forming on the sand. It was extremely cold. After Jiang Xi and the other 10 entered, they looked around and observed their surroundings. "The mission is to climb the pavilion. What kind of test will it be?" Jiang Xi was also observing. This desert world was boundless and there was no end in sight. Even the door behind them had disappeared. "The Verdant Cloud Pavilion is extremely dangerous. Mountain Sea, where do you think is the priority? Is it under the desert?" Lai Yu transmitted his voice from the side. "I don't know." Jiang Xi shook his head. There were a total of 10 Daolord warriors. 6 of them were from tribes and 4 were ferocious beasts. Everyone was very careful and vigilant. As for the White Flame Army, only Jiang Xi and Lai Yu were from the White Flame Army. The 2 of them naturally moved closer. If they encountered danger, they could deal with it together. Boom. Suddenly, a loud rumble sounded in the peaceful desert world. A tyrannical energy shockwave spread out in all directions, instantly sweeping through the endless area. Jiang Xi and the others sensed the powerful impact and immediately turned to look. In the sky above the desert world, a dazzling pillar of lightning appeared. It twisted and extended downward. In just a few seconds, the huge pillar of lightning connected the desert and the endless sky. "What's that?" "It seems to contain extremely powerful energy." The warriors were puzzled. At that moment, the surface of the pillar of lightning suddenly distorted and huge black words appeared. Black as ink, each word emitted a monstrous killing intent that directly invaded the minds of every warrior. Even though Riverward's primordial spirit was comparable to a third-step Empyrean, he was still affected by that powerful killing intent. His heart stirred, and his eyes glowed red as a bloodthirsty killing intent gushed out. At the same time, those black words appeared in the sky. "This is the passage to the 2nd level of the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. You must kill a warrior to enter the passage. If you don't kill other warriors, you will never be able to leave. When the next batch of warriors opens the door again, those who don't enter the 2nd level will be annihilated." The black words floated in the air, emitting endless pressure. The killing intent within could easily affect every warrior. With such power, if they wanted to annihilate this group of Tao Lords, it would probably be done with a sweep. No one could escape the punishment of the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. Jiang Xi and the other warriors did not doubt the black words at all. Therefore they had to kill a warrior to enter the passage and enter the second level. In other words, at least 5 of the 10 warriors will die? Jiang Xi was shocked. He now understood why the two-horned beast Heavenly Venerable said that more than half of the warriors in the first 3 batches had died. Kill one? Who should we choose? Jiang Xi scanned the surroundings. Because the 10 warriors had entered together, they were not too far away from each other. At that moment, everyone was looking around warily, looking at the other warriors. They were also thinking about who to choose as their opponent. Those who dared to come here were naturally not ordinary. If they chose the wrong one and chose someone too strong, then they would be unlucky. But silently, the surrounding space-time froze. This was something that everyone did almost at the same time. Boom. With a violent roar, one of the warriors made his move. As soon as he attacked, the oppressive atmosphere from before exploded. Boom. 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 One by one, the Tao Lord warriors unleashed their full combat strength and attacked their target. Roar. An ugly scaled beast roared and charged in front of Jiang Xi. Go to hell. A tall and sturdy tribal warrior, wielding a ferocious giant hammer, smashed it towards riverward. Kill. A black light swept directly at Jiang Xi's head. 3 warriors chose to attack Jiang Xi at the same time. Jiang Xi laughed. It seemed that this situation was caused by him admitting that he was a new recruit outside the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. Of course, the strong were bold. He was not afraid of anything. That was why he dared to say that before. First attack, then change. Chapter 670. Seeing the 3 warriors attacking him, Jiang Xi retreated quickly. Boom. An illusory mountain, river, lake, and sea came crashing down and enveloped the surroundings. It was his spacetime domain, the mountain sea spacetime. Suddenly, spacetime froze and shrouded the 3 attacking warriors. Jiang Xi also saw them clearly at this moment, especially the most ghostly one. Of the 3 Tao Lord warriors attacking him, the first was a scaled beast warrior, the second was a burly tribal warrior. The third was actually Liu, who came from the White Flame Army like him. Liu. Jiang Xi shouted coldly. You and I are both White Flame Army warriors. This is only the first floor of the Verdant Cloud Brothel and you want to attack me? You are a new recruit. If I don't kill you, who should I kill? Liu said coldly. Boom. Liu was surrounded by layers of black light. It was his spacetime domain. He wanted to break through Jiang Xi's spacetime imprisonment. You're the one who's courting death. Jiang Xi shouted immediately. His body swayed and he instantly turned into a flash of sword light. He easily dodged the beast warrior and the burly tribal warrior and pounced toward Liu. This simple swaying and pouncing caused the 3 warriors attacking Jiang Xi to change their expressions. If they were weak, they might not be able to see anything. However, they were all elites of the special armies. They immediately saw that Jiang Xi's movement technique was terrifying. Oh no! Liu shouted. Whoosh! A layer of green light appeared on his body. He seemed to have turned into a green bird. With a flap of his wings and a flick of his tail, his speed soared and he quickly fled. 8th-stage supreme treasure, green-winged bird? Jiang Xi was surprised. He had seen this supreme treasure on the exchange list in the White Flame Army's quartermaster hall. It required 600,000 military credits to exchange for it. This was a special flying supreme treasure that was extremely good at escaping. It might not be good at dodging, but it was extremely fast when fleeing in a straight line. If one was not careful, even a 3rd-step Heavenly Venerable would not be able to catch up. As expected, none of them are easy to deal with. Jiang Xi sighed. This was an 8th-tier supreme treasure. In the primordial realm's Chaos Sea, even a 3rd-step Heavenly Venerate was not qualified to possess it in the Dream Origin realm. A top-tier Tao Lord warrior could fly around with a Tier 8 supreme treasure. Of course, while Jiang Xi was sighing with emotion, Liu was shocked. When he saw Jiang Xi's body as one with the sword, he knew that he had hit a wall. In the face of such close combat techniques, Jiang Xi could attack him 10 times, but he would only attack once and he would be blocked. Therefore, when he saw that the situation was not good, he immediately showed his trump card and escaped. You're fast. Jiang Xi shook his head lightly, not intending to chase after him. He was very clear that Liu had this Tier 8 supreme treasure on him. Wanting to kill Liu was still a certain level of difficulty. Right now it was not a good time to pursue and fight. Far away. To be exact, it was extremely far away. Lai Yu was enveloped by the Tier 8 supreme treasure, the green-winged bird. He looked like a huge bird as he looked at Jiang Xi from afar. He's a recruit too? Lai Yu's expression was unsightly. Is he lying to me? No, I know all the powerful warriors in the Great Yan army. I don't know any of them unless they're recruits. Then he shouldn't be lying. He's a recruit and yet he's so powerful. This is troublesome. Even if he managed to survive on the first level, there's still the second level, the third level. Lai Yu regretted it. Why was his foresight so bad? The first time he probably picked the most powerful warrior in their batch. Swoosh, swoosh. Lai Yu fled quickly. When the other two warriors saw that the situation was bad, they immediately scattered and fled as well. A pair of black wings appeared on the back of the burly warrior with the huge hammer. It was the Tier 7 supreme treasure, the Black Cloud wings. He flapped his wings and flew away with a whistle. On the other hand, the beast warrior was the slowest. He was the last to flee. The slowest to flee? Then I'll take you. Jiang Xi chose a new target. His figure flashed as he charged forward. A pair of golden wings with purple veins appeared on his back. It was the Tier 8 supreme treasure he had obtained from Tu Itachi. It was best at flying and dodging in close combat. Boom. He vanished from the spot in an instant. No. That ferocious beast warrior noticed this scene and was immediately shocked because this speed was too fast. How can he be so fast? The beast warrior was terrified. At the same time he felt regret and despair. He regretted that he had exchanged for treasures in the army before joining the elite mission. However, he had only exchanged for offensive treasures. He did not exchange for life-saving treasures. In terms of offensive power, he was not afraid of any Dao Lord warriors. He felt despair when he saw Jiang Xi's speed and dodging ability. He knew that even if he had a Tier 8 supreme treasure, he would still lose if he continued fighting with Jiang Xi. Therefore he had to flee. However, he could not escape. Boom. Jiang Xi vanished from the spot and appeared in front of the beast warrior. Whoosh. A black and white sword light whistled out and slashed straight at the beast warrior's head. That powerful Dao rune shook the void. Jiang Xi's strength had long been invincible among heavenly venerables. Now he could completely crush this beast warrior by casually displaying some of his strength. Therefore this was destined to be a one-sided battle. The other warriors in the distance were even more shocked when they saw the power of this sword. At their level, almost all of them had the combat strength of a first-step heavenly venerable, reaching the limit of combat strength that a Dao Lord powerhouse could unleash. If their cultivation realm did not break through, it was almost impossible for their combat strength to break through to a higher level. Therefore, when everyone really fought, the gap between them would not be too great. However, they now discovered that this warrior, Shanhai, was too strong. This sword has already surpassed a first-step heavenly venerable. His speed is also freakishly strong. That pair of wings is actually a Tier 8 supreme treasure. It's hard to imagine how a recruit like him accumulated so many military merits. We have all accumulated military merits for tens of millions of years, hundreds of millions of years, before we can exchange for a special Tier 8 supreme treasure. While these warriors were fighting, they were also paying attention to Jiang Xi's battle. They knew very well that the final goal of the mission was to reach the top of the Verdant Cloud Tower. Since the first level of the Verdant Cloud Tower made them kill each other, then there were still 8 levels after that. Obviously, it was very likely that there would be tests where they would kill each other. Or rather, under the motivation of some benefits, it was possible that they would take the initiative to kill each other. Therefore, they naturally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to figure out the strength of the other warriors. However, after watching for a while, they recognized a fact. This Shanhai is not to be provoked. Stay as far away as you can. If I knew he was so strong, I wouldn't have dealt with him. Lai Yu was the one who regretted it the most. If I didn't make a move just now, then perhaps he could have helped me in the later levels of tests. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. On the other side. Roar. The beast warrior roared into the sky, the scales all over its body emitting a dim light. It raised its huge claws wanting to block Jiang Xi's sword. But how could it block it? Whoosh. The black and white sword light whistled as if it could cut through everything. The second move of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Heavenly Dao Scroll, 5 Elements Yin Yang. This sword landed directly on the scaled beast's neck, and a huge head soared into the sky. However, this beast warrior's vitality was very tenacious. Its head and body quickly merged into one. However, its aura was still 20% of its original, and it no longer had the strength to resist. Shanhai, spare my life. The beast warrior begged for mercy in despair. Jiang Xi ignored it and raised his hand to swing his sword again. I'm willing to give up all my treasures. The beast warrior was terrified and anxious. After killing you, your treasures will be mine, Jiang Xi said coldly. Moreover, I need your life to go to the second level. Just now, this beast warrior had taken the initiative to attack him, so there was naturally no need to show mercy. Whoosh! The sword struck again and the black and white sword light flashed. No! The beast warrior roared in despair, filled with unwillingness. However, it was useless even if he was unwilling. This sword landed on his body again with unstoppable force. In an instant, his huge body was annihilated. You killed a universe realm Dao Lord. Eternal experience +9, there are quite a lot of treasures left behind. Jiang Xi waved his hand and put away the large number of items left behind by the beast warrior. Not counting the treasures below grade 7, there was a total of 1 grade 8 offensive treasure and 4 grade 7 treasures. Killing a top-notch Dao Lord warrior in an army is more profitable than killing 10 ordinary heavenly venerables. Jiang Xi sighed in his heart. In the cold and barren desert, the cold wind whistled. And in several incomparably distant directions, battles were happening. Those warriors who were fighting occasionally glanced in Jiang Xi's direction. They're all quite far away from me. Jiang Xi shook his head. Originally, he wanted to kill a few more and get more treasures if he had the chance. First of all, he had to let the killing shadow sword devour the treasures he collected. This Yuan embryo supreme treasure could increase its grade by devouring other supreme treasures. It was worth mentioning that the killing shadow sword had devoured a large number of treasures in the 10,000 years he had been in seclusion and had successfully upgraded to a grade 9 treasure. However, he was now in the dream origin realm. Whether it was the heaven-reaching tower or the killing shadow sword, he was very careful when using them. Normally, he would only use an ordinary 7th-tier supreme treasure longsword. Secondly, he was now the biggest pillar of the race after all. He had to take care of the entire human race. The more treasures he obtained outside, the stronger the foundation of the human race. Forget it. Let's go to the next level first, Jiang Xi thought to himself. According to the mortality rate of elite missions, only 10% of people can leave the verdant cloud brothel alive. Only half of them died on the first level. And in their battles, the final spoils of war are in the hands of the victors. Later on, I can kill these victors and naturally get more. Jiang Xi looked at the 4 battles in the distance and did not stay any longer. He turned into a stream of light and flew directly to the lightning pillar in the middle of the desert. Whoosh! When Jiang Xi flew close, the lightning pillar did not stop him and allowed Jiang Xi to enter. Boom! In the next moment, Jiang Xi disappeared in the lightning pillar. He entered the second level. Phew, this terrifying guy finally entered the second level. The remaining 8 warriors who were fighting heaved a sigh of relief. If Jiang Xi had been watching from the side, they would have been uneasy even if he did not attack. This was because they clearly felt that they were not on the same level as Jiang Xi. We are the most outstanding Dao Lord warriors in the 4 armies. Logically speaking, even if there is someone stronger than us, he can't be that strong. How can this Mountain Sea warrior be so much stronger than us? They were all shocked and bewildered. After Jiang Xi left, the remaining 8 warriors could finally fight in pairs without worry. However, the difference between them and Riverward was that because the difference in strength between them wasn't great, they fought much slower. On the other side, after a burst of space-time, Jiang Xi appeared in a new world. Jiang Xi looked around. This was a vast, dark red land. There were cracks all over it, and a scarlet red liquid could be faintly seen flowing through the cracks. At the same time, blazing streams of air spewed out from those cracks and spread everywhere. Dark clouds covered the sky, making it extremely dark and gloomy. 5 warriors? Jiang Xi's gaze finally landed in the distance. There were 5 warriors scattered, and they were all very far away from each other. They were all very vigilant. Are they from the previous batch? Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. Some of the warriors from the later batch actually came up. In the distance, a warrior who looked like a young man chuckled. He was wearing dark red armor, which seemed to fit in well with this dark red world. What? Have you been waiting for the next batch? Jiang Xi asked. The rule of the Verdant Cloud Brothel is that every batch of 10 warriors is formed. Our batch only has 5 warriors left, so we have to wait for the next batch of 5 warriors to come up. The young warrior grinned. His smile was very bright, but deep in his eyes, there was a fierce glint. Jiang Xi nodded calmly. Under normal circumstances, that was the case. However, there were special circumstances such as one warrior in a batch killing the other 9. If that happened, they might have to wait even longer. How will the second floor of the verdant cloud brothel test us? Jiang Xi probed again. I don't know. The verdant cloud brothel didn't warn us. The other warriors also spoke. You're the first to come up. Looks like you're the strongest in your batch, the young warrior suddenly said. I was just lucky. Jiang Xi smiled. Where are the other warriors with you? The young warrior asked again. They'll be here soon, Jiang Xi replied naturally. Although they said they would wait for a while, they waited for a full hour before the other 4 warriors arrived on the second floor. Moreover, they arrived almost at the same time. Swoosh. As soon as Lai Yu appeared, his supreme treasure, the azure wing bird, immediately flapped its wings and dodged far away. Only then did he look around warily. Finally, his gaze locked onto the distant Jiang Xi. He wasn't the only one. The other 3 warriors did the same. They all stayed far away from Jiang Xi. Upon seeing this, the young warrior and the other 4 warriors from the first batch all glanced at Jiang Xi. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell that the 4 warriors who had just arrived were extremely wary and fearful of the red-armored warrior who had just arrived. He's actually able to make so many top-tier Daolord warriors fear him. His strength must be extraordinary. We have to be careful of him. The 5 warriors from the first batch all grew wary as well. Right at this moment, boom. 10 pillars of light descended from the skies, instantly enveloping the 10 of them. Chapter 671. The 10 pillars of light were extremely fast, and their momentum was monstrous. Jiang Xi and the other warriors had no time to dodge and were completely enveloped by the light pillars. This is the second level of the Verdant Cloud Tower. You will be teleported to a small world. If you survive all the attacks in the small world, you can pass this level. You are 2 batches of warriors. The first batch has rested for a long time and has recovered a lot. The second batch still needs to recover. So, you will be teleported to the small world one after the other. The majestic voice resounded in the minds of Jiang Xi and the other warriors. The next moment, the space-time around the young warrior and the other 4 warriors from the first batch shook. The 5 of them were instantly teleported to a faraway place in this world. From afar, they were separated and each of them was trapped in a small world with a diameter of about 100 million kilometers. Hurry up and heal your injuries. Hurry. The more you recover, the better. Lai Yu and the other 3 warriors quickly took out many treasures to heal their injuries. Jiang Xi watched from the side. His battle was very fast and he had consumed little energy. He was not injured. In another place, the young warrior was wearing dark red armor. He was looking around and observing this small world with a diameter of 100 million kilometers. Rumble. An ancient Dao pattern suddenly appeared in the sky above the world. It was also 100 million kilometers in diameter. All sorts of colorful Dao patterns interweaved together to form this Dao pattern that enveloped the entire ground below. Immediately after, a series of roars sounded. The ancient Dao pattern shot down beams of light. Bang! Bang! These beams of light were like swords and sabers, cutting down wantonly. The young warrior wielded his saber and slashed continuously. With a clang, he blocked a beam of light that was shot at him. The impact of the beam of light sent him flying and rolling in the air. During this process, the Dao pattern kept shooting beams of light that covered the sky. So, he was inevitably attacked by a large number of beams of light. Too strong. Each beam of light is comparable to a first-step heavenly venerable. If I didn't have an 8th-tier armor treasure, I'm afraid I would have been annihilated. The young warrior was horrified. He could withstand 10 or even 100 rays of such power. But when this endless light rushed over, it was terrifying. The 5 warriors in the first batch were all trapped in 5 small worlds. Every warrior was being ravaged by the Dao patterns in the small worlds. The 5 warriors in Riverward's group were also carefully observing the situation while recovering. It doesn't seem too dangerous. This is much better than the first level where we had to kill each other. That way at least half of us would die. On this level, we only need to resist the attacks of the descending miniature worlds to survive. The other 4 warriors were quietly discussing among themselves. Sometimes they would glance at Jiang Xi and feel relieved. Jiang Xi remained silent, but his opinion was the same as the other warriors. This floor did not seem to be dangerous. Every ray of light that shot out from the Dao pattern was at the first step heavenly venerate level. As long as one had an 8th-tier defensive treasure, they would be able to withstand it. Could it be that too many people died on the first floor so the pressure on the second floor lessened? Jiang Xi thought to himself. Soon he realized that he had guessed wrongly. The warriors in the 5 small worlds also felt much more relaxed. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's not too difficult to survive. The 5 warriors were resisting. Since they had survived the first level, they naturally had many treasures on them. Having an 8th tier defensive treasure was the minimum requirement. Just as they were thinking this, suddenly, rumble. The earth trembled. The earth of the 5 small worlds was trembling. The ground was originally covered in cracks, with crimson liquid flowing through them. At this moment, as the ground trembled, the crimson liquid gushed out of the ground, emitting a terrifying temperature. Perhaps even a universe-level Tao Lord would be instantly incinerated if he fell into it. The 5 Tao Lord warriors did not even think about it. They immediately flew up, not daring to stand on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. The crimson, scorching liquid quickly gathered together and kept on changing. In an instant, it turned into a towering crimson giant, but it was not over yet. The crimson giant's body began to cool and solidify, turning from liquid to a dark red stone giant. In addition, this stone giant's body had streams of blazing liquid flowing through it. Roar! The 5 crimson stone giants raised their heads and roared angrily. The cracks in the ground continued to pour out crimson liquid, connecting it to the stone giants' bodies. Rumble! The Tao patterns in the skies of the 5 small worlds were constantly emitting light as they blasted downwards. Many rays of light landed on the stone giants' bodies, but they only caused some of the rocks on the stone giants' bodies to fall off. In addition, the rocks that fell off quickly transformed back into crimson liquid and once more gathered on the giants' bodies. In this way they did not cause any damage at all. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar rang out. The 5 stone giants charged towards the 5 warriors at the same time. They either trampled with their feet, swept out with their fists, or simply charged forward. In just the first exchange of blows, they sent the 5 warriors flying. They're too strong. Just a single blow. At this moment, Jianghu and the other warriors who were still recovering were shocked when they saw this scene. Although they did not experience it personally, they could easily see what kind of situation the warriors in the 5 small worlds were in. After all, the Tao Lord warriors who could participate in the elite mission were definitely at the level of a first-step heavenly venerable. Those stone giants could send the 5 warriors flying with a single blow. This meant that the stone giant's strength was definitely at the level of a third-step heavenly venerable. And now it was not just the stone giants. The Tao pattern in the sky of the small worlds was still emitting endless light. Even if the 5 warriors had the strength to dodge the stone giants' attacks, they would not be able to dodge those rays of light. Although they had level 8 armor treasures that could withstand the attack of a third-step heavenly venerable, they could only withstand it for a short period of time. However, he could only hold on for a moment. Boom. Boom. The 5 warriors in the first batch were either knocked down by the rays of light or sent flying by the stone giants. This embarrassing situation and increasing danger made the 4 warriors in Jianghu's batch anxious. What should we do? We will definitely face similar dangers. The light of the Tao pattern and the stone giants. It will be difficult for us to survive until the end. Lai Yu and the other 4 warriors were doing their best to recover from their injuries, while worrying deeply. Jianghu was still calm and did not seem anxious, but his expression was a little serious. To me, these dangers are nothing. The key is there a third danger after the Tao pattern and the stone giants? Or is there a fourth danger? This was what he was afraid of. Even if he had the combat strength of an invincible heavenly venerable, there would be a time when he would be exhausted after so many consecutive attacks. However, since there is a 10% chance of survival, I will definitely survive, Jianghu thought to himself. At most, he would use the 7-fold mountain armor. The 7-fold mountain was now a level 9 treasure that could transform into armor and soul armor to protect the body and essence spirit. Even if he stood there without moving, a third-step heavenly venerable could not do anything to him. The Verdant Cloud Tower was the tallest building in the Divine King Valley. Not far from the Verdant Cloud Tower, there was an ancient 3-story gray palace. There was a group of heavenly venerable guards outside the palace. This was the highest authority of the Divine King Valley. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the gray palace. In the vast hall, there were 4 enormous thrones. On the leftmost throne, there was a towering figure shrouded in black mist. Waves of evil and terrifying aura escaped from the black mist. As for the other 3 thrones, they were empty. There was no one there. Whoosh. In the middle of the hall, a phantom light screen suddenly appeared, showing the scene on the 2nd floor of the Verdant Cloud Tower. The 5 Tao Lord warriors were in a sorry state in the miniature world. Trash. A sigh came from the black mist. This batch of warriors is still trash. If this continues, I don't know when we will find the peerless figure that His Majesty the Divine King mentioned. He was one of the 4 commanders of the Divine King Valley. Although he was only an Eternal Supreme, he was also an elite powerhouse. An Eternal Supreme elite was naturally the king of the Eternal Realm. Even if he were to fight against an Eternal Grand Sovereign like Scarlet Swallow, he could still easily kill Scarlet Swallow. Too weak. Their performance on the second level is already so weak. Who knows how many generations of elite warriors have performed better than them? But none of them succeeded. As for them, there is no hope. The towering figure in the black mist sighed. His voice was very old. The Dream Origin Realm was the Divine King's world. The Divine King Valley was the place where the Divine King lived. In fact, no one would trespass here. There was no need to arrange any guards. But he was still arranged here. On one hand, the Divine King trusted him. On the other hand, he was to help the Divine King find the peerless figure who could reach the 9th floor of the Verdant Cloud Tower. It has been too long. We have yet to complete the task that His Majesty the Divine King gave us. If anyone can reach the top of the Verdant Cloud Tower, I will be willing to die immediately. The towering figure's voice was very old. There was a deep sense of guilt towards the Divine King. Is the selection competition in the Dream Origin Realm not enough? Or is it crueler? He murmured again. At this moment, on the light screen in the center of the hall, the other 5 warriors began to be transported to their miniature worlds. In the vast world on the 2nd floor of the Verdant Cloud Tower, there were streaks of hot air rising from the dark red ground. The hot energy could probably burn a Tao Lord expert to death. In the 5 miniature worlds of the first batch of warriors, roar! The 5 dark red rock giants were incomparably barbaric. They rampaged around and beat the 5 warriors until they were battered and exhausted. On the other side, Jianghu and the other 5 warriors were watching carefully. Apart from Riverward, the other 4 warriors had worried looks in their eyes. The rock giants can't be killed. We have to stall for time. The other 4 warriors were also thinking of a solution. They had just experienced the battle on the 1st floor. They did not rest as long as the first batch of warriors. Now, when they were resting, they could see the danger on the 2nd floor in advance. This could be considered a fair compensation soon. The 5 warriors in the first batch fought for half an hour in the miniature world. Boom, boom, boom. The light pillars that enveloped Jianghu and the other 4 suddenly shook. The power of teleportation appeared and the 5 figures disappeared. Jianghu only felt a change in spacetime. He crossed a region and came to a miniature world. Only half an hour of rest? But it's fair to let us know the danger in advance. Jianghu looked up at the sky. In the dark clouds above, a huge Tao pattern appeared and covered the sky of the miniature world. Boom, boom, boom. The huge Tao pattern poured down a large amount of light. The power of each light was comparable to the full-strength attack of a first-step celestial master. Fortunately, this was just a trial, so the light spread to all regions. If it was concentrated, even an Eternal Supreme would not dare to resist the combined attack of hundreds of millions of light rays. Jianghu looked up at the sky and then waved his sword. Clang. The long sword in his hand blocked an attack. The power of the collision caused Riverward to retreat 6 steps in a row. Clang, clang. At the same time, he waved his sword and blocked 9 more light rays. Sure enough, all the light rays have the same power. They're all first-step celestial masters. Jianghu judged in his heart. His current combat strength was between a first-step celestial master and a second-step celestial master, so it seemed very easy. Rock Giant, hurry up and show yourself. Jianghu did not feel any pressure. Purple-patterned golden wings. Then he took out this treasure and a pair of golden wings with purple patterns appeared on his back. Instantly, the speed and agility of his movement technique increased explosively. In this way, the slanted light rays were even less of a threat to him and he easily dodged them. Rumble, the earth trembled and from those cracks, a scarlet liquid spewed out. Jianghu immediately rose into the air and looked down. He saw the scarlet liquid rolling and converging into a huge liquid monster. Then these monsters cooled and condensed again, turning into a huge dark red rock giant. Roar! The rock giant roared at the sky and charged toward Jianghu. Good. Jianghu smiled slightly, then his figure flashed and directly faced it with his sword. Boom! The dark red rock giant was close to 300,000 kilometers tall. When it punched down, it was like a huge mountain pressing down. Jianghu just waved his sword, and a bright sword light suddenly turned into 1,000,000 feet long and swept out. The third move of the Mountain Sea Sword scripture, Heavenly Path Scroll, Destruction and Rebirth. Crush. The resplendent sword light landed on the mountain-like fist, and it was as if a mountain had collapsed. The huge dark red fist was directly chopped off. The rock giant was a third-step celestial master, and Jiang Ci was only a Tao lord. This sword strike alarmed the Eternal Supreme who was secretly watching the battle. Chapter 672. On the third floor of the Grey Palace not far from the verdant cloud brothel, the floating screen was displaying the battle scenes in the 10 small worlds. One could clearly see the situation of the 10 Tao Lord warriors. There were 4 thrones in the main hall. On the leftmost throne was a towering figure shrouded in black mist. At this moment, the black mist outside the towering figure suddenly tumbled. Sword technique. A voice came from the black mist. Whoosh. The 10 images on the screen were originally side by side. At this moment, the images of the other 9 small worlds shrank instantly. The image showing Jiang Ci rapidly expanded, occupying 90% of the light. This Sword Dao secret technique, how? The Black Mist commander seemed to be completely stunned. As one of the 4 commanders of the Divine King Valley, he had seen countless elite warriors in the verdant cloud brothel. However, this was the first time he had seen someone with such talent in secret techniques. The fusion of 3 heavenly Daos, unheard of, unprecedented. It's already extremely rare to be able to complete the fusion of 3 great Daos, but he actually managed to do it. The Black Mist commander's eyes were sharp. He could tell at a glance that Jiang Ci's dazzling sword light was the fusion of 3 heavenly Daos, including the ultimate sword Dao, the 5 elements heavenly Dao, and the heavenly Dao of life. Moreover, it wasn't a simple fusion but a fusion on a deeper level. With the heavenly Dao as the foundation, one can create a rank 6 secret technique at most, which is the limit of a Dao Lord. But this warrior used 3 heavenly Daos to create a Sword Dao secret technique, and it's a rank 7 secret technique. He broke through the limit of a Dao Lord secret technique. As an elite of the eternal level, the Black Mist commander knew what this meant. After cultivating the eternal level to perfection, the Dao technique cultivated would also reach perfection, reaching the end. The next step was to create one's own Dao technique. If one could embark on that path, they could break through and become a supreme expert of the chaos realm. And the essence of secret techniques was Dao techniques. The warrior in front of him had fused 3 heavenly Daos, allowing his secret technique to break through the limit of a Dao Lord. This meant that in the future, this warrior could also use this special method to break through the limit of Dao techniques and create new Dao techniques. He could easily become a supreme expert of the chaos realm. This is a primordial chaos road. The Black Mist commander exclaimed. He understood, but he didn't understand anything. It wasn't as if no one had ever tried the cultivation method of fusing Taoist techniques. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many peerless geniuses had tried, but at most they could fuse to the level of the great Tao, and were unable to continue. No one knew how the fusion of the heavenly Daos would go. Of course, Jiang Ci didn't know that he did it using the experience panel. Why didn't the 4 generals tell me about such a warrior? With such talent, he is definitely the most important seed. It is very likely that he is the peerless figure that His Majesty the Divine King mentioned. Why is it that the list that the 4 generals gave me did not include this warrior? The Black Mist commander was somewhat displeased and angry. His goal in the Divine King's Valley for countless years was to find that peerless character for His Majesty the Divine King. Warrior Galaxy? From the Great Yen Army? So he just joined the army. No wonder the 4 generals didn't tell me. He just joined the army for 10,000 years, but he rushed to participate in the elite mission. It seems like he has absolute confidence. The Black Fog commander quickly ascertained the situation. His voice was filled with joy. The 3 of you stop sleeping and come over quickly. His voice rumbled through the entire Grey Palace and reached deep underground. Over there, 3 other commanders were in deep slumber. The commanders of the Divine King's Valley did not concern themselves with worldly affairs. They usually stayed in the Divine King's Valley and had nothing to do. Hence, the 4 commanders took turns to look after the verdant cloud pavilion. At the same time, they were in charge of the Divine King's continent. They would only summon the other 3 commanders when there was a special occasion. Boom, boom, boom. 3 powerful auras rose, shocking the heavenly venerate guards in the Divine King's Valley. On the 3rd floor of the Grey Palace, there were 4 thrones in the Great Hall. Apart from the one on the far left that was shrouded in black mist, there was another one on the left. A beautiful woman in silver armor sat on the 2nd throne on the left. Her eyes seemed to be the source of all light. With just a glance, one would be immersed in a world of light. On the throne next to her sat a tall and burly crimson armor commander. He exuded a boundless domineering aura. On the far right was a ferocious beast covered in black scales. This ferocious beast had 2 pairs of faces. Each face had a single eye. It was extremely demonic. You 3 look at that sword-wielding warrior. The Black Mist commander pointed at the light. The three commanders who had just woken up from their long slumber all looked at the screen of light floating in the air. They were also filled with anticipation. After all, when the Divine King had left, he had ordered them to find a peerless figure who could reach the top of the verdant cloud pavilion. They had been waiting for this for far too long. Oh, this Downlord warrior hasn't even used his body or primordial spirit, but he's already able to contend with a third-step heavenly venerate stone giant. No, look at his swordsmanship. This warrior's swordsmanship is actually a fusion of heavenly Daos. 3 heavenly Daos fused together. The three commanders looked at Jianghu on the screen of light and easily determined the profoundness of Jianghu's swordsmanship. As for the other 9 warriors, they only glanced at them and did not want to look anymore. In their long years of guarding the Divine King Valley, they had seen countless elite warriors. Naturally, they would not be attracted if they did not reach a certain level. Next, they watched carefully. As time passed slowly, the 3 commanders fell silent. This was because in the screen of light, the sword-wielding red-armored warrior with a pair of wings on his back was extremely agile as he attacked the stone giant from all sides. Every sword strike caused great damage to the stone giant. He was completely toying with and crushing the stone giant. A Downlord was toying with a third-step heavenly venerate. During this process, the 3 commanders at the Eternal Supreme level had a clearer understanding of the dazzling sword light. Even I am a little moved by it. The burly and domineering blood-armored commander sighed. His swordsmanship is actually so profound? You are a Chaos Origin Divine General. How can you be moved by it? The other 3 commanders were astonished. When the Divine King had left, he had chosen the 4 of them to be the commanders of the Divine King Valley. This was because they were all elites at the eternal level and had reached the eternal limit during these long years. One of them had created his own Dao technique and broke through to become a Chaos Origin Divine General. He was at the same level as the 4 great generals. However, according to the orders of the Divine King, the 4 of them had to guard the Divine King Valley and search for peerless figures. They were not allowed to leave the Dream Origin realm. Just like the 4 great generals, although they were Chaos Origin Divine Generals, they were not allowed to leave the Dream Origin realm. Of course, after the Divine King left, some Chaos Origin Divine Generals had tried to leave the Dream Origin realm. However, those who had left rashly had never returned. Not to mention that at this very moment, the 4 great commanders were all subdued by Riverward sword technique. Given their experience, they could see that this was a primordial chaos road, and an extraordinary one at that. Once one became a Chaos Origin Divine General through this path, his strength would definitely be at the top of his peers. He would be invincible. Perhaps he has a chance to reach the top of the verdant cloud building. The blood-armored commander at the Chaos Origin Divine General level was full of expectations. As soon as he said this, the other 3 commanders quieted down and the atmosphere became a little tense. They all stared at the light and did not dare to relax for a moment. Completing the mission given by the Divine King was more important than breaking through to the Chaos Origin Divine General level or even their lives. On the 2nd floor of the verdant cloud building, 10 small worlds were scattered around the vast dark red land. The 5 warriors in the first batch were already in a very difficult situation and could only hold on bitterly. The 5 warriors in the second batch, including Jianghu, were also in a difficult situation. However, they were in a much better state because they had only fought for a short period of time. Especially Jianghu, he looked very relaxed. From the moment he was teleported to the small world until now, he had not consumed any energy at all. He was still in peak condition. He could fight against a third-step celestial master with the annihilation of the 3 heaven Dao and the rank 8 purple striped golden wings. The 5 warriors in the first batch seem to be reaching their limits. If this goes on, it will not be long before warriors start to die. Jianghu observed the situation of the other 9 small worlds. Perhaps only he dared to pay attention to the surroundings at this critical moment. Roar! 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 Suddenly, 5 angry howls sounded. In the small worlds of the 5 warriors in the first batch, the 5 huge rock giants were roaring at the sky. The sound was mournful and crazy. It was completely different from the previous battle. It was very strange and could even affect the primordial spirits of the warriors. As for Jianghu's group of 5 warriors, their small worlds did not have such abnormal changes. However, when they heard the sound, their hearts trembled and they could not help but look into the distance. Accompanied by the mournful howls, the 5 warriors in the first batch began to panic and felt the arrival of danger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the small worlds of the 5 warriors changed greatly. A huge rock palm stretched out from the cracks in the earth not far from the rock giants. The 5 rock palms were surrounded by boiling red liquid. Each of them was 1,000,000 kilometers wide. The rock palms that stretched out had thick arms that were constantly growing longer. In fact, they were constantly stretching out from the ground. The whole process was extremely short. Without any warning, they directly grabbed the 5 warriors. Among the 5 warriors in the first batch, a tribal warrior was about to dodge but was caught by the rock palms. The large stone hand gripped the warrior tightly. At this time, the ancient patterns in the sky began to descend. Moreover, the light that poured down became even more terrifying, giving the warriors less time to dodge. Roar! The rock giants also roared and punched the warrior who was caught. Boom! The terrifying hammering made the warrior feel extreme pain. Even though he had an 8th-tier armor treasure, he was almost at the limit of what he could endure. Bang! 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 The rock palms grabbed and the rock giants hammered wildly, causing the warrior's state to deteriorate. Open! 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 The warrior struggled hard. His body, primordial spirit, Taoist techniques, Dharma treasures, and other means were all used to resist. Whoosh! Finally, when the rock giants smashed a crack in the rock palms, he took the opportunity to escape. The rock palms disappeared. The warrior was relieved. However, his state had deteriorated by more than half. It was difficult for him to resist. At this moment, a large stone hand reached out from the crack in the earth without any warning and grabbed at him. No! The warrior was in despair. At the same time, the other 4 warriors in the first batch were also in a similar desperate situation. If they were in a difficult situation before, now they were in a real life and death crisis. It was completely one-sided. The rock palms, the rock giants, and the descending patterns made the 5 warriors despair. Even with 8th-tier armor treasures, they couldn't hold on for long. Oh no! We're in big trouble. The 5 warriors are in danger now. It won't be long before we'll be in danger too. The other 4 warriors in Jiang Xi's batch were all in a panic. Only Jiang Xi was calm. However, he was also thinking about the situation they would face next. The rock palms appeared without warning. But if you look closely, you'll find that the rock palms only appear around the rock giants. Once they're caught, the patterns in the sky will descend and reduce the warrior's reaction time. That means as long as we're not caught and don't let the rock giants get close to us, there won't be much danger, Jiang Xi thought. Of course, it wasn't difficult for him. However, it was a hopeless situation for the other warriors. It's so dangerous. Warriors will definitely die. Jiang Xi shook his head. Just as Jiang Xi thought, with the appearance of the rock palms, the 5 warriors in the first batch were in a more difficult situation. From time to time, a warrior would be caught by the rock palms and then hammered by the rock giants. The patterns in the sky were also descending rapidly. Every ray of light released by the patterns was comparable to a first-step celestial master's full-strength attack. If they were hit by a large number of rays at the same time, they wouldn't be able to withstand it even with 8th-tier armor treasures. No! The tribal warrior was caught by the rock palms again. Boom! Then the rock giants hammered him crazily. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, countless rays of light from the patterns came down. In an instant, with a desperate howl, the tribal warrior turned into nothingness, leaving behind a pile of treasures scattered on the ground. The rock giants roared excitedly. Then they turned into red liquid again and flowed into the cracks in the ground. The treasures were also sucked in. After everything dissipated, the small world also disappeared. There were only 9 small worlds left on the ground of the second level. The 4 warriors in the first batch were even more panicked. It's not over yet? I've reached my limit. The test of the second level should be over, right? The 4 warriors were very anxious. Other than Jiang Xi, the other 4 warriors in Riverward's group were also nervous. We have to conserve our energy and maintain our condition. We can't get hurt or we won't survive the second level. Just as they were feeling uneasy, roar! A shrill and crazy sound rang in their ears. The 5 small worlds in their batch also changed greatly. The rock palms began to condense. Chapter 673. On the second floor of the Verdant Cloud Brothel. In Jiang Xi's group of 5 small worlds, a huge stone hand with red liquid on its surface emerged from the ground. Why are they so fast? We came in much later than them. Apart from Jiang Xi, the other 4 warriors were anxious. They were about half an hour later than the previous batch of warriors and were transported to the small worlds. However, the appearance of the stone hand was only 10 minutes later than the previous batch of warriors. In other words, they encountered the stone hand 20 minutes earlier. Whoosh! Jianghu flapped his golden wings and dodged the stone hand that suddenly appeared. At the same time, his sword landed on the stone giant's body. Compared to the other 4 warriors, he was very calm and relaxed. He even relied on the agility brought by his purple-patterned golden wings to prevent the countless rays of light from touching him. However, when the stone hand appeared, the Dao pattern also began to descend, restricting his movement space and reducing his reaction time. Finally, more and more rays of light began to fall on Jianghu's body. 10 rays, 100 rays, 1,000 rays. This was equivalent to 1,000 first-step heavenly venerables attacking at the same time. Even a true third-step heavenly venerables would be half dead after being attacked by 1,000 first-step heavenly venerables. 8 lives cloud annihilation. Jianghu finally couldn't help but use a small part of his body and essence spirit to erupt. The realm of his body and essence spirit immediately increased by 10 times. In the ancient Grey Hall, the 4 commanders of the godly King Valley, 1 Chaos Essence Divine General, and 3 Eternal Supremes were all staring at the light screen, watching Jianghu's performance in the small world. Aha, this warrior Mountain Sea is finally willing to use his eruption technique. As a warrior of the Special Army, the basic inheritance has a body and essence spirit eruption technique. The other warriors have already used it. He can really endure it. He waited until now to use it. The 4 commanders laughed when they saw Jianghu's changes on the light screen. Once he used his body and essence spirit eruption technique, Jianghu's physical strength, defense, and speed suddenly soared. As for his primordial spirit, as his primordial spirit grew stronger, the might of the secret techniques he executed also increased explosively. Previously it had been a little strenuous, but in an instant, it became easy again. In midair, he dealt with the stone hand and the stone giant at the same time, and then dodged the Dao pattern light. The entire process was effortless. A few more minutes passed. The Dao pattern in the sky was descending lower and lower, gradually forcing Jianghu to get closer to the ground. There was less and less space for him to dodge. The second trial won't pose any difficulty to this Mountain Sea warrior. His body and soul haven't been drained at all. There's definitely no problem. The 4 commanders all nodded lightly. On the 2nd floor of the Verdant Cloud building in the 9 small worlds. It's not over yet? In the front group of warriors, the young warrior wearing dark red armor was desperately dodging and flying. In his miniature world, the Dao pattern had already descended to a height of 1,000,000 kilometers from the ground. At this height he couldn't fly too high. The rock hand itself was millions of kilometers wide. If they were not careful, they would be caught. Bam! Bam! The Dao pattern light that poured down continuously hit the young warrior. Whoosh! The rock hand suddenly stretched out again. No. The young warrior desperately dodged. However, he found that he had no space to dodge. The huge palm that was millions of kilometers wide had just stretched out of the ground and directly caught him. My body and soul have been drained too much. Even if I dodge with all my strength, I can't avoid it. The young warrior was desperate. He waved the saber in his hand with all his might, trying to split the rock hand and find a chance to escape. Boom, boom, boom. The dark red stone giant rushed up and hammered wildly with its fists. In an instant, hundreds of punches had landed, reducing the young warrior's aura to the lowest. Whoosh. Finally, the young warrior escaped from the gap between the rock hand and flew out with a whoosh. But at this moment, hundreds of rays of light flew over from the sky. It's over. The young warrior's face was pale. Whoosh. The young warrior was instantly drowned in the light and turned into nothingness, leaving behind some supreme treasures and other things. Another warrior had fallen. About half a minute after the young warrior had fallen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Of the 5 warriors from the previous batch, the small worlds that enveloped the 3 survivors suddenly dissipated. The stone giant also turned into a red liquid and flowed into the cracks in the ground. Everything disappeared without a trace. The 3 surviving warriors were stunned. They were originally facing a desperate situation, but the pressure was suddenly lifted. Haha, I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I'm ready to welcome death. It's over. It's finally over. The 3 surviving warriors cried and laughed. The desperate situation just now was no different from death. Of the 3 of them, the worst was not even 1,000th of his peak state. The best was only 100th. Therefore, they quickly woke up from their excitement and joy. This is not good. We're so weak now. This is only the 2nd floor of the Verdant Cloud brothel. There's still the 3rd floor, the 4th floor. How are we going to survive? Yes, we're already so weak. Even if we're given time to recover, it's hard to recover much. Next, it's still a desperate situation. The three warriors were very worried. If we're weak, the other warriors are weak as well. That's fair. Who knows, the verdant cloud brothel might even provide us with treasures that can help us recover. What do you mean the other warriors are weak as well? Look, that warrior from the Great Yen army is still crushing the stone giant. One of the warriors pointed into the distance with a grim expression. The other two warriors looked over as well. Then they saw a red-armored warrior holding a long sword toying with the stone giant in the small world. At the same time, he perfectly dodged the stone giant's hand in the Dao veins. He's so strong. The three warriors looked at each other. Swoosh. 3 pillars of light descended and shrouded the 3 surviving warriors. In an instant they disappeared. They've gone to the 3rd floor? Riverward saw this scene. However, the 3 of them have weakened to a very low level. I reckon our batch is about the same. Indeed, the development of the situation was just as Jianghu had expected. As the ancient Dao veins continued to descend, the situation of the 5 warriors in their batch worsened. Some of them began to die. A moment later the test ended. Surprisingly, there were 3 survivors in their batch. We survived. We survived. The other 2 warriors were overjoyed. However, when they saw Jianghu, they immediately retreated. It was as though Jianghu was more dangerous than the small world. Jianghu glanced at them. His gaze fell on the tall and thin warrior Liu. He chuckled and said, "You're lucky. You're still alive." Liu's heart skipped a beat. Regret welled up in his heart again. He knew Shanhai was holding a grudge. Swoosh. Another 3 pillars of light descended and transported Jianghu and the others to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor of the verdant cloud pavilion was a vast grassland. When Jianghu and the others appeared, they saw a group of warriors. The 4th batch is here. What a coincidence. The 4th batch is the same as the 3rd. 3 of them survived. Voices rang in the air. As soon as Jianghu appeared, he immediately surveyed his surroundings. He saw figures scattered in the distance. Some were warriors from the tribes, some were beasts. There were quite a number of them. At a glance, there were as many as 11 people on the grassland, including him. 11 warriors? Jianghu thought to himself, there are 6 survivors from the 3rd and 4th batches. It seems like the other 5 warriors are from the 1st and 2nd batches. Jianghu guessed, if that's the case, the 3rd floor of the verdant cloud pavilion is meant for all batches of warriors to gather? At the same time, he swept his gaze across the warriors. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The survivors from the 3rd and 4th batches were so frightened that their expressions changed. They teleported far away. Some of them even unleashed their spacetime domains to control the spacetime around them. They were on high alert. The warriors from the 1st and 2nd batches were shocked. They were not fools. They immediately realized that the warrior from the Great Yen army was not ordinary. Just a look from him was enough to scare the warriors away. Clearly he was not on the same level as them. We should be careful too. Even the warriors from the 3rd and 4th batches are so afraid. This warrior from the Great Yen army must be terrifyingly powerful. Although the warriors from the 1st and 2nd batches did not know how powerful Jianghu was, they still teleported away out of caution. Then they unleashed their spacetime domains to control the spacetime around them. Jianghu merely shook his head and chuckled when he saw this. Time passed. Days went by. On the 6th day, the 5th batch of survivors arrived at the 3rd floor. A moment later, the 3 survivors from the 6th batch arrived as well. Just like that, 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. A total of 37 warriors had gathered on the grassland on the 3rd floor of the verdant cloud pavilion. Some of the new warriors knew some of the warriors from the 1st and 4th batches. After some discussion, they knew how terrifying the Great Yen army warrior was. Hence, many of the warriors stayed away from him. Naturally, there were still those who were confident. They did not think much of Jianghu. You're so scared of a mere tribal warrior? A plant life form with luxuriant foliage said. Its body was covered in crimson flowers. The largest flower had eyes and a mouth. It said disdainfully, "Before I joined the army, I've already killed tens of thousands of tribal warriors." As it spoke, the plant life form looked at Riverward provocatively. Your body is 100 million kilometers tall. Of course you're not afraid of him. If we had a body like yours, we wouldn't be afraid of him either. Some of the warriors in the distance said with a smile. Provocation, fear, indifference. Jianghu ignored the various attitudes of the other warriors. He waited quietly with an indifferent expression on his face. Finally, with the appearance of 3 more survivors, there was finally some movement on the grassland on the 3rd floor of the verdant cloud pavilion. Rumble. A huge vortex suddenly appeared on the grassland. It rippled like water. Its diameter was 100 million kilometers. The 40 surviving warriors all looked up at the sky whiz. Space-time rippled and vibrated. No matter where Jianghu and the 40 warriors were, they were instantly teleported to the bottom of the vortex. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The huge vortex in the sky suddenly released light screens that surrounded a large area on the grassland. This area was 100 million kilometers in diameter and was completely isolated from the outside world. It corresponded perfectly with the vortex above. Whoosh. In the middle of the vortex in the sky, a huge light sword suddenly appeared. It seemed to be made entirely of light. The huge light sword seemed to have a mind of its own. It was staring at the warriors below and seemed to be able to see through everyone's hearts. For a moment, Jianghu and the other warriors felt their primordial spirits freeze. At this moment an old voice sounded. The first 3 floors of the Verdant Cloud Pavilion are dangerous. As long as you pass the 3rd floor alive, there will be no more danger. From the 4th floor onwards, there will be all kinds of benefits, inheritances, rewards, and so on. The higher you go, the greater the benefits. Of course, you must pass the 3rd floor alive. Hearing this voice, many of the 40 warriors were filled with anticipation. Only the 3rd floor was dangerous. After that, there would be all kinds of opportunities and benefits. At this moment, the old voice continued to reverberate in the minds of the warriors. Based on the performance of the 40 warriors in the first 2 floors, only 15 of you can survive the 3rd floor. The 15 warriors who survive can enter the 4th floor and obtain many benefits. This time even Jianghu was surprised. This level had a limit on the number of survivors? As for the warriors who were originally filled with anticipation, they began to worry once again. Being able to survive to the 3rd floor was already proof of their talent and strength. But in this level, more than half of them would die. With only 15 people, except for a few, most of the warriors did not have the confidence to say that they could survive this level. Boom, boom. Suddenly there were 2 explosions. Huge branches and leaves spread out. The long branches and leaves had a dazzling golden light as they whipped a tribal warrior. The tribal warrior's strength was not even 1% of his peak strength. Under such a sudden attack, he was annihilated into nothingness. What? It killed the other warriors. The survivors were all shocked. Jianghu also frowned slightly. He glanced over and saw that it was the plant life form that had attacked. The Verdant Cloud Brothel said that only 15 of us can survive, but they did not forbid us from killing each other. Now that we've killed one more opponent. Ah, die. The plant life form laughed wantonly as its branches and leaves began to dance wildly. At this moment, everyone had just gone through the torture of the small world on the 2nd floor. Many of the warriors were in a severely injured state and had not recovered. The weakest one was not even 1% of his peak strength. Run! The severely injured warriors hurriedly fled in all directions, trying to keep a distance from the stronger warriors. However, the vortex in the sky covered an area of 1 billion kilometers and a light screen descended. They could not escape at all. No matter how they fled, they were still in this area. For a moment, the space under the vortex became chaotic. Chapter 674. In the midst of the chaos, Riverward was the only one standing there, not moving at all, ignoring the surrounding soldiers. And none of the warriors dared to attack Jianghu. Even the most arrogant plant life deliberately avoided Jianghu with its wildly dancing branches and leaves. Rumble. Suddenly the huge light sword in the sky lit up. As if it had opened its eyes, it emitted beams of misty white sword light that sprinkled down. It didn't seem to have any power, but it stirred everyone's hearts. Huh? What is this? So strange. The warriors who were still fighting felt a shock to their souls after being hit by the white sword light. It was as if a sword had pierced their hearts. This strange situation caused many of the warriors to stop fighting and prepare to deal with the white sword lights first. No one knew what dangers there were on the 3rd level. If it was a terrifying danger, they would be courting death if they were distracted by fighting. In just a moment of chaos, 3 of the 40 warriors had fallen. Of course, these 3 were the ones who had been severely injured on the 2nd level. They were the first to be killed. Even their treasures had been divided among the other warriors. Fortunately, the mountain sea didn't move. Liu stood far away. He glanced at Jianghu and relaxed a lot. Then he looked up at the huge light sword in the sky. Many of the other warriors did the same, raising their heads to watch. The huge light sword in the center of the vortex released endless white sword light. It fell like rain, covering an area of 1 billion kilometers. Every white sword light didn't hurt anyone's body. It was as if there was no harm at all. It only felt like the sword was stabbing their hearts. What danger is on the third level? It goes straight to the heart. Is it disturbing our minds? The second level only had Dao patterns at the beginning. Later there were rock giants and rock hands. Maybe there will be some strange danger on the third level. The warriors were uneasy. Some of the warriors even flew up, not daring to approach the ground in case something suddenly appeared on the grassland. Endless white sword light poured down like rain, landing on every warrior's body. Soon, the warriors found that they were feeling more and more uncomfortable. This seems to be an attack of the primordial spirit? Is the third level testing the strength of the primordial spirit? No, the sword light didn't attack the primordial spirit. The warriors were still guessing and thinking of ways to resist. No one was willing to be eliminated at this time because elimination meant death. Moreover, as long as they survived this level and reached the fourth level, there would be many benefits. Who would be willing to give up? Riverward was also carefully sensing the white sword light that was smashing down. He had already roughly guessed what it was. It's indeed not testing the strength of the primordial spirit, it's testing the heart. Mental state. In terms of mental cultivation, this was the only domain that he didn't rely on the experience panel. Mental cultivation couldn't increase in strength. Strictly speaking, it was only a supplementary effect. For example, it could make him calmer in the face of danger and make it easier for him to think of countermeasures. Another example, a strong mental endurance. And in front of him, the white swords of light that came crashing down like raindrops were a test of his state of mind, a test of his heart's endurance. According to Big Brother Shantian's theory, mental cultivation is divided into three realms: false, great, and void. I reached the void realm long ago. If it corresponds to the cultivation realm, the void realm corresponds to the Tao Lord realm. After that, there is the Empyrean realm, the eternal realm, and even the primordial chaos realm. And my current mental cultivation should be at least a third step Empyrean, or even higher. This was where Jianghu was most confident. Feeling the increasingly strong mental impact, Jianghu didn't feel any pressure. He didn't believe that this level's test could exceed the Empyrean limit. If that was the case, it wouldn't be a test at all. This little mental impact has no effect on me at all, so... Jianghu turned his head and looked into the distance. There stood a warrior in the form of a green-winged bird. Was Liu. Let's kill him first. Whoosh. Jianghu's speed immediately soared and he rushed over. Liu was resisting the primordial spirit. At the same time, he was paying attention to his surroundings. Although he had the 8th-stage supreme treasure, the green-winged bird, which was good at escaping, he had been seriously injured on the second level to resist the dangers of the miniature world. His condition had deteriorated greatly even after 2 months of recovery. His strength was still less than 1/10 of his peak. Of course he had to be careful. Liu instantly discovered a stream of light flying towards him. Mountain Sea. Liu was shocked. This was what he was afraid of. Whoosh. Liu flapped his wings and swung his tail. He immediately flew at high speed, trying to avoid Jianghu's attack. At the same time he transmitted, Mountain Sea. We are both from the White Flame Army. Why are you chasing me? If not you, who would I kill? Jianghu sneered. Liu felt bitter. Previously, on the first level of the Verdant Cloud Brothel, he suddenly attacked Jianghu. At that time he said to Jianghu, you are a recruit. If not you, who would I kill? Now the situation was reversed. Mountain Sea, as long as you don't kill me, I am willing to give you an 8th-stage supreme treasure as compensation. Liu transmitted anxiously. Jianghu only replied with a cold snort. This Liu seemed to be on good terms with him previously, but suddenly attacked him in secret. This kind of sinister and vicious person was what Jianghu hated the most. Therefore he had to kill him. Jianghu chased and Liu fled. It had to be said that the 8th-stage supreme treasure, the green-winged bird, was faster than the purple-striped golden wings in a straight line. It lives. Jianghu's heart moved. He directly used his body's eruption technique, and his speed increased explosively. The distance between him and Liu naturally became shorter and shorter. Mountain Sea. After Liu realized this, he immediately became anxious and panicked. Tell me, what will it take for you to let me go? If you die, our grudges will be settled. Jianghu was expressionless. Liu desperately released the energy in his body, wanting to increase his speed. However, no matter how fast he was, the diameter of this area was only 1 billion kilometers. With their level of speed, such a large distance could be covered in an instant. Then, they would have to change directions, which tested their agility. In terms of agility, the green-winged bird was much weaker. It was no match for the purple-striped golden wings. Therefore, in just a moment, the distance between him and Jianghu was already very close. Mountain Sea, I was wrong. Please spare me, spare my life. Liu begged at the last moment. He had already seen how terrifying Jianghu was and knew that he was no match for Mountain Sea. Die. Jianghu's face was cold. Whoosh. A bright sword light burst out from the long sword and pierced towards Liu. Block it. Block it. Liu's eyes widened as he roared. The dazzling sword light, mixed with the white sword light, pierced through his helmet and head, and then disappeared into thin air. His Tier 8 Supreme Treasure, the green-winged bird, and the remaining 4 Tier 7 Supreme Treasures scattered to the side. Not far away, the warriors who were resisting the white sword light were envious when they saw this, but none of them dared to move. Who dared to move? He killed a warrior who was about the same strength as them with one strike. With such strength, who could stop him if he went on a killing spree? However, Jianghu had no intention of killing. He was not a bloodthirsty person. If these warriors did not attack him, he would not kill wantonly. Next time passed. The huge sword of light in the sky was still sending down endless white sword light, and the impact on the mind was constantly increasing. From the beginning, every warrior could easily withstand it, but now, some of the warriors were starting to struggle. This mental impact should have reached the limit of a Dao Lord's state of mind, Jianghu thought. He was very relaxed. Some warriors were in extreme pain. Although the warriors who could reach the 3rd level were all elites in the army, they did not deliberately cultivate their minds and did not know how to cultivate. It could only be said that as their strength increased, as their knowledge and experience increased, some Dao Lord warriors might have a breakthrough in their mental state and break through to the heavenly venerable realm. However, there were still a few who had a weaker mental state and remained in the Dao Lord realm. Kill? Kill. Some warriors were still fighting while enduring the mental impact. This was especially true for the warriors whose mental fortitude had reached its limit. They were doing their best to kill and eliminate the other warriors. Kill one opponent, kill one opponent. As long as there are 15 left, it will be over. Kill. The sky was dark and the earth was in chaos. More than 30 warriors turned into streams of light and flew at high speed, occasionally crossing each other. In such a desperate battle, they still had to resist the mental impact of the white sword light. If they were not careful, they might be distracted and be hit by other warriors. Some of the weaker warriors began to fall, and the number of warriors began to decrease. Soon, the impact of the white sword light from the sky gradually became stronger and stronger, and the warriors began to feel fear. Previously, they were fighting each other, and the mental impact of the white sword light was only a small threat. But now, the mental impact had exceeded the limits of some warriors. Not good. No. At this moment, the mental impact of the white sword light finally surpassed the limit of Dao Lord and reached the heavenly venerable realm. The 9 warriors who were flying at high speed trembled. Their eyes went from being awake to being in a daze and their minds collapsed. Their mental state cultivation was still at the Dao Lord level, so they naturally could not withstand the mental impact of a heavenly venerable. At this moment, boom boom boom, the huge sword of light in the sky shot out 9 dazzling golden sword lights, instantly hitting the 9 unconscious warriors. Before the 9 figures fell to the ground, they turned into ashes, leaving only some supreme treasures scattered in the air. Jianghu's eyes flickered. Swoosh. He rushed directly to the 2 nearest piles of treasures. Immediately, some of the warriors in the distance who were preparing to go over restrained the greed in their hearts and stopped, not daring to compete with Riverward. Jianghu smiled and glanced at them, then turned into a stream of light and collected all the supreme treasures of the 2 fallen warriors. There are quite a lot of treasures. It seems that the 3rd level of the Verdant Cloud Brothel is a good opportunity to collect treasures. Jianghu was very satisfied with this unexpected harvest. Almost all the warriors who could make it to the 3rd level had at least 1 8th tier supreme treasure. After all, they had all survived the 1st and 2nd levels. Without some capital, they would not have survived until now. After the mental impact of the white sword light reached the heavenly venerable level, the number of warriors began to decrease rapidly. 27, 26, 25. 21. The warriors fell one after another. Some were killed by the huge sword of light, while others were killed directly by the other warriors. Scram. The voice was like thunder. Jianghu flapped his wings and rushed directly to the treasures left behind by a warrior who was killed by the sword of light. It's that warrior Mountain Sea. It's Mountain Sea. Retreat. When the 3 warriors who were charging towards the treasures saw that it was riverward, they hurriedly changed directions and fled far away. If they were closer to the treasures, they might have a chance to get them. However, they were far away from the treasures. Even if they could get them first, they would probably be caught by Mountain Sea. Then, it would be a nightmare. Now, among the warriors who were still alive, the two who had obtained the most treasures were Jianghu and the plant life. Strictly speaking, the plant life had obtained the most. This was because the entire vortex area was only 1 billion kilometers in diameter, and the plant life was already hundreds of millions of kilometers tall. When those branches and leaves spread out, the area they controlled was even larger. With this advantage, it was naturally easier for it to obtain treasures. No. I won't accept this. Die. All of you die. The plant life suddenly let out a shrill roar. It was indeed powerful, and its body was extremely large. Even Jianghu could not kill it with one strike. However, the white sword light falling from the sky caused a psychological impact, making it more and more difficult for it. Its large body was its natural advantage. Since it had cultivated until now, it had basically been smooth sailing and rarely experienced hardships. Therefore, in terms of mental state cultivation, it was much weaker. Although its mental state was already at the level of a heavenly venerable, it could only be ranked in the middle among this group of elite warriors. No. The plant life felt that it could not hold on any longer. Its heart was trembling and it was about to collapse. It's going to die. It's dying. When the other warriors in the distance saw this scene, their eyes were filled with greed. Because everyone knew that this plant life had collected the most treasures. Jianghu was also watching with a calm expression. No, die, all of you die. The plant life roared and its branches and leaves danced wantonly. Golden light burst out from each branch and swept around, wanting to kill more warriors. However, at this time all the warriors were far away from it, not giving it a chance. No. With a shrill cry, those wildly dancing branches and leaves suddenly fell from the sky. Obviously, its mind had collapsed and it had lost consciousness. Now's the time. Jianghu's eyes lit up. He immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed directly toward the plant life. Chapter 675. On the third floor of the verdant cloud brothel. A group of warriors was shrouded by the light screen from the vortex in the sky and restricted to an area with a diameter of 1 billion kilometers. They were fighting each other and trying their best to resist the spiritual impact. As the white sword light's impact on the spiritual impact continued to increase, the huge plant life form lost its consciousness in midair, its spiritual impact collapsing. Whoosh! The huge light sword in the sky released a cold purple sword light that landed on the plant life form and instantly turned it into nothingness, leaving behind a large pile of treasures. Whoosh! Whoosh! The warriors rushed out at the same time, all of them eager to get their hands on those treasures. Everyone knew that the plant life form controlled a large area with its huge size and collected a large number of treasures. It's mine. A four-horned beast warrior flapped his wings and flew over at lightning speed. Among the many warriors who were rushing over, he was the closest and also the fastest. Whoosh! He flew close to the grassland and instantly collected the treasures that piled up into a mountain. You're courting death. A cold shout was heard. The four-horned beast warrior looked into the distance and sneered. The mountain sea of the White Flame Army? In terms of strength, I'm not as strong as you, but in terms of flying speed, I'm not afraid of you. Humans died for wealth and birds died for food. In front of so many treasures, even ordinary warriors would go crazy and lose their minds, let alone these elite warriors who were not weak to begin with. Boom. A figure whizzed over. You're the fastest? Jianghu sneered. With a thought, he directly used part of the 8-life secret art. His strength increased tenfold and his speed also increased abruptly. His entire person seemed to teleport as he flew, crossing a large distance in an instant. What? The four-horned beast warrior was shocked. Jianghu only sneered. From the beginning to the end, even when dealing with the stone giant on the second floor, he had not unleashed his full combat strength. A beast warrior with only the combat strength of a first-step heavenly venerable, even if he was a little faster, dared to be presumptuous in front of him? Everyone says you're strong, but I don't believe you. You and I are both Dao Lords. How much stronger can you be? Seeing that he could not shake off Jianghu in terms of speed, the beast warrior roared and pounced, wanting to take the initiative to attack. Get down. Jianghu waved his sword, releasing a dazzling sword light. It was as if he wanted to destroy everything, but at the same time, it also seemed to have infinite vitality. The third move of the Mountain Sea Sword's Heavenly Dao Scroll, Annihilation and Rebirth. Wah! The speed of the dazzling sword light was strangely fast. Even though the four-horned beast warrior had already tried its best to cast a defensive spell, it was still directly struck by the sword. Its body fell down uncontrollably. At the same time, the horrifying power of the sword light erupted. The aura of this ferocious beast warrior was reduced by half. How could this be? The four-horned beast was shocked and at a loss. He had an 8th-tier defensive treasure on him, and yet he couldn't defend against it? Jianghu ignored his shock as he waved his sword continuously. Streaks of resplendent sword light whistled out. If he was still on the 2nd floor, it might be a little difficult for him to kill this ferocious beast warrior without unleashing his full combat strength. But now he had already collected a large number of supreme treasures, and among them was an 8th-rank supreme treasure longsword. Using this long sword, he could easily break through the defense of the dire beast warrior. Rumble. Endless dazzling sword light blanketed the area. The four-horned beast warrior, whose strength had already been reduced by half, was directly submerged. Almost instantly, it was annihilated. The large number of supreme treasures that he had collected just now also appeared in midair. It took 2 strikes for me to die. Its strength isn't weak, Jianghu thought to himself. At the same time, he waved his hand and collected the supreme treasures. With so many supreme treasures, Jianghu estimated that it would definitely be enough to upgrade the Killing Shadow Sword to the 10th level. At this moment, the other warriors in the distance were all frightened. They stopped their charging movements and didn't dare to fight for it. The four-horned beast warrior's strength was definitely one of the top warriors who had reached the 3rd floor. In the end, it was killed in 2 strikes. Fear. Lingering fear. All kinds of emotions emerged in the hearts of those warriors. This was the first time Jianghu had erupted with such tyrannical strength on the 3rd floor. When he killed Liu just now, he only displayed his speed. Moreover, Liu's strength was already less than 10%. Jianghu's true strength hadn't really erupted. This time, when he displayed it, it immediately made the other warriors understand how wise it was to be cautious and avoid him previously. Don't provoke him. This was the common thought of all the warriors. Because from the beginning until now, Jianghu hadn't wantonly killed. This made them realize that Jianghu wasn't a bloodthirsty warrior. But the huge light sword in the sky released endless white sword light. The strength of the spiritual impact was getting stronger and stronger. Only 15 can survive. Continue to kill. I will definitely survive. The warriors' attention quickly shifted to resisting the white sword light. They tried their best to resist the spiritual impact. At the same time, they tried their best to kill the other warriors. The number of warriors was constantly decreasing. 20, 16, until the last 15. When there were only 15 warriors left in the area covered by the vortex, the spiritual impact of the white sword light had already reached the level of a 3rd step heavenly venerable. It was close to the limit of a heavenly venerable. Other than Jianghu, the other 14 warriors were on the verge of collapse. They could die at any time. It looks like my state of mind cultivation has already reached the eternal realm. Jianghu was still very relaxed. He didn't feel any pressure at all. That's right. I was in seclusion in the 8 Clouds Pavilion for 1 billion years. I memorized the vast number of legacy stones in the periphery. That is also a kind of life experience. Naturally, my state of mind wouldn't be weak. One had to know that the hundreds of millions of legacy stones in the 8 Clouds Pavilion's legacy covered more than 90% of the primordial realm civilization's foundational legacies. As the saying went, having seen and experienced so much, it would be strange if his state of mind was weak after memorizing so much information. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The vortex and the huge light sword in the sky disappeared. At the same time, 15 light pillars descended and enveloped Jianghu and the others. The last 15 warriors who survived disappeared from the 3rd level, Valley of the Divine King, in the Grey Palace beside the verdant cloud brothel. The 4 commanders were seated on the 4 thrones in the hall. Their eyes were fixed on the floating light screen, watching the scene of the warriors breaking through the levels. Haha, he passed the 3rd level's test so easily. The way I see it, this mountain sea is so relaxed. His mental state should have reached the eternal autarch level. For a Tao Lord warrior to have such a high mental state is not bad at all, the Black Mist commander praised. And until now he hasn't used his full strength. I think he's already an invincible celestial venerable. The silver-armored woman smiled. This warrior's swordsmanship, state of mind, combat intelligence. He's at the top of the Tao Lord warriors in every field. He's the strongest Tao Lord warrior I've seen since I became a commander. The blood-armored commander, who had reached the Chaos Origin Divine General level, stared at the light screen with a serious expression. I just don't know if he can reach the top of the verdant cloud brothel. If he can, then we won't let down His Majesty's expectations." The other three commanders fell silent. His Majesty's expectations? Over the course of countless years, they had seen countless peerlessly talented Tao Lord warriors. There had been Tao Lord warriors who were comparable to third-step celestial venerables, but none of them had succeeded. They all stared at the light screen, which was currently showing the 4th level of the verdant cloud brothel. The reward is on the 4th level. I wonder what he'll choose? The 4th level of the verdant cloud brothel. The 15 surviving warriors were all filled with anticipation. According to the information the verdant cloud brothel had given them, only the first 3 levels were dangerous. From the 4th level onwards, there was no need to worry about death. Moreover, there would be rewards. Of course, they also knew that if they wanted to obtain the rewards, it would depend on their ability. There would definitely be a test. Otherwise, the verdant cloud brothel wouldn't have 9 levels. The rewards from the verdant cloud brothel must be better than those from the quartermaster hall, right? What are the rewards? The warriors thought to themselves. As the teleportation power disappeared, they were all sent to the 4th level. They immediately looked around and observed their surroundings. Jianghu's eyes flashed. He was also observing there were 4 passageways around them. On the walls of each passageway there were trees, corpses, stones, and so on. They all glowed with different colors. It was as if countless lives and objects were sealed on the walls of the passageways. Passageways? Is this level a maze? Jianghu thought to himself. There were passageways around him. The 15 warriors, including Jianghu, didn't act rashly. They were waiting for the verdant cloud brothel's guidance. At this moment, rays of light appeared around them, enveloping every warrior. Surviving warriors, you are lucky because you have reached the 4th level of the verdant cloud brothel. From this level onwards, you don't have to worry about death. All warriors are forbidden from killing each other. If you violate this rule, you will be executed. Just the beginning of the sentence made the other warriors heave a sigh of relief. They all looked at Jianghu in unison. They were no longer as cautious as before. The voice continued, "There are many rewards on the 4th level of the verdant cloud brothel. There are 4 passageways around you, representing 4 different types of rewards. How many rewards you can obtain depends on your own abilities. If you are lucky, you might be able to obtain great benefits. The passageway glowing with golden light is the crafting passageway. It contains the legacy of crafting supreme treasures. The passageway glowing with black light is the body passageway. It contains the legacy of cultivating one's body. The passageway glowing with white light is the primordial spirit passageway. It contains the legacy of cultivating one's primordial spirit. The passageway glowing with purple light is the Tao Technique passageway. It contains the legacy of cultivating Tao techniques. Of the 4 passageways besides crafting, the other 3 passageways' legacies will guide you on how to cultivate to become a heavenly venerable. But you can only choose one of them. Your rewards in the passageway will determine whether you can enter the 5th level of the verdant cloud brothel. Choose lucky warriors." The old voice disappeared. Jianghu and the others looked around the 4 passageways and thought carefully about the information they had heard. Crafting? We warriors live by fighting. Although crafting is respected, it's not the best choice. I was born with a strong body. I should take the physical route. A ferocious beast warrior entered the passageway glowing with black light. I cultivate Tao techniques and I'm good at cultivating my body. But I've been stuck at the level of Tao Lord for too long. It's too unlikely for me to break through to become a heavenly venerable with these 2 routes. Maybe I can try the primordial spirit route. A short and strong tribal warrior entered the passageway glowing with white light. The mainstream in the dream origin realm is cultivating Tao techniques. But it also shows that Tao techniques are ordinary. I choose. A tribal warrior entered the passageway glowing with black light. The warriors quickly made their choices. But none of them chose the treasure crafting passageway or the Tao technique passageway. Except for Jianghu, 8 of the 14 warriors chose the physical route and 6 chose the primordial spirit route. If they had to choose, they would naturally choose the best one. Although the dream origin realm forbade the spread of legacies outside the army, these elite warriors had long known that there were 3 cultivation routes: body, primordial spirit, and Tao techniques. Among them, the body and primordial spirit routes were the strongest. Tao technique passageway? I'd like to see what special guidance the godly king of the dream origin realm has in terms of Tao techniques. Jianghu chose the Tao technique passageway without hesitation. Treasure crafting? He would definitely not choose it. Just like what a warrior said, he lived by fighting. Why would he choose to craft treasures? Body? Primordial spirit? Jiang Xi also gave up on these two routes. Because the Godly King level 8 Cloud's legacy included these two routes. He had no lack of them. In his opinion, the Tao Technique passageway in front of him was the most valuable one. Before coming to the Godly King Valley, he had overlooked the Godly King continent from the sky. He also learned from Shou Jin that the Godly King continent was the dojo of the Dream Origin Realm's Godly King. With a dojo, it meant that the Godly King's cultivation had reached the peak of the primordial chaos realm. Even in the primordial realm and astral realm of the upper realm, there were only a few Godly King dojos. One could imagine how precious they were. A Godly King level Tao Technique passageway? In the future, when I cultivate to the eternal limit, I will need to create my own Tao Technique. Although the heritage in this passageway is only at the heavenly venerable level, it might be of some help to me. Jiang Xi walked into the purple light passageway. The 4 commanders of the Godly King Valley looked at the screen and saw that all 15 warriors had made their choices. They also saw Riverward enter the Tao Art passageway that suffused purple light. They revealed smiles on their faces. Good choice. You have good taste. The most precious thing on the 4th level of Azure Cloud Brothel is this Tao Technique passageway. It is where His Majesty the Godly King put his heart and soul into. Good choice. Good luck. The 4 commanders sighed. Ordinary military experts might not know, but they were Godly King Valley commanders. They had guarded Azure Cloud Brothel for countless years, so they naturally knew. In fact, the peerless figures that His Majesty the Godly King was waiting for were Tao Technique cultivators. Although Tao Technique cultivators were common, it was much more difficult to reach the limit than cultivating one's body and essence soul. It also represented limitless possibilities. Therefore, when His Majesty the Godly King built Azure Cloud Brothel, only the Tao Technique passageway on the 4th level was built by His Majesty the Godly King with his heart and soul. It was meant to guide future cultivators. Chapter 676. Jiang Xi walked in the passageway. On the walls of this passageway that represented the path of the Tao Technique, a large number of stones were piled up. It was as if there were no rules to speak of, and it was messy and disorderly. Where is the inheritance guidance of the Tao Technique path? Jiang Xi searched carefully. Suddenly his eyes flashed and he stared intently at a wall. He was shocked to discover that those large and small stones seemed to be messy and without any rules. But once the billions of stones were combined, it was actually an incomparably complicated and mysterious pattern. Moreover, some of those stones were protruding and some were sunken, making this pattern even more three-dimensional. This is a three-dimensional secret technique pattern. Jiang Xi was surprised. To be precise, what the pattern displayed was a fire attribute Tao Technique rank 1 secret technique. It's actually only a rank 1 secret technique? This made him very curious. Wasn't it too low? What about the other side? He turned to look at the opposite wall and combined the billions of stones. Sure enough, it was another three-dimensional secret technique pattern. However, this time it was a metal attribute rank 2 secret technique. With Jiang Xi's strength, he could remember these secret techniques at a glance. He advanced all the way and then saw the 5 elements Tao Technique rank 3 secret techniques, rank 4 secret techniques, all the way until the 5 elements Heavenly Tao level rank 6 secret techniques. Moreover, there was more than 1 secret technique at each level. All the secret technique patterns added up, the number reached hundreds of thousands, close to 1 million. Finally, Jiang Xi encountered a stone door at the end of the passageway. The stones on the door formed an incomplete secret technique pattern. An incomplete rank 7 secret technique? Rank 7 secret techniques were created by Empyrean powerhouses according to the source level Tao Technique. At this time, Jiang Xi completely understood. Those secret technique patterns in the passageway were rewards and also tests. If he wanted to obtain more rewards, he had to complete this secret technique pattern. Then he would be able to open the door and enter the next stage. Suddenly, Jiang Xi thought of something and was immediately overjoyed. The essence of a secret technique is a Tao technique, and these secret techniques are so detailed from low to high, just like an analysis. Through a large number of secret techniques, the 5 elements Tao technique is analyzed clearly. This is a great opportunity for me. When a Tao reached the level of the heavenly Tao, it was like hundreds of rivers converging. In the end, only the 5 elements, time, space, life, destruction, reincarnation, blade Tao and sword Tao were left. A total of 8 Tao techniques. Among the 8 Tao arts, I've only comprehended 3 of them. The Tao of the sword, the 5 elements, and the Tao of life. Here, I can use the experience points panel to deduce these secret techniques. I can quickly comprehend the 4th Tao art, the 5th Tao art, or even more. It was like copying answers in an exam. The various secret techniques on the walls of the Tao Technique passageway had been completely analyzed and laid out in front of Jiang Xi. As long as he used the interface to deduce the Tao art one by one, he would be able to make it his own. Moreover, since there's this door as a test, it means that as long as one deduces the Taoist techniques on the walls of the passageway to the origin level, one will be able to enter the next stage. It's very likely that the next stage will be one of the other 8 Taoist arts. Jiang Xi's eyes shone brightly. Perhaps he could comprehend even more Taoist arts here, or even comprehend all 8 Taoist arts. He looked at the experience points panel. Tao arts. Sword Tao origin 10,000 yuan 10,000 yuan. 5 elements origin 10,000 yuan 10,000 yuan. Life origin 10,000 yuan 10,000 yuan. Experience points. 1,751 trillion eternal experience points. 29,218 yuan. The only problem is that there might not be enough experience points later on. However, the longest time for an elite mission is an era, which is 36 million years. There should be plenty of time. My clone can find a way to harvest experience points in the Chaos Sea. After having a plan, Jiang Xi immediately took action. He had already reached the origin level of the 5 elements Tao arts, so the test of the secret technique pattern on the stone door was not difficult for him. He waved his hand, and the immortal energy in his body poured into the secret technique pattern. The incomplete parts were quickly completed, forming a complete set of 7-stage 5 elements Tao arts. In fact, according to Jiang Xi's current cultivation level, as long as he was willing, he could also create a 7-stage Tao art at the origin level. He had not created one yet because he had only reached the origin level not long ago. It had only been 3,000 to 4,000 years. Rumble. At this time, as the secret technique pattern was completed, the stone door at the end of the passage instantly emitted a light that enveloped Jiang Xi. Whoosh. Jiang Xi disappeared in front of the door. He's gone in. It's only been a while and he's already entered the next stage? His 5 elements Tao arts must have reached the origin level long ago, and it has already been perfected. I just don't know if his sword Tao and life Tao arts have reached the origin level. The blood-armored commander said in a low voice. I wonder how much he will gain in the Tao arts passage. The 4 commanders began to speculate. They knew very well what was in the Tao arts passage. There were a total of 8 stages in the passage, and they represented the inheritances of the 8 Tao arts below the origin level. The more Tao arts cultivators cultivated, the more difficult it would be for them to cultivate in the future. However, they would also become more powerful. If one could comprehend all 8 Tao arts, that would be the true limit of the Tao arts path. What made the 4 commanders even more expectant was that this warrior, Shanhai, had already embarked on the path of fusing Tao arts. Under normal circumstances, one could only create a 6-stage Tao art at most with 1 heavenly Tao as the foundation. However, the Sword Tao secret technique that Shanhai had created by fusing 3 heavenly Taos was a 7-stage Tao art. If he could fuse all 8 Tao arts, what level would he reach? They could not predict because no powerful being had ever been able to do so. Not even the mighty Divine King could do so. It's a pity that we won't be able to see what happens after the first stage of the Tao arts passage. The Black Mist commander sighed softly. The other 3 commanders also fell silent and they were a little anxious. They hoped that Shanhai would be able to go further and comprehend more Tao art inheritances. The space trembled. Under the effect of the teleportation power, Jiang Xi arrived at the 2nd stage of the Tao arts passage. The 2 walls were still covered with gravel of all sizes, forming a Tao art pattern. However, Jiang Xi's gaze did not fall on the wall immediately. Instead, he stared at a small mountain of crystals in front of him. Jiang Xi was all too familiar with those crystals. Eternal fragments. This was a small mountain of eternal fragments. So many rewards? Jiang Xi was shocked. He quickly identified the number of eternal fragments. A total of 10,000 pieces. If exchanged in the military supply hall, that would be 1 million military points. Could it be that the Tao arts passage is more important? Is that why the rewards are so generous? This thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. However, he did not think too much about it. With a wave of his hand, the 10,000 eternal fragments disappeared and were stored in the treasure space of Heavenly Tower. At this moment, in the space of Heavenly Tower, Jiang Xi quickly condensed an avatar and began to use the interface to convert eternal fragments. 1 eternal experience points equals 1 eternal fragment. This process could be converted to each other. In other words, the Verdant Cloud Brothel directly rewarded him with 10,000 eternal experience points this time. In this way there is no shortage of experience points. In fact, there will be more and more in the future. Then Jiang Xi began to observe and comprehend the Tao art pattern on the wall. After taking a closer look, he discovered that the second stage of the Tao arts passage was space Tao arts. This was a new Tao art that he had never comprehended before. If it was in the past, Jiang Xi could not guarantee that he could comprehend the fourth or even the fifth Tao art. But now he was full of confidence. On the wall, there were hundreds of thousands of space Tao arts of various levels, explaining the inheritance of space Tao arts below the origin level. With the experience points interface, as long as he followed the deduction, he could comprehend space Tao arts. Next, Jiang Xi used the interface to deduce as he moved forward. In just an hour, he comprehended space Tao arts at the true meaning level. Then, in just one day, he advanced to the domain level of space Tao arts. In 1 month, he advanced to the path of heaven and earth level of space Tao arts. In half a year, he advanced to the great Tao level of space Tao arts. In 10 years, he advanced to the heavenly Tao level of space Tao arts. During this process of improvement, he had been using experience points to quickly reach the perfection realm of each Tao art level, saving a lot of time. For example, the great Tao level of space Tao arts. If he did not have the interface, he could only rely on a little comprehension to slowly improve. He might not even be able to cultivate the great Tao of space to perfection in 10,000 or 100,000 years. However, Jiang Xi only used 10 years to raise his space Tao arts to the perfection realm of the heavenly Tao level. When he was weak, he still needed to refine spiritual fruits to replenish the energy consumption of his rapid improvement. Now, with his strength, he could instantly absorb and refine a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Naturally, he did not have to worry about this consumption. Finally, Jiang Xi walked to the second stone door. On the door, there was also an incomplete secret art pattern. This segment was more time-consuming. Because this pattern was a rank 7 secret art at the origin level, he had yet to comprehend the origin of space. However, Jiang Xi was not too worried. Although this secret technique pattern was incomplete, it was still valuable as a reference for him. He could use the interface to deduce to complete this pattern. As the saying went, everything could be deduced. This was the power of the interface's deduction function. Soon Jiang Xi used another year to deduce the incomplete part. When the secret art pattern on the stone door was completed, the stone door emitted a light that enveloped Jiang Xi and teleported him to the third stage of the Tao art passage. 20,000 Eternal Fragments. Although he was mentally prepared, Jiang Xi was still pleasantly surprised when he saw the pile of crystal stones on the passage that was much larger. He did not hesitate and directly put them away. Then, he began to observe and comprehend the massive number of secret arts on the wall. Time Tao art. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed. This was the most mysterious of the 8 Tao arts. If one could cultivate it to the eternal realm, they could reverse time and space. However, according to the introduction of the 8 Clouds legacy, there were very few eternal sovereigns who cultivated the time Tao art. Could be said to be 1 in 10,000. There might not even be one eternal sovereign among 10,000 eternal sovereigns. It seems that this divine king can use a large number of secret arts of time to explain the time Tao art in such detail. He should be able to reverse time and space easily, Jiang Xi thought to himself. Next, he comprehended and deduced. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years. Jiang Xi walked to the end of the third stage of the Tao art passage and saw the third stone door. This time, he used 10 years to complete the third incomplete secret art pattern with the help of the interface's deduction. It was a level 7 secret art of time. At the same time, outside the verdant cloud building, a warrior was teleported out. In the gray palace next to the verdant cloud building, the 4 commanders stood in front of the railing and looked down at the warrior who was teleported out. This is the 14th warrior to be eliminated. Their harvest on the 4th level has reached their respective limits. They can't get more and have all been eliminated, the Black Mist commander said. That Shanhai hasn't stopped yet. With his talent, he can definitely obtain more inheritance. The Blood Armor commander, who was at the Origin Divine General level, sighed. The 4 commanders looked at the verdant cloud building. Unfortunately, they couldn't see the situation beyond the Tao art passage. However, they knew very well that since Shanhai was still advancing at this time, it meant that he had a chance to enter the 5th level of the verdant cloud building and continue to advance. The longest time for an elite mission is an era. On the 4th level of the verdant cloud building, he can only stay for 10 million years at most. I wonder how much he can gain in 10 million years. Just like how the 4 commanders didn't know that Jiang Xi was about to quickly pass the 4th stage, Jiang Xi didn't know that he only had 10 million years. Of course, knowing wouldn't affect anything. He was already doing his best to deduce and comprehend. He was going all out. In the fourth stage of the Tao Art passage, the rewards for the third stage were placed on the passage. There were a total of 30,000 eternal fragments. On the wall was a massive number of secret arts that explained the life Tao art. Jianghu had already reached the level of perfected origin for this Tao art. Naturally, he passed it without any difficulty. Next, the fifth stage was the destruction Tao art. It was another brand new Tao art. Jianghu used 3,800 years to complete the deduction of the destruction Tao art's heavenly Tao level. Although the more Tao arts one cultivated at the same time, if one wanted to cultivate to a higher realm and comprehend new Tao arts, the difficulty would increase exponentially. However, the Tao art passage's explanation of each Tao art was too detailed. Jianghu had the experience panel, so it was difficult for him to not comprehend it quickly. Then, the sixth stage was the reincarnation Tao art. In the end, Jianghu used 20,000 years to reach the sixth stone door. Not to mention Jianghu's progress. On the other side, during these 20,000 years, outside the White Flame Army camp, the group of Juntian Holy Land powerhouses who had been waiting for Jianghu's return were about to go crazy. Didn't they say that each mission only lasted for 10,000 years at most? Why hadn't Jianghu returned after more than 20,000 years? At first, they all guessed that Jianghu had failed the mission and died outside. However, when they reported the news back to the Holy Land, they received news that Jianghu's clone was fine. Moreover, the Tao lords of the human race who were wandering in the Chaos Sea didn't show any sadness. This meant that Jianghu's original body in the Dream Origin realm might still be alive. Therefore, Juntian Supreme ordered them to continue watching. Even if Jianghu's original body died, they had to wait until the news of his death reached the White Flame Army. Compared to the Juntian Holy Land, the human race in the fourth universe was indeed peaceful. In the entire fourth universe, more than 70% of the territory had been occupied by the human race. The new generation of powerhouses continued to rise, and Mountain Sea Tao Lord Jianghu became the object of admiration and reverence of these new generation of powerhouses. However, in these tens of thousands of years, Jianghu seemed to have disappeared. No one knew where he went. Only a few of the upper echelons of the human race knew that Jianghu's original body was obtaining a great opportunity in the Dream Origin realm, so no one disturbed Jianghu. Even if it was Riverward's clone, no one disturbed him. In the blink of an eye, 300,000 years had passed. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.